Good morning and welcome to World Sports Betting Newlands for the second, in fact it's the third day of this four-day match between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Knights. First day completely rained out here unfortunately, and second day just two sessions available for the teams, and it was World Sports Betting Western Province that won the toss and decided to bat first on what looks like a good batting surface. It was very difficult for them early on. At the end of the day on 175 for the loss of 7, and umpires Philip Vosloo and Abdullah Steenkamp out on the field, and the players are making their way out onto the field. And it's good morning from myself, James King, and here with me got Neil Carter. Neil, welcome to Cape Town.
Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Thanks, James. Good to be back at this beautiful picturesque ground of Newlands. It's been a while, and looking forward to what is going to be an interesting day 3. Teams, I think, someone's got to make some kind of play with obviously just 2 days left. So yeah, so interesting to see the tactics on what's going to happen. Obviously, Knights straight away would be looking to try and wrap this up as quickly as possible, and then just get runs on the board and obviously bat one. So.
Yeah, that would certainly be their aim, I'm sure. Neil, they've bowled exceptionally well in that first hour and a bit of play yesterday, reducing World Sports Betting Western Province to 33 for 5 after 21 overs and 4 balls. It was you must say, an inexperienced top order, with the exception of Edward Moore. The 4 batters there that are all under 23, 24 years of age, so and with very little experience at first class level, and they tried gamely, but they were not able to resist in most instances the ball outside the off stump. So a couple of shots that were played that perhaps they would be wise not to play those again. But 33 for 5 it was, but then very good partnership between Onkun Yaku and Rislali Mpongwana, 76 for the 6th wicket. Pua Mpongwana was out for a very well played 45, and then Carl Simmons joined Nyaku and they put on 56 for the 7th wicket before Simmons was bowled by the man who's going to be opening the bowling from the Wynberg end, Malusi Suboto. Just played a little bit too straight, looking to play into the leg side to one that he should have perhaps been playing straight back towards the bowler, and took his off stump. So it is Western Province now 175 for 7, 7 overs away from the new ball, if that is going to be a factor. Suboto away from us now. And just nicely in behind it. And certainly has been a case of, it was more a case, I think, of survival for the guys yesterday out in the middle. And saying Yaku there, 61 of 200 deliveries. It's been an epic innings from him, in terms of the length of time he's been there at the crease.
Having walked out there this morning, it certainly did look, I didn't see too much yesterday, but it certainly looked a lot better pitch than I expected. Like having a quick word with John O'Bird, mentioned obviously Newlands' first hour, and obviously they did capitalise on that, the Knights. But as the day went on, it looked a lot easier for the batters, so I think they've just got to try and get stuck in here today. Yeah,
very much so. It doesn't seem to hold any demons, the pitch. And yeah, just on that sort of first hour, hour and a half, it was a little bit soft underneath yesterday, having had sort of 36 hours under the covers with the rain they had the previous day. But Western Province winning the toss, and as they did against the Warriors, deciding to have a bat. Against the Warriors, they were in exactly the same situation at 33 for 5. But then 2 outstanding partnerships took them up to 364 in that innings. And certainly wouldn't believe that they're going to be getting anywhere close to that, although, yeah, stranger things have happened in cricket.
They sure have. I think it's a case of they're obviously just going to try and keep Nyaku off strike here, bowl to Bjorn Hendricks, dot him up, and get through these 7 overs as quickly as possible to take that second new ball, and hopefully, well, they'll be looking to wrap up the tail with that second new ball. If not, they won't get a breakthrough beforehand.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, Suboto been incredibly economical. I mean, 14 overs, 4 balls, 2 for 17, and in his final spell yesterday was also very accurate. Got the wicket of of Simmons. So he's been keeping it quiet, and I mean, granted, by the time he came on to bowl, Western Province were already in a serious amount of trouble, so they were just trying to almost see off the new ball and get into a stage where they could start scoring some runs. But it was slow up front, about 1.5 to the over in the first couple of hours. It's nicely played by Hendricks down to the man in the deep, Isaac Dikhali, doing duty in front of the Oaks. It's a very short boundary there to the offside for the left-hander, and it's the end of the first over today, just one off that over. It's 176 for 7.
Just the plan that the Knights were after.
Yeah.
Dropping a sweeper on the offside on the leg side. Hendricks hits the sweeper and maintains that strike.
Yeah, and it's going to be Sitembele Langa from the Kelvin Grove end. First time he's going to be bowling from that end in the match. He's bowled exclusively yesterday from the Weinberg end, and also 2 wickets for him in his 12 overs. Very economical in his first spell. Just towards the end, he said, well, 3 spells yesterday, 2 5-over spells, and then just a couple of overs in his last spell when he certainly looked a bit tired, and was hit for 12 off those 2 overs in his third spell. So sure he'll be ready and willing to give it everything this morning now, and yeah, they'll be looking for this wicket of Bjorn Hendricks certainly as soon as they possibly can. And Jody Lawrence in next is just his second first-class game, brought into the team from a bowling point of view for the last match against the Lions, making his debut. I think he's aged 34. So
never too old to make your debut.
Absolutely right. Fantastic for him. Really excited about that. Yeah, that's not a bad length to start off from Langa. Yesterday, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander was really guilty in having far too many deliveries that were wide outside the off-stump and just didn't need to play at them. He did, though, entice Eddie Moore to play a shot at a shortish wide delivery and just to get the edge through to Jan Klutter. 4 catches for Klutter in the innings so far.
Just looks like just what we discussed.
Yeah.
Bang, hard length, and dot it up, and either wait for Bjorn either to play a big shot or spread the field towards the end of the over, and just try and keep the run rate nice and quiet for the 6 overs that's left, and then obviously Van Vuuren will come back, and hopefully the plan is to mop up the tail, as they say.
Yeah, most definitely will be. He did look impressive yesterday, Tiaan Van Vuuren, especially with that new ball. He was making the batters play, and he was the one who got the original breakthrough with that wicket of John O'Bird, and then followed that up with the wicket of Daniel Smith as well in his opening burst. So it was good bowling from Tiaan Van Vuuren from the Kelvin Grove end. It's the end that the left armers seem to prefer here. Just strays onto the pads, and that gives Hendricks the opportunity to get off strike. Forrester doing the fielding down here at a long leg position, and it all started off rather quietly this morning.
Yeah, very patient from from a Knights perspective on the bowling front, ring it up. I guess now they're probably going to drop a couple of sweepers for Nyaku.
Yeah.
Starve off the boundaries, and they're happy with 1 or 2 and over, and then look to strike.
And that's very much what he was doing all day yesterday on Nyaku, just nudging the ball around. He didn't seem to be too troubled. Once he got into his work, he was dropped on 1 by Dane Pete at first slip off the bowling of Van Vuuren, and that score at that stage was 23 for 4. and it would have been 23 for 5. Not a difficult chance. You might have seen this morning when chatting to Dane that he had some strapping on his left, on one of the fingers on his left hand. So just went in, and unfortunately for him, just down, went onto the ground. Once again, just up on his toes nicely is Nyaku. Just defends the end of the second over of the day. It's 177 for 7. And just to let you know, in terms of the hours of play today, so we have had the early start to try and make up some time, an extra 8 overs in the day today, so 106 overs to be bowled in the day. The early start trying to get that in, plus the extra half hour at the end of the day, and we're expecting to have play all the way through today until 6 p.m. So it's going to be an elongated first session and last session, so lunch will be at the normal time of 10 past 12, and then the afternoon session normal time up until 3 p.m. and then the final session from 3:20 up until 6 p.m. as Subota will continue from the Weinberg end. I don't think, Buren is, he will be as patient as he can be, but as you say, Neil, he's probably going to be looking to play some shots once he's got himself settled. If it is there to hit, he'll probably go for it.
That's an interesting one. If you take 3 or 4 overs to get in, and then you've only got 3 overs left with it, with the old ball, and just watching his first 2 overs, looks very placid out there, good pitch, ball's doing nothing, but possibly missing out. But then if you nick off now or get out now, brings in like you say, Lawrence, who hasn't only played 1 game.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a catch-22. They're possibly thinking, well, that second new ball, it's a lot harder. It come off the bat a bit better, and it can race away to the boundary. And we've seen that plenty of times where the new ball does, flow of runs. Doesn't always bring wickets, does bring a lot of runs at a rapid rate. So they're possibly looking, for that as well.
Yeah, he's just planting that foot down the wicket, isn't he? And just defending, no real intent, which is understandable at the moment. It has been very much a question of once they collapsed to 33 for 5, which funnily enough was exactly the same score they had against the Warriors, and they were really in no position to attack. It was interesting to see yesterday with Oliver Whitehead on debut. He was runless in the partnership of 11 that they did put together for the 5th wicket between himself and Nyaku, and they starved him of runs, and it was very interesting how it actually worked him out in the end. That's just again defensively into the offside, and Senakwani. No, that's Patrick Buerta there. No, it is Senakwani does the fielding and at extra cover, and so what Langer did very well then is he just started to draw him out a bit wider and wider and wider, and then he gave him one undrivable length outside the off stump, just moved away slightly, and he'd been without a run for over 8 overs. Nicely played by Hendricks. Doesn't find the gap though. Forrester does the fielding in the covers, and there's no run.
It's definitely a case of Knights coming into this game knowing the inexperienced Province lineup, and and you've got the experience of Dane, Pitt, and Subota and all that, that have been around for many years, and basically just definitely the talk would have been patience. If we just hold, that can the young inexperienced Province Bain lineup have the same amount of patience, which clearly we've seen probably wasn't quite there.
No, I think, and as you say, Neil, very inexperienced lineup, as that's the end of a maiden over from Malusi Subota that they have got in this top order. So you look at Whitehead on debut, and Joan James, I think in only his 6th or 7th first class match, John O'Bird and Daniel Smith as well, not having had too many matches under their belt from a first-class point of view, and only really Edward Moore in that top order, who's very experienced, over 100 matches. Onku Nyaku as well, although he's been around for quite some time, hasn't played as many first-class games as we perhaps would have thought. So it isn't a very experienced lineup. They have been previously, when they have had issues. They had really fantastic innings from George Linder. He got 152 in the last match here. Eddie Moore 127. Carl Simmons weighed in with a very good 68 in that innings against the Warriors, but they were in desperate trouble early on again. And the pitch did flatten out quite nicely. And it's interesting. Dane Pitt is bringing himself on after only 1 over from Sitembele Langa. This may not be a bad move if he's going to get Björn Hendricks on strike.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, obviously wanting Langa to probably take the second new ball as well with Van Vuren, so just get through the next 4 overs. 2 from Pitt, 2 from Saborto, experienced campaigners. Yeah, as I say, just spread the field, give him a single, bowl to Björn. I presume they'll still have a little bit of possibly a couple of guys out just to possibly protect the boundary, but obviously they'll be squeezing to stop Björn trying to get on to get off strike.
And he might, although we won't be eyeing the short leg side boundary at the moment, but it's early days. He's going to want to be batting as long as possible here, I'm sure, Björn Hendricks. But yeah, as you say, this is very much the field that they had set even for Carl Simmons yesterday. Just all very watchful, very quiet at the moment. So we've got a slip backward point. There's a man at just forward of point, shortish extra cover, short mid-off straight, or more straightish extra cover, and then the man at long off, mid-off, sorry, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at backward square leg.
There
and he does go for the shot, which thought he might be eyeing that boundary on the leg side. A very short boundary down to the Oaks, and it's a maximum from Björn Hendricks. I think he just strayed a little bit there, probably in line and length, Dane Pitt, and that was well played from Björn Hendricks.
First thing I noticed, like you say, he did just drift it down leg, and basically it is with that short boundary, it's very much a free hit. No one out and very short, so an error on Pitt's behalf, but I think now obviously 4 balls gone, they're going to drop a couple of guys, and made a good connection there, and seems to have gone all the way towards the road. Yes,
don't know if they actually don't look like they've actually found the ball yet. It went into the Oaks, and there aren't any spectators there this morning at the moment, so I think very difficult to pick up the line of where that ball went. It may have actually even, as you say, bounced and could have gone into the road. I wonder if they are going to be able to find it. Just a bit of a delay as that happens. I think you might have seen that there, Dion Forrester just
running down. I was about to say, you probably want to look down the bottom there. There's a slope on the concrete. Runs all the way down to the food stalls at the back of the stand, and
they're still having a look, aren't they? I think they, it looks like they must have found it, making their way back towards the field. Yeah, it has been found by one of the, looks like Bongyum Funelwa there, who from the Western Province dugout has gone through and found that ball. So we will have resumption of play. But as you said, he was looking in that area, Björn Hendricks, just to see the field, and yes, they're not going to make any change yet, it looks like. I'm sure Dane Pitt won't mind him having a go at him. That's well played. Just a man slightly deep at mid-off to the left-hander, and they come through for an easy single.
1 ball left for Nyaka. I presume, are they dropping the sweepers? They are, actually.
Yeah, they are, which is interesting. They should want to keep him, not have him get a single. Then he doesn't get the single, just plays it straight back to Pitt. The end of what was a good over for World Sports Betting Western Province. 7 off that one, and or 8 off that one, I think it was, and it's a 185 for 7 after 77. So all these runs important, Neil, from a bonus point of view for Western Province. At 33 for 5, they would have been, I think we said at the end of play yesterday, if you had said to Western Province, 175 for 7 when they were 33 for 5, I think the coach probably would have said, okay, we'll take that at the end of the day's play. And the Knights would have been happy with that as well, certainly, having lost the toss.
I think it's it's a case of the whole, having chatted to Dane this morning and Peyton basically saying, they want to wrap it up, but probably a bit earlier. But I think in reality, you just want to get through 3 more overs and then look to strike. It's going to be a case of you get rid of Bureau, get rid of one of them, and you really are opening yourself up to 2 players that aren't renowned to holding the bat.
No.
So, and that's the case there where you can spread the field, give them one, give whoever's in one, and then just bowl to bowl as much as you can to 10, 11, and it's generally it's normally a case of sooner rather than later.
Yeah, just tries the short ball, but Hendricks not interested at all. Yeah, they in the previous match against the Lions, in his first class match, Jody Lawrence played a couple of lusty blows, shall we say, and got an 18 in the first innings. Got a first baller in the second innings when he was played an expansive shot outside the off stump. I think got caught in the gully. And that is played airborne, but it beats the diving Langer, I think that is, at mid-off, and it goes through to the boundary for 4. It was in the air for some time, but I don't think he realistically had a chance of getting to that.
Just falling short, kind of dived over it, expecting the bounce to bounce up a bit more. But just, again, I think it's got to a point now where, possibly spread the field, and they have, but, you don't mind an occasional aggressive shot with only conceding 1 as opposed to having them tight and it goes past for 4. I think Saborto, hands on hips there, but frustrated.
Yeah, his figures have been outstanding, economy-wise. I mean, still only in his 17th over, only conceded 22 runs from the first boundaries that he would have conceded off his bowling in the spell. He's been very good at keeping it pretty much on that off stump or top of off stump line, which is, I think, what you want your bowlers to be doing, especially when you're bowling at tail ender. Make them play at every single ball you possibly can.
Yeah, it's also a case of the ball not doing much. Any width that you could, your number 9, 10, 11 can hit any width with the ball not offering much. But if you're attacking the top of the stumps, back of a hard length, there's always that doubt in the batter's mind of, it can actually, if I go for it, I can actually get possibly out bowled, LB, whatever. So they've got that, but freeing that, we all know that, this day and age, the bowlers like to, free their arms and that. So you restrict them and bowl nice and tight and straight. It's obviously makes it a lot tougher. And out of anyone that can do that, obviously Saborto is, as we see there, another one just top of middle leg, worked onto the onside for a dot, and end of the 78th over.
Yeah, it's just 2 overs to the new ball, and they will certainly take it. So there's no question about that. We have seen in the past, actually, in a couple of the 4-day games, and the one at Newlands Park, in fact, where team didn't take the new ball at 80 overs, which was quite interesting. They still had, they were bowling spin from both ends though at that stage, and Newlands Park wicket is generally a little bit slower and lower than the one here. This one looks like a very good batting pitch today. Second day of the match, had a bit of a chance to get some sun on it yesterday, so whatever movement there was early on has completely disappeared. It probably had gone by about 35, 40 overs. There was absolutely nothing left for the bowlers. plays it from the crease that time. And Yaku is going to have to be a bit careful with that. Going back to the off spinner.
Looks like Pete's just going to kind of fire it in.
Yeah.
Not much, not much flight. Don't want them to use their feet, get to the pitch. Yaku does come down there, but quicker from Pete and just pushes it back.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Aaron Pangiso at work yesterday, just with his variations of pace. Certainly experience is telling there. And that is going to be an easy single through to the man at mid-on. To bring Hendricks on to strike. 3 balls left in this over, then just 1 more over until they can take the new ball. Just trying to see where that is Tian van Vuuren there at mid-off to the left-hander. And they are dropping Malusi Saboto onto the boundary now at square leg. Well, not quite on the boundary.
I think he's been sent to the boundary, but Peter's already into his delivery stride before he's, well, as we see now, he actually is on the boundary.
Oh, it's very nicely played by Björn Hendricks. He finds the gap in the offside, and that is going to race away to the long boundary in front of the railway stand for 4, and that is his 3rd boundary of the morning. Takes the World Sports Betting Western Province to 194, and just looking at that, he just manages to rock back slightly short and wide from Dane Pitt, and he doesn't miss out. Takes him on to 23, partnership to 29 between these two.
Hands on hips from Pete, a bit of a misfield in the covers.
That's played forward of square. It's missed by Forrester in at mid-wicket, and also goes down to the boundary in front of the Oaks for another boundary to Björn Hendricks, and that again too short from Dane Pitt, and he has made sure that he dispatches that. We look at it again. Yeah.
Fired it in, but just dragged it down. Björn sat back, and yeah, like you say, just beat the diving Forrester. Good end to another spin over. 6 balls left to the new ball. Saboto to finish up, and then I'm pretty sure looking around and seeing Van Vuuren warming up.
Yeah, it'd be him and, as you're saying, Sitembele Lange, who did just bowl that 1 over, which was interesting that he did come on for 1 over. He'll certainly, you expect, will be taking new ball with Tian van Vuuren. Van Vuuren, I'm sure, will be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. And a little bit of a breeze here today at Newlands, but not much of a breeze, perhaps not too much to help that, help the left arm seamer from the Kelvin Grove end. Just defended once again by Nyaku. It's been a reasonably enterprising first half an hour after the first few overs, and Björn Hendricks has been playing a couple of shots, which is probably what we expected. It's been a useful 33-run partnership between these two. In behind that one again. This is pretty much what he was doing all day yesterday, just getting in behind it, making sure he doesn't make any mistake, doesn't give it away, and he's been the anchor on which World Sports Betting Western Province have built this innings.
It's interesting, he's only faced 9 balls this morning.
Yeah.
Björn has obviously taken all the strike trying to bowl to him, but he's played it well, Björn.
He has indeed. He's looked very comfortable up there, hasn't he, Björn Hendricks? He fancies himself as an all-rounder, so...
Well, let's see in the next 15 minutes how he fancies himself against a new ball.
Exactly, yeah. I think it was ever since he hit that 6 to win the game off the last ball against the Lions at the Wanderers, that has played a couple of good innings at first-class level as well. Just again in behind that, no intent from a run-scoring point of view from Onko Nyaku.
it is, it's a case of obviously you're not scoring runs, but it's, the bowling side will generally be a little bit, fairly happy with it.
Yeah.
But again, if you're not taking wickets when you think you should be wrapping the side up, wrapping the team up, it is rather frustrating. Which, again, straight back to the bowler behind it, which is obviously very frustrating. I suppose that can get into, as an opening batter, you're focused, you think you might be out there in the first hour or first half an hour, and it drags on and on. So, might not quite be in the right mental space if you have to, go out bat, say, 40 minutes before lunch, as opposed to expecting to be batting out there nice and early.
Just a little bit aerial for a while, but no danger, and that is the end of the over. Another maiden from Malusi Saboto, and it's 198 for 7 after 80, and we are expecting now, and as you see Tiaan van Vuuren taking off his jersey there, and we expect that umpire Abdullah Steenkamp will be showing us the new ball very shortly, as the old ball is flung away down to the boundary, and they will be taking a new ball straight away, say there. So, Neil, I mean, interesting, like you say, if it very much is a question of survival, or just picking up the odd run here and there, and the wickets don't come, and I mean, maybe they will come now with this, with the new ball being taken at 198 for 7, that the bowlers just try and make something happen, and that can often be the case where the runs can come a bit quicker when they're trying to search for that wicket delivery, and maybe instead of just keeping to their lines and lengths, which is certainly what they were doing yesterday, is they were bowling really well in the main. I mean, Tiaan van Vuuren very good with that, Malusi Saboto as well, just keeping that nagging line and length on sort of fourth stump, fifth stump line outside the off stump, or even top of off stump line. And Van Vuuren now with the new ball from the Kelvin Grove end.
A little bit of shape away from the left-hander. I think it's a case of, the Knights won't be too disappointed with, the 7 overs for the new ball conceding 23 runs without taking a wicket. But I think, now is the time when the frustration can start. If they hold their own and, bowl good areas, and the wickets don't come, even though the runs don't, that's when the frustration will start, and you'll probably find in half an hour's time the runs might flow because they haven't picked up any wickets.
Yeah, just nicely in behind that one. Hendricks, he does have a little bit of trigger movement to the offside, just for the new ball. They've got 2 slips and almost not really a gully, is it? It's almost like a 5th slip. The Seko Senekwani in a bit closer, just for the one that you might play in the air into that region. And they've got a deep backward point, which is interesting. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And that's strays onto the pads, and that is played very nicely by Vuuren Hendricks down to the square leg boundary for 4. The first boundary off the new ball. And just straying there, and he's had a chance to have a look this morning. He played that one very well.
Just 3 balls into the new ball as we watch a replay here. Just trying to borrow too much to shape it away, and not much on offer by the looks of things. No. Not too much swing, and normal case of fast bowler, a couple wide ones, you want to bowl a bit straighter, and you overcompensate.
That's beautifully played down the ground as well. That one a little bit fuller on the line of off stump, and he plays it with a very firm bat. It was a nice looking shot as well fielded by the man at mid-off. And he hasn't quite got it right yet, has he, Van Vuuren?
I think it's, you bowl the first 2 balls, you don't really see much happening. So you kind of like, you're thinking to yourself, well, what is, expect a little bit more, and then, you don't quite stick to your plans.
Oh, that's better from Tiaan van Vuuren, and it is Vuuren Hendricks that is going to have to go. Just gets look like the under edge or maybe an outside edge onto that one. It's taken behind by Klutter. He takes his 5th wicket and he's furious with himself. Bjorn Hendricks playing at that one outside the off stump. So the new ball has brought the breakthrough, and it's 202 for the loss of 8.
First ball in a real good area, and Hendricks has been feeling bad on ball and hitting it quite nicely. Just held his line slightly, nipped away. No feet from Hendricks. Hung his bat out and brought the edge, as we see the replay here. No feet.
Yeah.
And with the shape away from the left-hander to the left-hander, just brought the edge, and frustrated, as I think Hendricks knew that he could have just left it. Is a case of, balls are in a good area, 4th, 5th stump, so especially the second new ball, is that you don't have to play at everything.
No, and he's not an opening batter, but he will feel that he shouldn't have played at that one, and that's why he was so upset. He's had the opportunity. Very good 31 from him. Partnership between those two of 37, of which he was clearly the dominant partner, and playing some shots this morning to get Western Province past that 200 mark. So they have now got just over 2 batting bonus points, and the Knights looking within the short period of time now, as Tiwakaya Nabe comes to the crease, will be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible and get out into the middle on what looks like a really good surface to bat on.
See, he has got a highest first-class score, 68, against the self-same Knights a few years ago. But I'm not sure, he probably didn't come into bat as the second new ball got taken.
Oh, he bowled it, played it on first ball, and he goes for the big shot as Nabe outside the off stump, and he gets a thick inside edge and cannons into middle and leg stump, and he certainly is not going to be bothering the scorers too much today as well. And so the 9th wicket goes down at 202, and it is first baller for Tiwakaya Nabe, and 202 now for the loss of 9, and just had a full go at that one outside the off stump. Angling it across the right-hander was the left-handed, left arm seamer, and he picks up his 4th wicket now. Van Vuuren, they've been very good from him in this first over with the new ball.
You see in a replay here, just going across, probably straightened slightly, and just caught the thick inside edge of Nabe back onto his stumps. Kind of what the left arm seamer looks for.
Yep.
Inside edge onto the stumps is one of your favourite or one of your dismissal options. Obviously through the gap without the inside edge is probably better, but
yes.
You'll take them all.
You have a few of those in your time as well, Neil, when you were bowling?
I did. They were great, but they weren't as great as the one that just missed the inside edge and cannon into the stumps.
Yeah, that inducker from the left arm where it straightens in towards the right hand, it just goes between the gate, is a beautiful sight, isn't it? That is probably the as you're saying, your favourite, almost your favourite mode of dismissal as a left arm seamer. It's going to be Sitembele Langa who's going to take the new ball from the Weinberg end, and just the 1 wicket needed now, and they have got their full complement of bowling bonus points. The men from Bloemfontein, so the 9th wicket going down. Langa's got 2 for 37 in his 13 overs, and 4 of those 5 maidens that he bowled were in his opening spell of 5 overs, 1 for 5 at the beginning of the innings. And it's now going to be interesting to see how Tiwakaya Nabe deals with this. Onkonyaku, how he deals with this now from a batting point of view. They have spread the field wide to give him a single on the leg side and offside. It's very widespread field.
It is. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to change his game plan here, unless he just plans on frustrating and yeah. So it's going to be a case of they would happily leave the fielders out for probably 4 balls, and then bring them in for the last 2, and then can he manipulate and leave Lawrence with possibly just 1 ball, or not a ball to face. So has he got the power game though to possibly beat all the fielders out in the boundary and
I'm not
keep
sure about that.
keep the scoreboard ticking?
Oh, that is an incredible catch from Xian Klutter. He goes for the drive for the ball outside the off stump to Ntiwa Kainabe, and he gets a thick edge. It's flying, and so was Xian Klutter. What an incredible catch from the wicket keeper. And it's the end of the innings. The last 3 wickets will go down with the score on 202. So it's 202 all out. World Sports Betting Western Province, and you just sense he had to go for it, and that was an outstanding catch from Klutter. Just seemed to lodge in the webbing of the glove, and he went down and didn't bobble out when it landed on the ground. That is his 6th catch of the innings. Incredible from the wicket keeper, and it is a 3rd wicket for Sitembile Langa. And Onkenyako's marathon innings ends 63 he got of 215 balls, and this innings would not have even got to 202 if it wasn't for that innings, and he can certainly hold his head up high from that point of view. But it is Western Province bowled out for 202, and that, you would say, Neil, is exactly what was the Knights were looking for.
8 deliveries with the second new ball brings a final 3 wickets. So I think they would have been very, now they'll be obviously very happy with how the 7 overs prior to the new ball went, only conceding 20 odd runs. And as we mentioned earlier, I still possibly think they should have possibly taken on that old ball from a little bit earlier. And it did.
It did indeed, and so that innings closing on 202, the 3 wickets to fall this morning. Hendricks was caught by Klutter off Van Vuuren for 31. It was Ntiwa Kainabe bowled by Van Vuuren the very next ball for a duck, and then Onkanyaka caught by Klutter off the bowling of Langa for 63, and the innings closing on 202. And it was 4 wickets for Tian Van Vuuren, 3 for Sitembile Langa, 2 for Malusi Saboto, and 1 for Aaron Pangiso. And we'll be back with you in about 9 or 10 minutes when it will be the Knights coming out to start their reply to 202.
start of the night's first innings. In reply to the World Sports betting Western Province 202 players have made their way out there. Captain Björn Hendricks handing his cap and glasses to umpire Philip Snyman to take up the start of the innings. Opening the batting, we have Snyman and Senekwani it is, yes. Snyman to take strike. Looks like Snyman, I see, didn't start the season. He's just come in second game, I think, and did nicely in his, in his first game.
Yeah, he did have a couple of really good innings in that first match against the Dolphins, which they did end up losing, in fact, by innings and 16 runs. The Knights, an 81 in the first innings, a 54 in the second. So himself and Senekwani in that first innings, Senekwani top scorer, as you say, at the moment in the 4-day series, and 479 runs he has, and very good innings from him as well. 108 it was, he got in the first inning, 61 in the second. So it's going to be very important for Western Province to break this partnership as soon as possible.
Bit of a loosener from Björn to up front, low full toss, and Snyman leans into it and pushes it through the covers for a couple. I guess after Hendricks, feeling his hamstring and missing the last game, you're always going to be tentative in the first couple of balls. That fear of, it might go again is always going to be in the back of your mind. So I think it's a question of trying to get through the first over, getting the ball in the right area, and then, getting loose and taking it from there. 3 slips in a gully. Snyman nicely behind that.
Yeah, Snyman is a man who does like to feel bat on ball and can take the game away from you quite quickly. He's really more known for his exploits in the shorter format of the game.
Having obviously seen Snyman up in White River for a season or two, playing against Mpumalanga. He did play a couple of good knocks up there as well. In comes Hendricks. Leg stump line, and Snyman pushes it out to mid-on. Early, just sitting right behind here, first 3 balls from Hendricks, not much movement. I think, as a coach or player of the night, sitting up there as a batsman, I'd be quite encouraged by what I've seen of how this pitch is playing. A day 3 pitch, effectively day 2, but it is the day 3, and it does look a good pitch.
It does, and it looks really good for batting on. Always thought that the second day would be a good day for batting.
Bit of nip back there, takes his, looks like it's just missed his thigh pad, taken the edge of his top of his thigh, and it's a leg by down to fine leg.
Yeah, kind of a nasty bruise there, I should think. Just rubbing it now. First leg by of the match so far. Just looking at his numbers there, Snyman 40 first-class matches, 71 innings, 2,818 runs with a highest score of 209 for the Northern Cape versus the Free State in 17-18 season. Average of 41.44 with 500s and 1550s. So it's a good average. Senekwani will review his numbers now. He's on strike.
Better length from Hendricks, attacking the stumps. Looked like it straightened slightly, but the form that Senekwani is in, he's not going to miss that. Few R's from the slip cordon, but nicely behind that, pushed out onto the onside. I think, I don't know if it's just me, but just watching, I always, watch the bowlers and watch Hendricks walking back to his mark. Just doesn't look that, I don't know.
Yeah,
he's just
doesn't look that comfortable, happy, does he, at the moment?
Again, good areas, a little bit possibly going the other way. Good start by Hendricks attacking the stumps, and Hendricks doesn't look comfortable the way he's just looks like he's hobbling. He's just grabbed his hamstring there.
Yeah, let's hope that's no problem. But as you said, he was looking a bit tentative, wasn't he? He was walking back very slowly to his mark. Interesting, he's given the new ball, as they did up against the Lions, he's given the new ball to Onkunyaku. He's got Tiwakaya Nabe, and he's got Jody Lawrence, also from a fast bowling point of view. Nyaku's been given the new ball. Having watched a bit of that Lions game, gets a little bit of shape.
Yeah. So, trying to as much, swing or nip as they can with this new ball, and hitting good areas, try and entice Snyman here to have a go.
I thought he did bowl well with the new ball. I mean, I think they gave him the new ball in the second innings. The first innings gave it to Jody Lawrence.
Starts back of a length. Snyman just leans back onto it and drops onto offside. Zaki, I will see a better first ball you face. You're just having a good sighter just to see what it is. Didn't look like there was too much in it, but again, it's his first ball. I think he'll look to obviously try and got to get a little bit fuller.
Yeah.
It's just don't mind banging the first couple in just to get your body nice and loose. And he comes, bit of width and cracked away by Snyman on the offside. Backward a point for 4. That is the danger. Snyman will capitalise on those deliveries if there isn't much movement and can take the game away. As we see on the replay, short and wide, Snyman back and across and just waits for it and leans into it.
Yeah, Onkunyaku's pace, you can't be bowling like that. You've got to make sure you're doing very much like Malusi Sabota was, looking to hit the top of off stump.
Similar delivery, not quite as wide, and punched off the back foot, but straight to cover this time.
Yeah, he got away with that this time. So, in this match, Western Province do have more bowlers in their arsenal than they did in that match against the Lions. I mean, they've got Nabe, Lawrence, and Mpongwana. Mpongwana wasn't playing in that match up in at the Wanderers.
That's back straight in line, and I think better length, better line. I think that's what he's got to attack from there and test the patience of Snyman, who obviously, as we know, is a stroke maker. Not much movement as we've seen. I think Captain Hendricks will be looking at this and seeing, well, if there isn't much movement, possibly might do a change sooner rather than later, taking nothing away from Yako, obviously. Back of the length, in behind it, dabs it out onto offside where Whitehead picks up at point.
Another better delivery from Onkunyaku. I think you're right there, Neil. I think just Jody Lawrence does offer just that little bit of extra pace. I think he found it difficult to, in that match against the Lions first up, control the new ball. He did get a wicket, in fact, in his first over. He did get Joshua Richardson's first over, but struggled a bit after that.
Bit straighter there. Snyman works onto leg side, but fielded a square leg, and that brings the end of the second over with the Knights on 7 without loss. I think I want to have a close look at Hendricks here. He just didn't seem to be moving as what a fully fit bowler does. So it's going to be a case of, having been in a situation where you do, it might just be the fact that you're just aware of it and you're moving a lot more gingerly when you're not actually bowling, and does seem to be running in okay.
Yeah, it was better from him. outside the line of the off stump to Senekwani. But yeah, he looked fine in the warm-ups this morning. He was looking fine in terms of coming in and bowling in his just to practice on the far pitches off to the left-hand side. But I guess it's very different though when you're in the match situation itself. You can always bowl within yourself if you are coming in and running in from a practice point of view. Here he wants to give it everything.
Your adrenaline kicks in and you always kind of push a bit more than possibly what you want to. And he comes angled across the right hand and well left by Senekwani. There's a flex of his hamstring again, walking back gingerly. Whether he's, as all bowlers do, you kick the footholes.
Yeah.
That's normally ankle related as opposed to a hammy. They have got the possibly, they went in as an extra bowler with the possible risk of this, but it would be obviously, a big blow if can't get through all the overs that they want to.
It was a huge blow in that game against the Warriors.
Great delivery, just nipped back over the top of the stump. Senekwani has been beaten on the inside. Great delivery by Hendricks, but it is probably a foot or two too short. It's not done too much and missed the inside edge. A little bit fuller, able to catch the edge. Again, Hendricks looking down, walking gingerly back to his mark.
Doesn't look happy, does he? But I mean, it was a very good delivery. Just beat Senekwani. So it all ends up there, going in between his bat and the body.
Outside the off stump, left alone again by Senekwani. I think it's a case of, it is the last game of the year. Plus, is Hendricks in the...
He is in the SA20. So what happened was that he wasn't retained by MI Cape Town, but he picked up Nandre Burger's contract with Joburg Super Kings. So Burger being injured and out for the entire season, so Bjorn Hendricks picked up that contract. So he is going to be playing in the SA20 for the Joburg Super Kings, and that is really good for him, having not been retained by MI Cape Town. So he will be taking part in that tournament.
Another delivery, back of a length going across the right-hander, and Senekwani in no rush, just to let it go. No shape back there. It's also a case of, if you are battling a niggle, you don't quite get into the positions that you actually need to be in to get the, the zip, the shape, the swing, all of that. Case of just, trying to, get through the delivery. So it hasn't quite got the zip.
No, he's not into a rhythm at all. Just looking at him on his follow through as well, he didn't look happy.
That's better, a bit straighter, good length, and back to Hendricks, and that's the end of the third over, maiden over. Hendricks not happy with the footholds, and obviously, probably not landing quite correctly. Definitely might also, feel something in the hammy. It just doesn't look right to me.
It's playing on his mind, isn't it? And that's making him not perhaps from a rhythm point of view, get into a good rhythm, because he is very much as most bowlers are, the fast bowler, rhythm bowler.
Yako comes in a bit straighter. Sneyman punches up to mid-on, slight misfield, but by John O'Bird, but no risk of a run. Sneyman looks to be in no trouble against Yako.
No, he kicks in absolutely no trouble at all. And there really hasn't been anything, we haven't really seen anything from a movement point of view with this new ball either.
There we go. back of a length, too much width again. Snyman just stands up on it and punches it. Great shot through the covers for another boundary. That is the risk, like you say, James, of at that pace. You see on the replay, short and wide, and just stands up, and that's a feed me freebie for Snyman.
It is indeed. He's
into double figures, and taking the confidence from his last game, even though they lost by innings, into this, and must be quite happy to be batting on a good surface like this, and started very nicely.
Yeah, it's a good batting day here at Newlands, definitely.
It's better from Yaku, straighter, attacking the stumps, and Snyman pushes it to Bird at long on. Yeah, it does, like you say, the Knights obviously do wish that it was day 2 and not day 3.
Yes.
Give them more time, but I think we certainly, if they bat the full day and scored a brisk rate, they would back themselves to have a half decent lead going into the final day tomorrow, and who knows what can happen on day 4.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's does give them the chance if Snyman does get going, and with Senekwani potentially just keeping his end up at his side. I mean, he's been in very good form this season. Highest run score is 479 runs in the competition at an average of 68.4. He has been looking really good, and so he's in the form of his life. The Seko Senekwani. Snyman can get going. It's going to really put pressure on Western Province.
Fuller this time, a bit wider. I think Snyman's not looking to chase the fuller wide ones. I think it's the shorter wide ones which you can play from the pitch. So that's a better length from Inyaku. If you are going to go wide, go a bit fuller and wider. Try and entice that drive and the edge, but certainly not at his pace, bowling back of a length. Yeah, we saw, I'm not sure if you followed the Division 2 game, Tuskers against
It was that recent game, wasn't
yes.
it? They needed 67 to win or something, I think it was.
Yeah, against Northern Cape.
Yeah,
Young got bowled out for 43.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Ended up losing, so definitely if they can get a good lead, put the Western Province batting lineup, which we know is a very inexperienced batting lineup, under pressure in their second innings, you would feel that at the moment, unless they do lose a clutch of wickets now early on, got the chance to get themselves in, you feel they could fill their boots here today on a wicket that doesn't look like it's giving any kind of assistance really now to the bowlers. Gave the most assistance yesterday morning with the conditions, with it being a little bit softer underneath and just moving around a little bit early on yesterday.
Hendricks comes in, angles across, good length. Senekwana happy just to push forward, and Whitehead fields at point for no run. Got Whitehead and John O'Bird prowling there on the offside to try and stop the single. I think Hendricks is just possibly looking for the one that just kind of goes across and catches with the 3 slips in the gully, waiting one that doesn't come back, and possibly looking for the batter to have a push at it. But at the moment, not too much happening out there. Again, good line and length, nicely forward by Senekwane for straight to Bird at mid-off.
Yeah, he's looking pretty solid there, Senekwane, and why wouldn't he? If he's given that many runs, he's had a lot of time out in the middle this season. That helps you. I mean, confidence must be sky high.
Very much so. It is confidence is definitely a factor, and the fact is, I think that they would have noticed that Hendricks obviously missed the last game. Yeah. He's definitely not at his 100% best from a fitness point of view. So there's no reason not to have the confidence out there. And he comes a bit straighter. Senekwane works it down, looking for 2. No, just the 1. Good fielding at fine leg. And is that Lawrence down there?
Yeah, Jody Lawrence down at fine leg.
Racing up.
Yeah, he's embraced this opportunity that he's been given late in his career. He's been a stalwart at Durbanville Cricket Club for many years, and no doubt we'll see him steaming in, possibly from, well, I don't know which end yet, but Yaku maybe won't have too much more of a spell. Yeah, just wait and see what the captain decides.
Bit fuller from Hendricks, driven, but John Bird, who's quite close, very close there at mid-off, and he just feels it's straight to him. A couple of metres either side there, that would have been raced off to the boundary. I think Hendricks gone a little bit fuller there to see if there's any swing, but definitely looked like it's as what bowlers say, or batters say, gun barrel straight.
That's it, gun barrel straight. Yeah, exactly. We always have all these lovely terms, don't we, in cricket that we use. It's very funny. Dear. Yeah. It's, but yes, very much. There's very much on offer for him at all here.
Good areas. No one just leant into it. Picked the gap between Bird and Whitehead and comfortably back for 2. Good length there from Hendricks. Wasn't quite there. A half volley, just going across Snyman, thick outside edge into the gap. That's what the bowler's going to have to look to, do that plan most of the day. Obviously, your third slip gully will probably come out ring field, and just try and dot up and possibly wait for something. You've got to give yourself a chance by getting the ball in the right area if something does go for you. Short, too short from Hendricks, and Snowman just rocks back and pulls it past square leg for another boundary. Definitely not looking like that, and that comes to the end of the 5th over, and 18 without loss.
Yeah, he played that really well, did Jacques Snyman, and it was there to be hit. You can't bowl short like that on this pitch. It's not very forgiving. You really have to bend your back to get it a little bit higher than that. If you're playing it anywhere in that region, bowling anywhere in that region, it's going to be played away. And just meat and drink to a batter like Jacques Snyman. This is going to be Yaku to continue. Bowling to, I don't know if he's hasn't bowled too many deliveries, if any, to Senekwane yet, I don't think.
Yeah, in he comes. Better areas by Senekwane. By Yaku. Senekwane forward, solid defence, straight into covers. Yaku's gone with, obviously, he's got the extra protection on the offside. He's only got 2 slips in the gully. Ring field. He's got to try and attack that area, line and length, top of off stump as much as he can, just to give any chance that he might get something out of it. He comes. Better length there, slightly wider, but much better length, and Senekwane happens just to let go.
He thought about it for a second, didn't he, that he might want to play at that, but wisely let it go. I think that's what we didn't see enough of yesterday. The ball was in those sort of that channel outside the off stump. The Western Province batters a lot of the time wanting to feel bat on ball. Very much like that. Yeah, that was a good area from Nyaku. At his pace, that's really where he needs to be bowling. He's not, but as you said, Neil, not really any shape at all that we're seeing out there at the moment. It's very dry overhead conditions as well. There's nothing in the air, and there's nothing off the pitch at the moment.
3 good balls, good first half of the over, but that's where you want your majority of the balls for the day. Royal Sport Betting Western Province. and he's enticed the drive, and it's just nipped back, and Senekwani has played all around that, and it's just beaten the inside edge and the off stump.
Yeah, it was a really good delivery from Onkanyaku, and he did exactly what he said. He put that one out there, didn't he? Just a little bit fuller and enticed the drive. He did play all around that, certainly. And it's a little bit fortunate to get away with that, not getting the edge onto that one.
Needs to follow it up with another 2 good balls. Well fielded by Whitehead. Too much width from Nyaku. Senekwani leans into it, drives it, and diving stop by Whitehead at point saves 4 runs. Snyman not interested in running on the misfield. Got away with that actually. We spoke about keeping the ball in a good area, and he let it slip there.
Yeah,
it's been first 4 balls were right on the money, and possibly looked to try and entice him, but a little bit too full. But needs to finish off the over here. Back to a good line and length, well left by Senekwani, brings to end of a good over, maiden over, and 6 overs gone, 18 without loss. So just doing my calculations, I think it's 95 overs for the Western Province to bowl today.
Yes, that's right.
So that is 89 overs left in a day, and they're going to have to put string overs together like that last over, good areas consistently to put the pressure on in the night. So they haven't had to take any risk at the moment, and they're going comfortably at 3 and over.
Yeah, no risk cricket really, as you say, from the night so far. Senekwani, he's just been doing his thing there on 1. Snyman's been the aggressor on 16, and Western Province are going to have to bowl really well if they're going to restrict them to anything like their score.
Hendricks comes in nice and straight again, and Snyman just defends it right behind it. Change in the field already in the 6 over. 3rd slip comes out, goes into cover, already looking slightly more defensive, realizing that not much is happening. Change of line of attack from Hendricks, realizes that nothing's happening, so he's coming around the wicket. Field remains the same. Let's see if he gets any assistance from around the wicket. Back over length, Snyman tries to punch it. Kind of plays a shot he wanted to play after, possibly short enough to pull it.
Yeah. It might have been if he was, if he sort of picked. I think if he picked the length up early enough, it was one he perhaps could have played through to that short boundary on the leg side. But,
change of angle from Hendricks as a batter. You kind of you're not possibly looking for that option early on. It's like new bowler coming on and change of angle. So I'm sure if dishes that up, in balls to come, he'll certainly latch onto it.
Yeah, as
works away.
That's again very good fielding in the square leg region. John James this time throwing himself to his right to prevent what would have been a certain boundary for Snyman. But again, just straying onto the from this line now, just straying onto the pads of Snyman, and nearly made him pay full toll for that one. So some good fielding, backing up their bowlers here. Was betting Western Province. They're going to need a whole lot more of that during the course of the day. Nothing really happening for them at the moment, Neil.
No, it's it's a case of just holding your nerve and just hammering a good hard length. It's just all too easy. Senekwani just stands up and kind of just defends it back for no run.
And just keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere. There's 2 matches on the go today involving South African teams. There's the test match in Oberge, where South Africa are now 227 for loss of 4 wickets. Tristan Stubbs is out there for, he was run out for 47 after scoring a partnership of 104 with Temba Bavuma. So South Africa now 261 runs ahead. So David Bedingham has joined Temba Bavuma.
Again, 2 straight from Hendricks, works around, and Senekwane is quick to get back for 2 as Lawrence runs around to his left and picks up that with a wild throw, comfortable 2. Hendricks not happy with himself still.
No.
Yeah, I think his spell is he's decided to come back over the wicket. Things just not happening here. They also seem quite quiet out there.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of chatter, is there? And normally you get I mean, somebody who tends to is always the ringleader. Daniel Smith a lot quieter than Kyle Verreynne when it comes to being behind the stumps. So, yeah.
Good area from Hendricks and Kwane forward. A little bit of bounce, top of the bat, and that ends the 7th over. 21 without loss.
Yeah, he looked a bit more comfortable bowling over the wicket, doesn't he, to the right-hander, angling it across them. Not the greatest over from Bjorn Hendricks, and he hasn't looked like he's been in rhythm at all today. Nothing much on offer for him. And Daniel Smith's got the double teapot out as well. Not good signs at this stage for World Sports Betting Western Province. Ankur Nyaku is going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end.
Just keeping an eye on the other bowlers, just to see if there's any movement of warm-ups and that, just for a change of bowling. Good area there by Nyaku, top of off Snyman, but without too many problems, just leans forward and defends it back to mid-on.
I'm seeing, Mhlali Mpongwana is doing some warming up. I wonder if he's going to be coming on from the Weinberg end. So far, I haven't seen Joey Lawrence warming up at all. He's standing at mid-on.
2 straight from Nyaku, and Snyman just leans into that, works it through to the big boundary, and it races away for 4. Great timing. Snyman really does look comfortable.
Doesn't he? Looks very comfortable, and he's able to take full toll of anything that is in his area to hit. I mean, that was, as you say, it was on the pads and played it beautifully through that region down to the long boundary in front of what they call that the snake pit. I think it is over there to the front of that, the new buildings on the northern end of the ground. He's looking really good, a bit ominous here, Snyman.
And again, Nyaku strays onto the stumps, bit fuller, works it slightly squarer, and again over the boundary for another 4. That Snyman races to 25 off 25 deliveries without really playing a shot in anger. As you see there, 2 full, 2 straight, and bread and butter for Snyman. Brings about change the field. Mid-wicket cover comes across to short mid-wicket. Guess the ploy is to bowl a little bit straighter, but not too straight as we have seen for the last couple of deliveries. Looking to attack the stumps.
Yeah, goes straight to that man, Edward Moore, isn't it? So yes, you're right. You sometimes think that when they do this, nearly he's giving the bowler the protection on both sides. So if he does stray either way, but you just think, I mean, the plan I'm sure originally would have been to keep it very much on that off stump or just outside off stump line.
Comes back of a length, stopped slightly. Snyman sits up on it and indicating to his partner that it probably stopped slightly in a pitch. I think the previous ball was a classic tale of bowling to your field.
Yes, it was.
just change the field, and the next ball goes straight to the guy that you put there, which is, good from a bowler's perspective. A little bit of too short again. Snyman just stands up on it and with only 2 guys in front of square on the offside, punches it past John O'Bird at mid-off for another boundary. Ends in Yaku's 4th over, 8 overs gone, and Snyman races on to 29 of 28. Knights 33 for out loss after 8, and it does, as James said, bring on Mpongwana from the Weinberg end, replacing Björn Hendricks, who, as we have said, did not quite look himself today.
No, he didn't. And Hlali Mpongwana was in very good form in that T20 competition, T20 challenge. Took a number of wickets there, particularly in good form with the ball, and that earned him a call up into the national squad for that series against India. Didn't play in that series, but he was included in the squad. He's has bowled well this season so far. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do with extra height as well today, just to give you the score from the South African women against England women. 60 for 2, South Africa batting first after they were inserted by England.
Mpongwana straight onto good line and length, just outside off stump, and Senakwani happy just to have a look and let it go through. Possibly a little bit of shape there, outside off stump, but you know, it's always a case of, yes, there's a little bit of shape, a little bit outside off stump, but as soon as you come a little bit straighter, the ball seems to do nothing.
That's exactly what happens. And it was yesterday the fact that the Western Province batters were playing outside the off stump and it didn't leave well.
Okay, follows up with very similar delivery. Senakwani just very happy just to watch it go through.
Yeah, so that match taking place the Black Day at Kingsmead in the so South African women wearing their black kit today, and that is all in order to highlight the scourge of gender-based violence in our community, and a very good cause that is being followed there at Kingsmead.
Another good delivery, definitely a little bit of shape from Mpongwana from the Weinberg end, and Senakwani happy just to have a look at it again.
South Africa there, 61 for 2. Alora Volfart is at the crease with Annery Dirksen, Volfart 26 and Dirksen 33. And Tasman Brits and Sine Luce are the wickets to have fallen for South Africa this morning in that second one-day international. South Africa leading that series by 1-0 as they won in Kimberley the other night.
Slightly straighter from Mpongwana. Senakwani half forward, top of the bats, and pops out into the covers for another dot ball. Good start here from Mpongwana. As we know this is the kind of job that he does. Just hammers away, tries to get that extra bounce, channel outside off stump, possibly a little bit of a way swing, and more than happy just to hold it there. Bit of width, fell away slightly. Senakwani not quite across to it, toes it, tries to cut it, toes it out to the covers for no run. Seemed to die a little bit, that ball, I think.
Certainly, when he got, I'm sure that he thought it was going to come up a whole lot more than it did, and he just got the bottom of the bat onto it. Just moved away from him slightly as well, but it's almost sensing it's almost going to be a war of attrition today here from the bowling point of view.
Good areas, enticing, teasing Senakwani outside off stump there, but good enough, and the form that he's in, just to watch it go by. No risk needed.
No, it's going to be I think it's going to be a tough day out there in the middle for the Western Province bowlers. Neil, nothing really much on offer. They haven't really got these two batters from the Knights in any kind of trouble, as we do see a change at the Kelvin Grove end. Is going to be Jody Lawrence in just his second first-class match, and took 3 wickets for 106 up at the Wanderers when he made his debut. And they'll be looking to the paceman from Durbanville Cricket Club to make his presence felt today here at World Sports Betting Newlands. And chatting to him yesterday before the match, and just he was really looking forward to playing here. I mean, he has played here before, he said, but from a club point of view, but never played from a first-class point of view. And he's in towards us now.
2 straight, first up, bread and butter for Snyman, and whips it through forward square leg for another boundary. Very much a loosener there from Lawrence to start his spell, his first spell at Newlands in first-class cricket. Not a delivery he'll be happy with, to be fair.
No, he won't be happy with that at all. It's been such a stalwart for Durbanville Cricket Club for so many years. And he's been in and around the squad a little bit. It was a couple of years ago as well, was called up to the squad but didn't make his debut, so he's really happy that he's been given the opportunity.
With that, looks like they've
set
push square leg back to 3 quarters away to the boundary, possibly looking to put the option into Snyman's mind. In he comes, wide outside off stump. Snyman stands and delivers, as he does in white ball cricket, gets a thick edge and it flies over the slips for another boundary.
Yeah, when it's not going for you, it's not going for you, is it? So yesterday, a similar sort of shot was played by Edward Moore, and he got the edge through to the wicket keeper. This time he gets a lot of it, does Jock Snyman. I suppose they'll be a little bit encouraged by that, maybe, Western Province.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, you've just got to get your areas right to Snyman. Big shot. Looked, he's behind there, big shot. Umpire's just saying that's looking like a bit too high. It looked like a shot to me.
Yeah, it did look like a very good shot to me as well. I didn't think the height was necessarily the issue.
Yes, the way he's gone down on the shot from Snyman, I thought that maybe he's done him for, as we watch the replay here. Just, Snyman looked like he got done for. Follows it up with the wide half volley, and Snyman leans into that and cracks it past cover for another boundary.
Oh, it's 3 boundaries already in this Jody Lawrence over. And, he's not been finding any kind of line and length at all at the moment. He's going to need to tighten that up pretty quickly. Going for 12, I mean, the previous over from Yaku is not nowhere near as expensive, but he has already. Yaku is going for 5 and over. Lawrence.
Back of a length, Snyman looking to punch it thick inside edge out to deep square for another comfortable single. Snyman, just on that, Snyman's walking straight down to Senekwane, just possibly telling him what's happening. I think he's possibly saying that just be watchful. It's one of those that sometimes a bowler's not quite finding his range, so if he doesn't know where the ball's going, you as a batter can't predict where it's going to go either. So and that can lead to your dismissal. So it has been a bit of an erratic first over from Lawrence. Better hard length. Senekwane happy just to stand up and defend it out onto the offside. The end of Lawrence's first over, which went for 13. 10 overs gone. Now it's 46 without loss.
Yeah, well, it could not be a more different start to the 2 innings that we've seen so far. Western Province collapsed to 33 for 5. It was after 21 overs and 4 balls, and now we've got the Knights batting at 4.6 runs to the over, yet to lose a wicket. Swalian Pongwana, his maiden over, though unfortunately undone there by Jody Lawrence, being a bit profligate in his over. I'm sure he will get a couple more. It's going to be up to Pongwana to try and keep it very quiet from the Weinberg end.
Starts. Neymar nicely behind that, happy just to push it back to mid-off. We talk about obviously all the batting partnerships all the time, and obviously this one's sitting on 46, but you know, bowling partnerships are as important, and you know, it doesn't particularly go too well if only one of the ends is bowling well. In this case it's Mpongwana. All gets undone if partner at the other end can't do the same job, and he comes very easy for Snyman, just sits back, defends it. Thought of a single, but
wisely decided against that one. Down to mid-on, this Tiwakaya Nabe shining the ball there for his fast bowling partner. I'm sure we'll see Nabe into the attack as well sometime soon. But, Jody Lawrence will be given a couple of overs just to see if he can tighten it up.
Slightly wider, good length from Pongwane, and Snyman, you see, jabbed at it, but not doing too much straight out to cover. You just see after that how he actually possibly should have left it, but got away with it because not much movement. Still hits the middle of the bat.
Yeah, and we were seeing pretty much the same sort of time yesterday. In fact, it was actually after lunch that they came out to bowl for the first time. But Tian van Vuren was getting quite a significant amount of movement. As was Sitembele Langa bowling from the Weinberg end. He's getting a lot of movement into the right-hander, and that wasn't away from left-hander, which was in fact why he had bowled so many maidens up front. He actually wasn't making the batter play at all. He was moving quite significantly away from the left-hander, sorry. And but we've seen absolutely virtually nothing on offer at all here for the Western Foreign bowlers today. So, ball not moving around. The pace that they've perhaps got is just not worrying these two batters. Snammer's looking really good.
Good length again. Snammer opts to push back and again punch it out into the covers from there. You know, it's always a case of, you know, you watch, and you know, I didn't get to see everything yesterday, but yeah, there's a lot of balls that are hitting the middle of the bat, and that's just, you know, that's obviously super encouraging for the the other Knights batters sitting in the hut, and demoralising for all the fielders out in the field. But it's just got to be a case of, well, you know, that's cricket, and we just got to stick to good areas. Good from Pongwane, finishes the over. Snyman just defends back to mid-off.
That's another maiden by Swalian Pongwane. Started off his spell with 2 maidens, and he is saying he's been able to get that ball just in those right areas, just outside the line of the off stump. Snyman, because he's batted so quickly in 42 of 39 deliveries, he doesn't have to take any chances at all. He can see if he can make the most of anything that is in his area to hit. For Henry Lawrence to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. Still an hour we've got before the lunch break. That's better for Lawrence. Line outside the off stump. again, Lawrence. Again, better delivery. Senapwani just gets in behind it, and he's on 3 of 20 deliveries. So Snyman has taken a huge amount of the strike here as well. And would you double the amount of deliveries, then why not? Senapwani just is playing the sheet anchor role here. 3 of 29.
So what?
Ideal situation. There's absolutely no need to worry. As long as Snyman is there, he'll just happily carry on.
Yeah.
I can't hear anything you say.
It's been a better over so far from Lawrence, just getting his line length better here.
Hello? Marcus, I suppose?
Senapwani doesn't have to do anything more than what he's doing now. Just there is something there to hit, no doubt, but he will work it away. Just can leave that one as much on length as he can on line as well. It's a much better over from Lawrence. Keep applying the pressure here. They can just start to dry the runs up a bit, although the run rate's achieved already 3.9, so they're batting at far in excess of anything that Western Province achieved in their innings during the course of the innings yesterday and this morning. Another good delivery on the line of the off stump, defended by Senapwani. Trusting the bounces as well as the fact that there isn't really any movement off the pitch here, Neil, at the moment.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, obviously, Lawrence relies on a little bit of pace, and there isn't too much pace, honestly, no movement. So he's just trying to, run up and better over, banging a hard length, and just got to, he's got to sit on that. A little bit of width, and Senapwani just rocks back and punches it through. Not a bad line, not too much width, but again, just a fraction too short, and just gives Senapwani time to rock back and punch it through the offside.
Yeah, well played. Brings up the 50 for the Knights of 72 balls. Has come in 12 overs, and that's a really good shot from Senapwani down to the boundary, short boundary there in front of the Oaks. Did have a few people in here yesterday, sitting under the Oaks watching the cricket. Hopefully we'll get some in a little bit later today. Nobody at the moment here. A couple of people in the member stand, but that is all. Literally is a couple of people. And, so 50 coming up of 12 overs, so batting it over 4 runs to the over. So Bombwana is in again to Snyman. Oh, and that one, John O'Bird, normally such a good fielder, just try and dive to stop that. A really lovely back foot drive from Snyman. First runs off from Bombwana's bowling, but he played that beautifully.
See on the replay, short and wide. Jono, just one of those where it bounces just underneath you.
Yeah.
So you go with your hands and it just creeps under your hands. Not one of Bombwana's best deliveries. He's been bowling that line, but obviously slightly fuller. But as soon as it's just, there's no real pace in this, the ball doesn't bounce too much, so it sits up quite nicely. And, same as the previous ball, the last over, takes Snyman up to 46.
That is going to be his 50. Plays that one again, this time was short, and it was this time too much into the body, played it through the mid-wicket region, and still time now they just can't get the ball back from the players from the dugout, giving it back to him on the boundary. But that is a 50 for Jacques Snyman, and he has taken the attack here to the Western Province bowlers this morning, and he's taking full toll of it. That's a very good 50 from him, 50 off just 41 balls. And he's just showing how easy it is to bat on this track.
Very comfortable. without actually playing any shot in anger,
Yeah.
apart from that one slash over the slips. He's striking comfortably over 100.
Yeah, he's just showing us how easy it is to bat on this track. And you have to say that Western Province bowling has been a little bit indifferent. It hasn't been as good as they would have wanted it to be. Just wonder how long they're going to be continuing with this pace attack before they potentially bring Carl Simmons into the attack. He's the second highest wicket taker in the competition this season so far, even though he's only played the 3 games. Just leave that one alone, slightly off stump. Sharp snappers. Could be a long day for Western Province, Neil.
But just, every time they hang outside or stump back of a length, they're getting punished. They're going slightly fuller, and the batters are, they're more wary and more patient. And I think they're just erring on the short side here. So they've just got to get that length slightly fuller, and which, as we know, gives the option of bringing the slips into play. But back of a length is just at this stage, but a cannon fodder for these two. Bit fuller from Pongwane, punch back by Snyman, and field onto the stumps from Pongwane. That's better length. You don't mind them. You can set your field slightly straighter. That just does something. Stops the chance of caught and bowl, skids on, LBW. But just short on this back of a length on this pitch, just sits up as any width.
Yeah.
And we have seen it slightly straighter, but anything short of that will get pulled as well. So the margins for error with not much happening is a lot smaller.
What Saboto did so well for the Knights. That one there.
Just angling in, nipped back, and Snyman trying to work it, but end of the 13th over, and that is a drinks called, and I'm sure a few words will be had by the Western Province side, just how we need to bowl to these two, and in general on this pitch.
It has been a session that's belonged completely to the Knights, and at 58 without loss after 13 overs. Taking a drink, we're of course going to take a drink. We'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
Like a 2-minute break. I say I have a 2-minute break.
Show play. Ay, ito mo in the place. Asa sister.
Ladies are just 3 quick wickets. 76
Is it?
You look very neat.
Thank you.
Like a schoolboy.
Thank you. Can I move it all the way over?
It's off, you can move.
Welcome back to World Sports Betting. Newlands, Jody Lawrence from the Kelvin Grove in CSA Costenaquani. Oh, that one is in the air for a little while, and it is wide of the gully, and it goes down to the wide third boundary for 4. Another boundary off Lawrence's bowling. Did come back quite well in that second over. Was a bit of a false shot from Senaquani outside the off stump. Got a thick edge. Seeing the encouragement there for the bowler from the slip cordon.
Gam Jawa, Gam Jawa, Gam Jawa.
Just the first delivery after drinks. A bit of a false shot from Senaquani. Yeah, it's
Better areas, thick outside edge, and between point and gully, and comfortable single. Again, it's like, you know, if you're bowling well and you've lost a few wickets, yeah, that goes straight to gully or along the ground or no run. But in this case, it's almost squeezed it into the gap, and the scoreboard keeps on ticking.
Hey?
That is exactly what has been happening, isn't it? It's, when it is like this, you say the half chances just don't go your way. Gets a thick edge over the slips, goes into the gap, and that's very nicely played again by Sneyman. That's 2 straight from Lawrence, and it's going to go down to the wide-ish long on boundary for 4. It's almost through to the mid-wicket boundary there for 4. And he's playing his shots here, Snowman. It looks really good out there at the moment. 54 he's on now. Excellent innings from him. Just almost in this opening partnership which they put together at 5 runs and over. It's just feel at the moment with the way that it's looking out there, there's a chance of taking the game completely away from Western Province if it carries on this for another few overs. If they can bat, get this opening partnership over 100 or so, I feel Western Province will not be
Which one does it go to?
not be able to restrict them. That's what they'd be looking for, early wickets, wouldn't they, Neil? And they haven't got them.
Yeah, it's now we start off with 3 down to an hour or so in, and down to 1 slip, the lone slip.
And that is that must have hurt.
Hit Lawrence straight on the foot, straight 2 full, straight drive
Perfect.
from Sneyman, and as we know, he is middling it. And it's a case of sure, it's getting to a point here where you're looking at trying to like damage limitation,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
as opposed to, you know, creating pressure. I do see Carl Simmons running up there at head on.
Yeah, I think that is. As he feels it now, Simmons, I do think they're going to bring him on sooner rather than later. And they've got a lot of bowling options in the team of World Sports Betting Western Province, but everything they've tried so far, I mean, nothing seems to have worked. One has been the one that has been the most economical, and Buren Hendricks. But support bowlers, Onken Yaku and Lawrence have been very expensive.
Fuller against them was actually first fairly real aggressive shot that he's tried to smash it, and he's looking at him, he's thinking to himself, now he should have possibly just defended that thick edge, but again squeezes out for another run, and he keeps a strike to end the 14th over.
Yeah, when it's going for you, they take the inside edge and cannon onto the stumps, don't they? So not happening for them at the moment. Is that for World Sports Betting Western Province? Yes. Sean James just going with the field for a short while. Bongion Fonelwa is coming on the 12th man. It's going to be Pongwana to continue from the Weinberg end. How soon it will be, Carl Simmons comes on just to try and put some kind of break on the scoring here, maybe. See what Pongwana can do to Snyman in this over. Straight directly to Carl Simmons at mid-wicket. You would have seen Daniel Smith on there just diving to his right to pick that one up from Simmons. I think, a bit of a hand up there, probably a smile as well on his face from Carl Simmons. That's a good glove man, Daniel Smith. Always has been keeping wicket in the absence of Carl Verreynne here for Western Province over the last number of seasons. Again, bowling it straight to his field, just played again to the man at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Very much down to a ring field now, with obviously deep square back for the back of a length pool that Snyman's very comfortable with. Really not too much happening here. Not much noise, as you say. I think Simmons tried to create a bit of intensity by throwing that ball in, but didn't quite get his direction right.
No, and, yeah, Carl Simmons is one of the players that does G the team up. He's guys that can get them going. He is going to play, you feel, a very important role with the ball. See him bowling probably quite a few overs. There are enough pacemen to be able to bowl shortish spells from one end, and probably find Simmons will bowl quite an extended spell today, particularly if wickets are not falling. Once again, just a little bit short of a length, and able to just go back and play that one into the leg side. The man at deep square, Edward Moore, and there is just a single there for Snyman. He's batting still at just over a run a ball, 56 or 53. Senakwani having a strike rate of about 33, just a bit more than that at the moment. But such has been the dominance of Snyman, he's really had to. He can play himself in, can get himself set to play another big innings here, let's say, for Senakwani.
Ideal situation for someone that's, just happy to just bat and bat, not worry about the runs. Having Snyman on the other side, it's
oh, yeah, that one of the few that had actually beaten the bat today. It's a lazy shot, really, from Senakwani outside the off stump, and goes through to the keeper, Smith. It's probably the right sort of length that he's wanting to be bowling there, Pongwana. Probably a little bit wider than he would have wanted, but Senakwani could have left that one well alone. Doesn't manage to get the edge.
again, it's a case of you've got to get more balls in that area consistently. Slightly straighter.
Yeah, just the single off the over from Mpongwana. He's been probably today so far, from a consistency point of view, the pick of the bowlers for World Sports Betting Western Province. And it's going to be Carl Simmons, we're going to be seeing from the Kelvin Grove end. And it was Jean James that went off the field to get the pads on under his whites. He's going to be under the helmet, no doubt. It's the helmet for Daniel Smith, and he's just going to be in that, going to be fielding in a shortish catching position potentially. Got the helmet there in case they decide to go, and maybe they're going to have a different plan to Senekwani as they do to Snyman.
It's going to be interesting to see how Snyman plays this actually. You know, his confidence is obviously right up, and we know that he loves to put bat to ball.
Yeah.
See that they've got sweep on the offside, long on, and deep square out, just for protection.
Yeah, and he's will be interesting to see, as you say, how does he approach this? Does he continue with his approach of being aggressive? And he gets him first ball. He gets him caught behind by Daniel Smith. He goes for the cut shot off the back foot. It's not that short, and he gets the edge and goes into the gloves of Smith. So the change of bowling has worked immediately for World Sports Betting Western Province, and the first wicket's down on 69.
Like you said, James, too full, and the form and confidence of Snyman's in. He's looking to play the first ball instead of having just, you know, have a watch and let it go through. Plays a bit of a expansive back foot whoosh and gets a thin edge, and well taken by Smith. As you see on the replay here, definitely not the ball to go, trying to go too square. Simmons too full, and just takes the edge and safely taken by Smith.
Yeah.
Just what the Western Province needed at this stage, get that confidence back. I think today, after seeing how the seamers went, it's going to be, I think you'll probably find that Simmons will end up bowling probably 25 odd overs today.
Yeah.
And just hold up an end, well, and possibly take wickets like we've just seen. But yeah, I think he's got a long day ahead of him.
Yeah, I would agree with you. He's certainly going to be given the opportunity to bowl plenty of overs. He now takes his 21st wicket of the season. Goes to the equal highest wicket taker with together with Sean von Berg from Gold Rush Boerland, and has done the trick, bringing on the left arm orthodox spinner, and first ball getting the wicket of Jacques Snyman. It's exactly what, as you said, Neil, exactly what World Sports Betting Western Province needed. Now Isaac Dikhali is at the crease. Dikhali hasn't had the greatest of seasons. Did open with Lesego Senekwani in the matches that Snyman didn't play, and he's on the money straight away is Carl Simmons. Just looking at the numbers here for Dikhali, and 51 matches, 78 innings, 1,810 runs, an average of 24.45, 200s and 9 50s, high score of 122. And Carl Simmons will challenge him here. Don't know if there's too much movement on offer. Certainly yesterday, I won't say purchase on offer off the surface for the spinner. Yesterday we didn't see much from either Dane Pitt or Aaron Pangiso, but just the changes of flight and speed as that one's played. Very nice. That is too short this time. Eddie Moore doesn't manage to cut that one off. A valiant attempt by him in front of the short boundary, and there at the Oaks, and it goes down for first boundary for Isaac Dikhali.
Confident start from Dikhali, and you know, if he's got opportunity to get stuck in, it is today on a lovely batting day. He's gone for it again. Doesn't get much from it. See, they've got nice point and backward point there, very tight together. I think they, probably enticing him to have a go there with
Definitely.
a slip, and obviously, you know.
Yeah, with just give him the opportunity, give him the gap, let him see if he wants to, as Snyman did, was trying to play that one that was too full, trying to play it square on the offside, just with the with an oblique bat, just got that edge, and the first wicket went down in that over. And just looking at that again, that 4 that he hit through the offside was definitely a little bit too short. He's not a tall man, either Dikali, so he's able to pick up the length quickly and played that beautifully through the offside down to the boundary for 4. It's going to be Pongwana to continue, which is not surprising. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 9. He's going to be bowling to the Seko Senekwani. It's down the leg side, and it's well stopped there by Daniel Smith, diving to his left. And there is no run, so just a little bit wayward on that delivery from Maclalian Pongwana, or Popos as they call him here. Popos is nickname. What a good player he has been for Western Province over the past number of years. Still very young. That's a good delivery as well. Bowling to his field this time, straight to Senekwani. And he came through and attended the Western Cape Cricket School, and has been playing now for a number of seasons for World Sports Betting Western Province. And softly spoken young man, really. Very, very humble, and enjoys his cricket so much. He's been given has grasped the opportunities that have been made available to him. Hope it won't be too long before we see him in the national setup as well. And that was a good shot from Senekwani, and just straight drive stopped by the stumps at the bowler's end.
It's like there's a little bit of in-swing happening now. I think
Been working on the ball a bit, maybe, to get maybe to try and make the one side heavier than the other.
I think it's you know, it's quite a dry day, and possibly, I mean, you know, one side could be slightly, you know, more rough than the other, not necessarily reverse swing, but it just makes the shiny side more opportunity for that actual shiny side to shine and actually swing. And that one looks like he's just turned it around and has gone straight on.
That one did pretty much go straight on, just left alone wisely by Senekwani.
Asking questions here, Popos, which is good.
Yeah.
Applying the pressure. I think isn't his 5th over, so he's probably got possibly another one to go, but him and backing up Simmons's wicket in the previous over.
Yeah, he's been...
Talk about partnerships.
Yeah, been really economical. Only 4.4 overs, 0 for 9, and that's exactly what the team needed. And yeah, Senekwani nicely up on his toes there, plays it out into the covers. Joanne James does the fielding. So hit another youngster, Joanne James, captain of the South African under-19 team in the World Cup earlier on this year here in South Africa. And Oliver Whitehead, who played with him in that team, is standing next to him at point. James at extra cover. It's a very good delivery once again, and Senekwani does play at that one, and it has been Mpongwana who's been, you would have to say, the pick of the seam bowlers today for World Sports Betting Western Province, and backing up his partner at the other end, Carl Simmons. And they are going to, if they're not getting the runs off Mpongwana, going to certainly need to see if they're going to be able to try and get the runs off Simmons, and that does mean they're leaving themselves open to risk potentially. We saw Jacques Snyman in the previous over, trying to play the first ball from Simmons, a bit too full for him to play it out into the square region at point through the point gap, and got caught behind. Excellent innings from him though, 56 of 54 deliveries it was, and he hit 12 fours in that innings. So working in boundaries only, Jacques Snyman. Simmons into Ikale.
Interesting to see what line he'll bowl here, whether he'll go straight or go slightly wider and entice the the cut with all those fielders there.
Oh, yeah, another chance potentially. I think that probably wasn't quite there. We'll have to see if we can see it on the replay. If there is a replay here, just going to the right of Onkanyaku at slip. And that was very close to being the second wicket of the Knights. Just got the edge, did Dikale. Managed to get two, but it was just to the right of Onyaku.
One of those that just bouncing either just in front or just carries.
Yeah.
Change the field, bringing another one in. So we're looking to all that line outside off stump.
Yeah, it's been good in this over so far from Carl Simmons. He did concede the two, but it wasn't. It was a false shot. It was off the edge of Dikale's bat, so not quite sure if there's anything happening from him. He must be just straightening it potentially straightening it a bit on the right-hander. It's nicely played to the man at mid-off, and Jody Lawrence, he's a little bit deep there, perhaps didn't quite respond quickly. Good work from Dikale to take the quick single, and Senekwani responded well, and they got through there easily for the single. So Senekwani on strike now for the first time to Carl Simmons.
Very tight offside field here with second slip, dropping out to sweep on the offside. Just
it's nicely played into the offside, and Lawrence there not able to get a hand on it. I think it's going to be stopped though. Yes, he does stop it before it goes through to the boundary, but not before they've taken three. And he played that very nicely off the back foot, did Senekwani. Just a little bit short from Simmons that time. He threaded the needle between the man at short extra cover and mid-off. That one, a little bit of bounce outside the off stump. It's the end of the Simmons over. It was an expensive one from his point of view, 6 off the over, and be, I think, Mpongwana to continue into his 6th over of his spell, potentially standing there waiting and chatting to his captain, Buren Hendricks. What's he saying to him there? Give me one more, Popos.
I think so. Possibly just channels his bowling angles. Is he going to bring it back in and bowl to whichever batter they've been speaking about? Now, I don't think it'll be because obviously he's coming to the end of his spell, so it's going to be a case of can we do this to make this work, and options.
Senekwani there, just not sure whether he wanted to leave that or whether he was intending to play. I think he was trying to leave it. In the end, just got his bat down onto that, bounced a couple of times before it went through to the slip fielder.
Again, very good areas from Popos, and I think this is what your captain would want, and it's going to be a case of who follows him. Is it going to be Nabe? Yeah. He's got to come to the party and follow suit.
Yeah, we know.
Other one.
Yeah, that one, a little bit of shape after it left, went past the batter there. Yeah, Nabe can do that.
He can.
He's very, very capable from that point of view. Had a very good season last season in the 4-day competition for World Sports Betting Western Province, and he's a bit of a deceptive bowler actually. You don't think that you don't think he's perhaps as quick as he is. and certainly is well, he's starting to warm up a little bit. That just a bit of a sway of the shoulders there, maybe. And I think we probably will see him from the Weinberg end after Mthwali Mpongwana has finished maybe this over, the 6th of his spell. And that is Senekwane just reaching for it outside the off stump. Certainly wasn't in control of that shot.
Leaning back slightly. He just looks like with the dismissal of Snyman that he's got a little bit lazy in his shots. I think, you know, with Snyman there, I think he knew that, you know, he can be nice and tight and leave and strong defence, but I think he looks a little bit in two minds now that with Snyman having departed, you know, how to play. He definitely doesn't look as comfortable as he was when Snyman was there.
Yeah, I agree with you. That one just straight at that time through to Simmons at mid wicket, and it has been a good spell. And you do sense that probably the fact that Mpongwana was keeping it tight from the Weinberg end and Simmons just coming into the attack, that they were attacking Lawrence when he was bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. Snyman just wanted to continue with that, just keep going with that attack. Just chose the wrong ball to try and cut against Carl Simmons. And Mpongwana's done a good job for his team here. Another delivery in good areas.
But more in swing there. I think there's definitely working on the ball. You know, sometimes when you get a brand new ball, you've got the lacquer on it, and you know, both sides are shined the same, so you probably don't get as much variation of the, you know, from each side of the board. So sometimes after 10, 15, 20 overs, you know, you start getting a little bit more swing movement out of a ball than you do at the start. Hence why, you know, there's been some famous bowlers that, you know, probably enjoyed bowling with the older ball,
yes,
because you got slightly more movement. So
yeah, and that's I mean, they call it, like, we call it reverse swing, but essentially just is swing, isn't it? That's played out firmly, but away from his body again to the man at backward point. It's Whitehead there in the backward point, is it? It looks like it, yeah. And it's the end of the over. Another good one from Mpongwana, another maiden over from him. 6 overs and 0 for 9, and he really has bowled well from the Weinberg end of the ground, and I think he is going to be taking a break now. At the end of that over, we'll see what happens after Carl Simmons has completed his 3rd over. And news from the test match in Gqeberha is that South Africa just lost their 7th wicket. Carl has just gone out and caught behind, and in the previous over it was David Beddingham that was dismissed by Jai Surya. Simmons is in, just defended by Dikhale. So 273 for 7, South Africa lead by 303 runs. Marco Jansen and is at the crease, and he'll be joined now by Keshav Maharaj. Good delivery again from Simmons, just well left by Dikhale. So the momentum just changed slightly with that loss of the wicket of Snyman. Again defended down the wicket from Dikhale. 20 minutes until the luncheon interval in this extended first session. The Knights certainly well on top. You still feel, Neil, it's theirs to throw away now, you feel, if from a batting point of view. And you think they would be looking to get a big first innings score on this wicket.
definitely, it's a case of, you know, I think it's going to be a case of how they play Simmons during the day, and then you know, it's going to be easier playing the seam from the other end. As we see Nabi warming up at square leg, nice and tight from Simmons again. So it looks like Nabi's on for 20 minutes before lunch, and does anyone take on Simmons, or do they just let him bowl and
Yeah.
sit on him and just wait for opportunity to score?
It certainly looks as if that's how they are playing it at the moment, and it's another. In fact, it's the first maiden from Carl Simmons, so 2 maidens in a row now from World Sports Betting Western Province, and saw a lot of this. I say a lot of it yesterday, but yesterday and circumstances were very different, clearly, for the World Sports Betting Western Province batters, that they were trying to recover, but sort of long periods where they were incredibly patient. So Mpongwana and Nyaku in their partnership, and only sort of towards the end of that partnership, Mpongwana started to play his shots, but they were very patient, and the Knights now can probably afford to be a little bit patient in their innings. We're still batting at nearly 4 to the over after that good innings, a run of ball from Jacques Neyman. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach it. And Nabe will definitely ask a few questions. I think he'll be looking at keeping that ball in and around that off-stump line as well.
It's a good time to bowl actually now, because like I say, it's 15-20 minutes till lunch. The batters have got their mind set on lunch, and it's a good opportunity for the Western Province here to firstly get through as many overs as they can, and secondly apply some pressure leading up to lunch.
Yeah, and he's always amazes me. He looks like he's probably the slowest. He walks back to his mark. Probably one of the slowest people I've ever seen walk back to his mark, in Tuakaya Nabe. But then he, picks up the ball and he's very deceptive, because it doesn't look like he's going to be that quick, and he does. He just steams away from us now at the Weinberg end.
Just always, having spent a bit of time with him before I went up country, and he just gets that little extra bounce that you expect from a Marco Jansen, not from someone his height.
Yeah.
It just like pops and bounces, and it's very deceptive, as you say. It's strange. I don't come across too many bowlers like that, and looks innocuous, but just gets that bounce a little bit there again. Outside edge.
Yeah, it was a good sharp run, good work by Oliver Whitehead. But like you say, he is deceptive, isn't he? He does, he just gets a little bit more nip, and I mean that certainly wasn't. I don't think that shot was aimed by Senakwani to go to backward point, and it just will be interesting to see. He certainly bowled the first 3 deliveries have been in the right channel.
Be looking to hold that line. I mean, even with that, like I said, that previous delivery, pushed at it where and hit the top of the bat, so it wasn't quite the length. You perceived it to be a different length from what it actually is. So it's he's just got to maintain it and hold that area all day.
Yeah, it's a good line and length there. Good leave by Dikali as well. He does have that ability to just probably surprise you, and he is able to bowl a heavy ball as well, but today it's really around making sure he continues with that consistency that Mpongwana had on or outside that line of off stump. It's a good delivery again. Batter's feeling like he has to play. I think that was one of the keys yesterday for the men from the Knights, is that they did make the batters play at the ball. And you just sensed with the some of the inexperience in that Western Province batting lineup was exposed by that. That's beautifully played. A little bit too full this time from Nabe, and that is played down the offside of straight, and it comes down to the boundary here in front of us for 4. A nice shot by Isaac Likali, and takes the total up to 84 for 1 after 21 overs, so batting at exactly 4 to the over. News from Gqeberha, St George's Park, South Africa lost their 8th wicket now. So Carverena was out for 9, and it is Marco Jansen out for 8, so 280 for 8. And the women unfortunately struggling in Durban, 115 for 8 after just 26, well, nearly 27 overs in that match against England. Chloe Tryon is at the crease with 35 not out. Oh, another one off the outer half of the bat, past the man at second slip. So now he's induced the edge of both Dikale and Senekwani's bat, the thickish edge. It's been a good spell so far from Carl Simmons. That's played to the man on the deep cover, deep point boundary. Mhlali Mpongwana. They go through for a single.
So he's persisting obviously with that field setting of he's happy to, you know, for the batters to hit the sweeper, let them play their shots, and if they do, it goes out there. But there are 2 slips waiting and that backward point.
Yeah, it's all defence this time from Dikale. He will also be making sure that he definitely wants to be there at the tea interval. Tea interval, isn't it? He would want to be there at tea, definitely, but he wanted to be there at lunch. It's nicely defended back down the pitch again. Yeah, so the test match there is really bubbling up to be very interesting. They're in the 4th day at the moment. They're South Africa leading by over 300. It's neatly played in to the covers. It's Edward Moore doing the fielding there at extra cover. Yeah, bit of a quiet. It's gone a bit quiet after the loss of that wicket of Jacques Snyman. These two nearly batted for 7 overs now. Just defended, and just the 16 runs in those 7 overs. So there's been a little bit of scoreboard pressure that's been able to be created here by Kyle Simmons in his 4 overs, 1 for 11. And that one just going for a single. His previous over was a maiden. Tiwakai Nabu will continue from the Weinberg end.
I think lunch mode is definitely on the cards with these 2 batters. 12 minutes to go, so you're probably looking at 3, possibly an extra 4th over from Simmons to wrap it up. But they definitely want to go, will be looking to go into the lunch break 1 down. Couple of scores for those interested in Division 2 of the CSA 4-day series. Day 4, Eastern Storm have bowled out Inyati and are chasing 325 to win.
It's a bit over pitch there from Nabe, but just play straight to Joan James, who's at extra cover. So that's an interesting match there. That's in Buffalo Park, is it?
It is, yes. Yeah. And Storm haven't started particularly well. Obviously, the last day are 30 for 3. So they're going to have to try and bat out for the draw. And then down at in Oudtshoorn.
Well, it's beautifully driven by Lesego Senekwani. He just probably minimum of foot movement, but that was full and a little bit wide from T Nabe, and it's played down to the wide long off boundary for 4.
Popo Impalas against Garden Route Badgers down at Oudtshoorn. Popo Impalas are leading by 265 runs with 8 wickets in hand, so they'll be looking possibly at a declaration just after lunch and trying to. Sorry, Limpopo leading out, trying to bowl.
Another one that this time's played more on the up by Senequani, but straight to Juan James. Again, not really any foot movement. He's just playing the ball under his eyes there into the covers. Yes, that's that last day of that game there as well.
Yeah,
Neil,
it is. So
yeah.
obviously, Limpopo Impalas will be looking to have a bowl at 6-gun grill garden route and try and bowl them out this afternoon.
Yeah, it's played straight down to John O'Bird at mid-off. There is no run.
Slightly too full this over.
Yeah,
from
he has
Narve.
been too full this over, and he's just looked a lot better in the previous over when he was just getting it that short of a length and just trying to get targeting that off-stump line or just outside the off-stump. It's again beautifully played by Senequani, and that is racing to the boundary through off this over this lovely outfield here. Goes through to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's the second boundary in the over, and Tiwakaya Nabe is unfortunately here for World Sports Betting Western Provinces leaking some runs. That was very nicely played though, off the back foot through the covers.
Slightly overcompensated, slightly too short, and obviously a bit of width, and sat up easily to punch off the back foot. Just Björn Hendricks just having a word to alter the field, but they've kept it the same. That's better.
That is a much better delivery as he just comes forward and defends down to Bird at mid-off. Just takes his cap from umpire Philip Fossler, and it's going to be Kyle Simmons to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. So it's interesting in that Division 2, Neil, which you know a lot more about that than I do, but it seems to be very interesting sort of the how the teams are, or how it's sort of turning out there at the moment in terms of who's at the top of the log. So Northern Cape have been doing well.
They have actually, you know, by winning that game against the Tuskers has brought them right back in the mix up there with the Tuskers.
Yeah. Just played to the left of the man at short leg and goes through for the single. So Tuskers did seem to dominate the in the standings early on, but as you said, that victory where the Tuskers were chasing literally 67 to win and were bowled out short of that total has really stirred things up very nicely at the top of that the top of the standings.
Yeah, it's obviously, you know, it's all about the combination of all three competitions to, you know, points wise and, you know, get promotion. And it's not who actually wins a trophy or who plays against who in the final. It is how you end after the round robin stages.
That's Simmons in again, just left alone outside the off stump this time by Senequani.
So with the Tuskers ending second in the T20 competition, and if they had beaten, you know, Northern Cape in that last game, they would have been well and away to ending top of the 4-day competition, because there's only 6 games.
Yes.
You know, they would have been in good stead to get promoted again.
It's just left alone outside the off stump, and so it's still with the 50 over competition to come, and with I believe all competitions carrying an equal weighting.
Yes.
In terms of your position on the log, but the points that are awarded, there is a high weighting towards the team that comes first, and just defended back down the pitch.
Yeah, it's a case, obviously, you know, going into the last competition, you know, whoever's leading the way knows where they can finish. You know, so might be a case that the Tuskers only need to finish, you know, third. Don't have to try and win it, you know.
It's nicely swept by Senequani, and some work to be done by Tinabe, and he does manage to cut that one off, and they'll come back for 3. So it's good shot from Senakwani, just really paddled it round the fine on the leg side, on the ball outside the off stump, and he moved to 28, 97 for 1 after 24. Yes, as you say, and very important then, as you say, that they know sort of what they have to do, and same at the to win that promotion. It's a huge incentive for those Division 2 teams to be able to get through into this Division 1 competition. And
the same goes obviously, you know, in Division 1. Everyone, you know, those that are down the bottom of Division 1, you know, you're always looking around to see how the other sides are doing. I think it was a case of the Dolphins ended last in
yes, they did in the T20, yes,
and they hadn't started a 4-day competition particularly well until their victory, I think, last weekend.
Yeah, that's right, against the Knights. It was a good win for them. It's down the leg side, and Senakwani just sort of to flick at that to try and get something on it, but it goes straight through to Smith. So yes, they and the Warriors now, who are sitting at the bottom of the 4-day table after 4 matches, with the 4 teams ahead of them after only 3 matches. So it is, yeah, it's been a tough time for them. Also, they're a very young team that Robin Peterson has there, and that is strays far too much onto the leg side this time, Nabe, and he goes through for 2. It's good running from Ikhale and Senakwani down to Jody Lawrence at long leg. So it's going to be interesting to see how the 4-day competition does play out now. Just the 3 games, 2 games after this, before the break at Christmas. The Warriors playing their 5th game against the Titans at home in Quebec, and the Dolphins playing against Boland in Durban.
Yeah, those 2 games will, you know, could really get in after those 2 games, the Christmas break, get an indication of you know, who's sitting where. You know, Knights obviously they ended second last and end up in second last in the T20.
Yeah.
So there'll be you know good performance here, and even possibly a victory here. I know it's gonna be tough with the shortened game.
Yes.
But you know, would get them nicely in the top half of the table.
Yeah, it's a bit full of it, better directed from Nabe. It's played straight back to him on the bounce. And yeah, the Knights, having won that first match, on the first 4-day match back into the Division 1 against Goldrush Boland, and really was a very good win for them in that match on the first weekend of the tournament. That's played, and I think perhaps the wrong end there from Matlali Mpongwana. He does try very hard to affect the run out, and fielded it well as they were going through for a very quick run. Ikhale was a little bit slow in taking off to get to the keeper's end, the striker's end, but managed to get through safely. Hopefully he's not hurt himself there. Just gets up a little bit gingerly, and that is the 100 for the Knights. The 100 coming off 24.5 overs. And they've been batting at a very good rate, 4 and over. Nabe hasn't been as economical as you would have wanted to be in this spell. And that is going to be lunch on day 3 of this 4-day series match between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Knights. And score at the moment exactly on a round 100 of 25 overs. That's easy calculations, 4 runs exactly an over, and the Knights, you have to say, have dominated this first session of day 3. They bowled out World Sports Betting Western Province for 202. The final 3 wickets there falling all with the score on 202. Good innings from Bjorn Hendricks for 31, and it was Onke Nyaka, the man who was last out, who scored 63, the highest score of the innings for World Sports Betting Western Province. And in reply, the Knights came out with intent Jacques Snyman scoring an excellent 56 or 54 balls before he was caught behind of the first ball of Carl Simmons' spell. And there's then Lesejo Senekwani on 31, Isaac Dikale on 12, and they will come back and resume in about 40 minutes' time. We'll be back with you then. are the Knights, chasing the 202 from World Sports Betting, Western Province, and the Seko Senekwani, who's on a 31, just defends that into the gully region where Onkanyaku does the fearing. So Oliver Whitehead on his debut in first class cricket, brought into the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. So interesting choice, Neil.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Bustling in does Oliver Whitehead. Oversteps.
Oh dear.
2 more runs to the score, worked onto the leg side. So I see they're looking to obviously ring it up. Try and bowl channel outside off with the six fielders in the ring on the offside, and try and contain as much as they can for as long as possible. Put these 2 under pressure.
Yeah, and they're halfway already towards that total, 101 for 1. And that's the only thing they're going to be able to do, isn't it? They're going to need to try and just create the pressure. Dikale on strike now.
Hard length by Whitehead again, but very comfortably played. I think his tactics are, I think, is going to be key for the next 2 sessions today. Of ways of plan A, plan B, plan C, you know, where can we go? I think don't have enough runs just to, and possibly not the experience,
Yeah.
just to hold an area for long enough. Possibly, you know, they'll try that obviously I reckon for the first hour of the session, and obviously try and build partnerships. But I think Whitehead will probably bowl from the Kelvin Grove end, and then not much happens from there, and I'm pretty sure Kyle Simmons will be back into the attack sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I definitely think Simmons is going to have a lot of work to do this afternoon. He's bowled 5 overs so far, 1 for 15. That's yeah, a bit straight again that time. Dikali coming back for the second, and Nabe doesn't pick up cleanly. An easy 2 in the end.
Just picking off the runs. That's what these 2 will do. They won't look to try and you know, look for boundaries. They'll just keep working very quick between the wickets. They'll turn 1s into 2s, especially with a big boundary.
It won't so much be around dominating the attack, will it? It'll be just, as you say, just making sure they keep it ticking over, and the bowlers are going to have to be very patient.
Got away with that one.
He did.
Brings it into his first over in first class cricket, and it didn't take him long to start complaining about the footholds.
You'd think he was an old pro,
Yeah.
doing that, definitely. Been watching his captain, obviously,
Yeah,
earlier
exactly.
on today.
Watching all the senior players over
That's
the
right.
last couple of years.
Yeah,
So.
it's make sure that he's got that sorted out. Yeah, 104 for the loss of 1 after 26, and it has been a very good start from the men from the Knights, and it's going to be Tiwakai and Nabe to continue from the Weinberg end. Just going to need to tighten it up a little bit here. Nabe gone for 16 in his 3 overs so far. And wasn't as consistent as we expected him to be. Let's see if we can do something in that spell after lunch. Yeah.
Channel outside off, left alone. I think it's not sure that ball's going to go down too well. You know, half an hour into the session, probably capitalise on that. But first ball after lunch, Senekwane was, you know, very obviously watchful, but Nabe hopefully can tighten up his line here. That's better.
Yeah, much better from the right arm over pace bowler for Western Province, and Lesego Senekwani already now gone over 500 runs for the season so far in just his in the 5th game of the season for the Knights. So this is their last game, and in fact it is Western Province's last game before the break. Yeah, it's not a bad line outside the off stump. Just left alone, easily left alone by Senekwani. Just wants to be just a little bit closer than that to make him play. He did for a while there once after Jacques Sneeman was out. He did look a little bit loose outside the off stump for a couple of deliveries, Senekwani, but he seems to have be needing to tighten. He wants to tighten that up a bit. That was a very good delivery. Bowled that one into the surface very nicely and came up, surprised Senekwani a little bit. Just took it on the bottom hand, it looks like.
There's that extra bounce from Nabi that we spoke about before lunch, which brings both batters down to the area the ball bounced in, just to tap it down and thinking, oh, there's now demons in the pitch.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nabi will just continue to try and do that. He seemed to have found his rhythm quite quickly after lunch, and I think that's an Nabi that we know.
Yes, absolutely.
That can just run in there, angle it back in, and straighten an occasional one, get decent carry through, and that will be his job for the first, half hour to hour after this lunch break.
Definitely, we're wanting to make sure, if we were looking at a pitch map, that they're going to be pitched in the similar area outside the line of that off stump. And that's another good delivery from him. Senekwani gets on top of that and played it down into the gully, and that is the end of the over. That's a maiden from Tuakai Nabi. Come back over after lunch is a good one. And it's 104 for a loss of 1. So yeah, it's in Whitehead to continue with his second over from the Kelvin Grove end. So in a situation like this, Neil, where it's you were saying now in commentary, it's really around keeping your disciplines as a bowling attack. You've got to be patient, still probe in the areas that you're looking to probe in. That one's a bit too full. Played to Simmons at mid-on.
Yeah, absolutely. Your infield, bowl, good areas, and just as much pressure, bowl as much pressure as you can, because there is a time when we all know the batter can lose concentration, a ball does something slightly different. But it needs to be in a good area for that to actually happen, consistently in a good area. 2 straight there from Whitehead, and just worked down to Nabi at fine leg and tick across for another run. Indifferent throwing there from Nabi back into Smith.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen him diving there on your screen, but was definitely a. I like the way you described it as being indifferent. It certainly was. Wouldn't be happy with that. Daniel Smith, a very jovial young man. He's so always good to chat to him, and Salo takes his cricket very seriously, and is a very strong exponent of the reverse sweep. He had to put that away for a little bit after both he and Edward Moore were caught out in the 50 over 5. That is too short and into the body, and Senekwani plays that beautifully over the man at mid-wicket, down to mid-wicket fence for 4. It just was too short. It set up beautifully, and Oliver Whitehead's pace, you cannot bowl it short on this wicket. Senekwani, in the form of his life, is not going to miss out.
just relieving a little bit of pressure that has been built up. It's a case of, you have the field set to get driven. You've got your 4 fielders on the offside, so if you want to err slightly fuller,
Yeah.
as opposed to banging in too short. Again, back of a length, possibly too short again, easily played by Senakwane out onto the offside. It's as a youngster, you always want to, you possibly, inexperienced, you don't like getting driven.
No.
And, you want to show that you've got a little bit of pace. Run in, bang a hard length, just, drag it a little bit too short and get pulled.
And that is a really good full delivery. Surprised Senakwane with that one. Wraps him on the pad and probably going down the leg side. Tried to bowl that full Yorker. It definitely did surprise him. Must have got a scratch on that though, because didn't see any signal from Abdullah Steenkamp. And he adds a single to his score, 110 for 1 after 28. But that was better. That delivery, the last delivery, it was a bit of a surprise delivery for Senakwane. And as you say, first time in bowling in first class cricket, it's going to be a big learning curve for him. And given the opportunity today, or yesterday should I say, got his cap presented by his captain, and really proud moment for young Oliver Whitehead. And that's good from Nabe. He's in that channel now. Last over was a much better over than the ones he bowled before the lunch interval. If there is any chance of getting a wicket, they'll want to keep bowling in those kind of channels.
Just got to plug away, just especially with him with his, occasionally gets an extra bounce. If he just keeps hanging there, one just climbs, catches a glove, catches it top of the bat, and doesn't bowl short and wide like that.
Yeah, and may not have been where Senakwane was aiming it. He just got the bottom edge of the bat down into the ground in between first slip and fourth slip, and definitely wasn't where he was intending to hit it. But it doesn't matter. It takes toll of that short and wide delivery. As you said, Neil, he can't bowl there. And just that bit of pressure that was maybe starting to build after the luncheon interval. Just 2 release shots from Senakwane. It's into the 40s. And he's hardly missed out in any of the innings that he has played this season. He's been very good. That 205 he got against the Dragons was on a pretty benign surface in Potchefstroom, but followed that up with some really good innings. Again, a 100 and a 50 in the match that they lost against the Dolphins last weekend.
Just that, one bad ball and over, which at the moment is getting put away, which is just releasing the pressure, overall pressure, and realizing the Knights now don't have to do anything silly. They can just bat sensibly, and the runs will just, 4 runs and over will continue.
Yeah, as you say, he doesn't have to take any chances at all. And the ball is there to hit, which it was earlier in the over. You can take full toll of that one loose delivery in the over. And this is where you would want your experienced campaigners like Mtinabe. You just want him to be bowling in that right channel. We saw earlier on with Mhlali Mpongwana how effective he was in his 6 overs, just bowling in that channel, in or around off stump. And that is again 2 full on the leg stump and down to Lawrence at long leg, and that is a good throw from the fast bowler over the top of the stumps to Daniel Smith. But again, it's an over that goes for 5 runs, and it is 115 for 1 after 29. Still batting at that 5 runs and over region, 4 runs and over region. Whitehead to continue from Kelvin Grove End. I'm sure he'll get a decent spell of 4 or 5 overs here.
He's, he's bustling in. It's a case of, just don't try and force it. Don't overstrive and try and bowl too quick. He's got to hit the deck on a good length and possibly, possibly just catch an edge.
Yeah, it's nicely played again by Senekwani. Is coming off the bat very nicely for him.
Just going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Get that sound off the bat. He played that very nicely to the man at backward point, straight to the man at backward point. Didn't manage to pierce the gap. And quite happy to see actually that they don't have a deep point at the moment. So giving Senekwani the opportunity, if he wants to try and thread the needle there, to be able to play that shot outside the off stump, and see if there's anything that might come about in terms of any kind of edge. So dangling maybe a small carrot out there for him. It's quite a feature we've seen, and we even see it in the Test arena now, but in the 4-day game as well, that almost seems to be a ubiquitous fielder out there at deep backward point, just preventing the boundary through the offside. It's better from Whitehead. Just good learnings for a youngster in this type of situation. He would have been presumably briefed by his captain about what he wants him to bowl. He's got the field set, as you said, to bowl that line outside the line of the off stump all the time.
It's good. It's very good learning curve. To bowl on flat decks with the ball not doing too much.
Yeah.
Keep hammering away, bowling good areas like that. That is, that's where you learn your game, because it's all well, rocking up on a green seamer and ball swinging and you come and get 3 or 4 wickets. I can play at this level, all of that. But it's very rare that is the case. It's generally, this is the kind of pitches you generally get.
This is what builds your character and teaches you how to play the game, and helps you to understand what it's like to play in the long format of the game. And this will be his first exposure to be playing in this type of long format, and has played at under 19 level, but not in any of the 4-day internationals. That's a beautiful shot down the ground by Lesejo Senekwani. I don't think it's going to be cut off. It's not. It hits the boundary now. Beautiful on drive by him. And once again, what was up until that point a good over, it just strays a little bit in line and in length. And that is now the 50 partnership for these two. 50 partnership coming off 90 balls with 7 fours. So very good partnership. Second partnership of over 50 in this innings. This one between Dikali and Senekwani. Senekwani moves to 46 with that boundary. He scored 34 of the runs in this partnership. So another partnership building here for the Knights, which is what they would want. They need to keep building these partnerships, build a big total to put pressure on Western Province in their second innings.
Yeah, I think that's the 3rd over in a row where that one bad ball is 4 overs have disappeared, and it's just maintaining that run rate of almost pretty much exactly 4 to the over.
And that is making sure they're under, as you said, no pressure at all to keep the run rates going. Looks like the landing area there from Tinabe is a bit of a problem. We've got one of the ground staff coming out with the good old 1 pounder, is it? They use there to break it up a bit and get it to be a better landing area for the bowler. that just there to try and make it to sort of perhaps rough it up a bit, or just to make that area so your spikes can actually grip?
No, so it's more of trying to get the unevenness out.
Oh, right, yeah.
So there's always going to be a hole,
Yes.
but you don't mind if there's like a so-called big hole as opposed to 3 or 4 small little holes from different bowlers landing, and then you land on the half side of the one and it goes over. So you kind of want to just, flatten it all out, but obviously we'll be in a dip. So you don't mind landing on a gradual slope or dip, but it's when it's, sudden little drop-offs from all different angles, that's what causes your, the pain in your ankle.
Yeah, where you could potentially, you're landing, as you said, in an area that's uneven, and it gives you maybe go over, and just can be very difficult for you. And that's the last thing that you want as a bowler as well. You don't want your landing area to, you don't want to be tentative in terms of your landing area. That's going to affect everything you do. Sekou Senekwani there was just getting a little bit of treatment when he was wrapped on the hand there on in the previous over from Nabe. Just getting a little bit of ice and perhaps something just put on there. He can continue. He's done well. He's on 46. He's looking to get to another first class half century, and he's got 700s and 750s.
Good conversion rate, that.
It's very good conversion rate indeed. And his average probably not as high as one would have sort of expected it to be. His highest score is the one that he scored in the previous match against the Dragons in Bloemfontein, 205. The average is 31.7, and I'm sure with the average he's achieving this season, over 60, that will really be bringing that average up very nicely for him. Just loses his run up there. T. Nabe.
Yeah, as a fielding unit, and you see that happen, you always just hope that the bowler has lost his run up and not just tweaked something.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, just gets the leading edge as he tries to turn that one into the leg side, Dikhali, and just over the head of the bowler. So not quite a half chance, but don't think it was anywhere near the bowler in terms of him being able to catch it, but just turning the face on that one. Trying to play it too square maybe in front of his pads, Dikhali.
Good areas again here by Nabe. Needs to finish off the overs here. These guys bowling in partnership, create a bit of pressure early on, and they just seem to free it up a little bit towards the end. Like I say, coach always tells you finish your over well. Finish your over well.
Yeah, it's another good delivery outside the line of the off stump. But he does say he's bowled 4 deliveries now. He needs to finish it well. See Eddie Moore doing his push-ups at mid-wicket. He always keeps himself busy on the field. He's a wholehearted cricketer. Eddie Moore, been around for a while now. Another good delivery and a good leave by Dikhali outside the line of the off stump. So he's got 1 ball left. He needs to make sure he's getting that in the same sort of area. It's been impressive is that these two have maintained the momentum that Jacques Snyman gave at the beginning of the innings. Snyman 56 off 54 deliveries before he was caught behind off Kyle Simmons. Does stray, does make it go a bit fuller, but he isn't made to pay for it this time by Dikhali. It's the end of a maiden over by Mtinabe. It's 119 for 1 after 31, And news from the test match in Gqeberha is that South Africa have been bowled out for 317, and that means that Sri Lanka needs 348 to win the test match and to level that series. It would be a record chase at St George's Park in Gqeberha if they are going to get that, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they approach that with just under 5 sessions left in the game. This is better from Whitehead. He's just was straying a little bit too much onto the pads in his first few overs. He's given away a 4-ball pretty much every over. He's going to want to keep it tight now. Build on that maiden over from Nabe in the previous over. Oh, and this one is short and wide, and he just stands up and plays it through the backward point region for 4, and that is his 50. So another 50 for Lesego Senekwane in his summer of excellence here. He has again got past that 50 mark. It's his 8th 50 in first class cricket to go with his 700s, and once again turned up here for the Knights today. It's been an outstanding innings from him once again. He was slow this morning when he needed to be, and just seeing himself in and getting set at the batting while Jacques Snyman was flaying the attack. And since Snyman has been back in the pavilion, he's been able to take on that mantle and become the senior partner in this partnership with Dikhale. And he's moved to his 50.
Just that loose ball again, coming early in the over this time. But, just slight inexperience, but obviously, good learning curve.
That's better there this time, just a better line, similar length, and he's, as you say, just going to be learning how to bowl in these type of conditions. Be very different to what he's used to at under 19 level. Just played that one game for the SA emerging team in the Division 2 List A tournament last season. Is the second no ball that he's bowled. He's going to have to be careful of that. Don't want to develop those kind of habits from when you're a youngster. Make sure you keep that foot behind the line. You've seen in this arena and in the test match arena how expensive it can be when you do bowl a no ball and you take a wicket off a no ball. It's one of the worst possible things that can happen.
Yeah, it happened within 5 minutes of 2 test matches.
Yeah.
The other morning.
Yeah.
Bryden Cass and Scotty Boland within 5 minutes. Both got a wicket off a no ball. Amazing.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first test as well at between South Africa and Sri Lanka. Was Kumara who got the wicket of Bavuma off a no ball. I think it was Kagiso Rabada also got a wicket off a no ball in that test match. So you just never know, do you? It's why should it always happen when you're bowling the no ball and you get a wicket off the no ball? It's the worst thing for a bowler. So we chat about this quite a bit about how it is that with the punishment in the 50 over and 20 over game of the free hit, that you don't see no balls. You see very few no balls in that format of the game. But often the bowlers, when you see the bowlers practicing, or even here if they're practicing on the sort of spare pitches on the edge of the square, when they're doing their warm-ups, they're not really focusing on where their front foot lands. It's a good delivery from Nabe. He's all defence. And you wonder as well in the nets sometimes whether there is a real focus on where that front foot is actually landing. I don't know, it's a debate. I mean, you as a quick bowler, Neil, you would have, I'm sure, had your fair share of working with that as well.
Yeah, in the UK, in your domestic competitions, a no ball is 2 runs.
Yes, okay.
So, too short and pulled away by Michale for passes 4.
Yeah, he's been doing so well keeping it up outside the off stump, and that one he just drags it in short and as well. It just sits up nicely on this wicket. It's a consistent theme. You can't bowl short on this wicket at that kind of height, at this kind of pace. Yeah, so that does make a difference. Two runs for a no ball. It starts to become very expensive as well as potential to bowling the extra delivery and potential wickets. It's a better delivery this time. Just off the inside half of the bat, and he's going to come back for 2 quite easily. So pressure released once again. He had a good over last over. Nabe, but this over already 6 runs off the over so far.
Only trailing by 72 now. You know, look to pass that deficit before tea. And then build a lead in the evening session, which will become quite a long session. So got to get in. Got to get to 95 overs, so there's still 62 overs left after this in the afternoon.
And it is going to be quite a long afternoon, you feel, the way it's going for the World Sports Betting Western Province team. There's been nothing really on offer from a movement point of view. Nabe has made a couple come back into the batter, but not really jagging back. It's been nothing significant. That's a beautiful shot. Again, perhaps didn't get as much of it as he would have hoped. Dikhali gets through for a single though.
It's like Nabe just rubbing his finger. I think he might have got a hand on that.
He might have done to stop that, yeah.
Save 3 runs. That's a field.
It'll be interesting to see how Hendricks rotates his bowlers this afternoon. Just defended once again by Senekwani at the end of another reasonably expensive over from Team Nabe, 7 off it, and it's 131 for 1 of the 33 overs. It's going to be a change of bowling from. Is it going to be a change of bowling? It does look like it, yes. Onkun Yaku is coming back into the attack from Kelvin Grovend, replacing Oliver Whitehead. Whitehead is first spell in first-class cricket, 4 overs, 0 for 19. Beaten Yaku to come back into the attack. Just wondering how long it will be before Carl Simmons comes back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 15. I thought we might see him reasonably early after the lunch break. Also have Joanne James, the off spinner, that can turn his arm over. Also seen, not that it's likely that we're going to see it in this match. Jonathan Bird also able to turn his arm over as well. From the spin point of view, they do use John O'Bird in the shorter format of the game sometimes. Too straight starts, just too straight to Dikhali, just plays it down to long leg for a single.
An extra fielder across on the leg side. John Bird hanging deep there at deep square leg, so possibly have an option of the short delivery, surprise short delivery. Is getting to a point where you kind of think about definitely going through your mind, but
yes.
trying to think about, different options and not just, holding good areas. Of trying to, not to buy a wicket, but, get to a point where, we're kind of desperate for wickets and we need to strike. It's like Pongwane is warming up as well.
Warming up, yeah. It's maybe he's going to take over from Nabek. The Weinberg end, but it was a ploy used very effectively by the Knights, funnily enough, in that match against Boland at the beginning of the season. That and Johan van Dijk was bowling from was bowling short pitch. It was a lot of short pitch barrage that he put down, and it was very effective, it must be said. He did have the extra pace. He's not in this team at the moment, out through injury, but he was able to just keep bowling in that channel as well, and did get a couple of wickets. Oh, as he just drops the ball there, does Nyaku. Dead ball signalled, but so he was very effective, and you had a sense when he was bowling. I mean, the batters actually started to take him on, and they did then lose a number of wickets there. Remember, Ayat Kamani and Sean von Berg both losing their wickets to Johan van Dijk. So it was a very good ploy, not necessarily to the top order, it was more the middle to lower order. Did definitely work for them. Once again, just a little bit too full on the pads, and Sean James is round quickly from mid-wicket to prevent any thought of a run. Senekwani having to turn back quite quickly. See Bjorn Hendricks also doing some limbering up exercises. First slip. So maybe he is just looking at rotating his bowlers in short spells. It is quite warm out there as well.
Extra bounce, nip back.
Good delivery. I don't know if it was just the pad that it caught. They weren't that interested behind the stumps from a catch point of view. Yeah, must have just been off the thigh pad. But yeah, a bit of a surprise that with a bit of bounce from Nyaku.
Possibly follow up with a real shorter, quicker one. Let's see.
Oh, that is a beauty. That's it's certainly probably one of the best deliveries we've seen after the lunch break. And Senekwani plays at that. He has to play at it. It's on a line of really over the top of off stump, just outside off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. So no luck from that point of view. It is going to be the captain himself, Bjorn Hendricks, coming in for his second spell. First spell from Hendricks, 4 overs, 0 for 12, and he is going to be looking to try and break this partnership. 63, this partnership, after the first wicket, put on 69. Jacques Snyman, the only man out for 56 of 54 deliveries, 12 fours in that innings. He was particularly brutal on anything that was short and wide, and anything on his pads as well. He was really, really good. He was the one that really got them going in terms of getting to the scoring rate of 4 runs to the over, which they've pretty much maintained. So looking very positive for them from a bonus point of view. Bjorn Hendricks is away from us now. That's beautifully played straight back past the bowler. That's an excellent shot from Dikhale. Just too full on his first delivery, coming back, and he shows the maker's name of the bat to us here, looking at it from the Weinberg end. It's another very good boundary.
Lovely straight drive from Dikhale. Again, looks pleasant, very pleasant out there to bat. It's going to be interesting to see how Captain Hendricks goes here. Didn't look altogether in his first spell. Had better areas there. It just doesn't look like he's running in with the rhythm that we know that he can. And I think he's possibly just you know, again just easing into it. But looks a lot less pace than what he can actually bowl with.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Certainly not as fast as you would expect him to be. Really, you would expect him to be the main attack force in this bowling lineup for World Sports Betting Western Province. A good delivery outside the line, the off stump, but it just goes on with the arm. No movement really for him at all.
Great areas, you know, if that's, you just get that ball coming back from there, just one or two, it was down to the batter's mind, and they know they've got to start playing at it. But like you say, it's not very little swing and nip for the bowlers. Hendricks again looks like he's flexing a little bit of hammy or something's definitely not 100%. But fair play, he is running in.
And again, just going straight on with the arm. Carly probably could have left that one alone. Just plays it into the backward point region. Whitehead does the fielding. There's no run. Post-lunch period now already. We are 45 minutes post-lunch, and it has been all the nights post the luncheon interval. 36 runs. Took lunch at 100 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Just a little bit of shape in, but not enough to worry the batter. A little bit too wide on that occasion again.
Very content, these batters, you know, they're just waiting for the slightly shorter, slightly wider ball, not much pace in the pitch, not too much bounce either, so it's quite easy and comfortable play off the back foot. And if you had to look at the wagon wheel and the pitch map of boundary deliveries, quite a few would have come from back of a length. The good fuller balls there, they've been very watchful left. Good first over there back from Hendricks, not at full tilt, but landed balls in good areas. And barring that first ball 4, very good over.
Yeah, been happy with that. Just as it has been after lunch, just really any pressure necessarily that's been able to be created on these two batters. They're still batting at very close to 4 runs to the over. 3.9 to the over, 136 for 1. Going to be Nyaku to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. Want to bounce a little bit in the last over. That does have a little bit of shape away after it passes the bat of Senekwani. Passes the batter, should I say. Play at that one. Just bounced in front of Daniel Smith. Did well to stop that one going past him. Do now have some spectators as well out sitting under the oaks. Very good. It's a bit straighter. Not enough on the leg side to allow Senekwani to play that one into the deeper areas. We have got Jonathan Bird at he's at deep square, isn't he? He's about what, 15 metres in off the boundary. The long leg is also similarly so. It is a long boundary out to the leg side, to the railway stand on the western side of the ground. It's another good delivery from Nyaku.
Well, a good start to an over. Question is, can they finish off the overs like they have been starting? It's just, you started badly, finish well, start and the other way around, obviously. Yeah. And, it's not quite just getting everything together consistently.
another one in the right channel outside the line of the off stump. And Kwani has to play at that one. He looks very confident behind the ball. He should be on 50, not out at the moment. Just 66 runs behind the first innings score of Western Province, 202. That was made up mostly from 4 batters that got some runs. A little bit full of it, no danger there. So it's a hit on the up to the man at mid-off. So it's 202 all out before lunch this morning, and it was the last 3 wickets that all fell and scored 202. There's 63 from Onkunyaku, the bowling now, the man who was last out today. Yesterday, 45 from Miklali Mpongwana, 34 from Kyle Simmons, and then 31 this morning from Buren Hendricks. Again, Kwani probably not having to necessarily play it that, he does play it down to mid-off. Lawrence does the fielding. It's the end of the over maiden from Onkunyaku, and that is better. He didn't really stray, just the one ball was on the pads straighter, which was just defended into the leg side. So maiden over, it's going to be Buren Hendricks, who's going to be bowling left arm around the wicket now, it looks like, to Isaac Dikhale. So the plan here is as a left arm around the wicket, Neil, because you would have bowled this a number of times, is to try and angle it in and get it to straighten slightly.
100%. Just the angle of the wrist. Just all it needs is just to straighten slightly. But it's just problem with that, if you end up bowling too straight, it's too much of an angle to try and straighten from.
Yeah.
So it just continues. He carries on going down the leg side, exactly what we saw there, and it's easy pickings for the batter. So you've got to get your lines nice and tight, kind of angling into off stump, and trying to hit off stump,
Yeah.
as opposed to going too straighter than that, or just outside really. Sometimes when looking to angle to hit off stump, it carries on going, and it's and the batters can pick it off onto the leg side.
That's what you're talking about. He just managed to get that one to sort of angle in to off stump. Wasn't too much leg side. He should just defended to a short mid wicket position. Ali Mpongwana is there. Is able to make the ball go both ways, Buren Hendricks. It's just been absolutely nothing really on offer for the fast bowlers here for World Sports Betting Western Province. It's been a very good batting track. It certainly looked that way as well yesterday after the first couple of hours. Oh, that is exactly what he's looking for. He's looking for the batter, playing that one away from his body, outside the off stump. Dikhale, I'm sorry, Kwani doing that. It's done that a few times.
It's easier, it's going to be easier to catch that edge if it's slightly wider, but in the same breath you are at a risk of getting so-called slash to the offside, but as opposed to going too straight. So if it is going slightly, it's definitely a case of that's a good area there. It's a case of just holding that channel outside off. I think it's a case of more the length. You can look to go slightly wider, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8 stumps, but your length has got to be key. You want to try and pull them forward and have a go. If it's short and sits up, and does straighten from that, that's too much width, and they'll capitalise.
Yeah.
But it's got to be slightly fuller, and hoping to bring that first and fourth slip into play.
Yeah, it's again been a pretty good over so far, except for the first delivery that went down leg side, and oh dear, I just that was me, wasn't it? I called. That was the mockers completely on him there, as that one goes way down the leg side, signalled as buys. That's harsh on the wicket keeper, because I don't think Daniel Smith had really much chance with that one. and it goes down for 4 byes, and it's just there retrieved from that channel there as it's gone down there. So just losing that one, whether the wrist just broke on that one probably, or I don't know if he fell over slightly onto the one side, but
he might have, I mean, it's a question of possibly looks like the ball went into the drain.
yeah, and it's got
and
his
it's got,
weight.
it's got weight.
Yeah, that is the worst thing. That one, it's probably quite dirty as well.
And it's getting to that, it's getting to the 30, getting to
Yeah.
that mark where you're looking to try and get a little bit of reverse swing, but that would have taken it back to square one.
Yeah, all that hard work that they would have done on that ball, and now having a look at it, the umpires, to see whether in fact they are going to get a replacement ball.
Captain Hendricks as a bowler,
Yeah,
he's definitely going to persuade them to change that, I think.
definitely.
Just waiting for the third umpire to come out with the box of balls,
Yeah,
and this could, to be fair, this could be a good thing. I don't think too much was happening with the current ball. So I'm not saying anything wrong with the new one, but it does give you opportunity. We have seen that in the past. Where do we see it?
they'll definitely want to make sure they get one that they'll be hoping that this one is doing hoops around corners if it can.
Okay. Oh, wait on.
Hendricks will be also very interested in what it's going to look like. Meantime, the batters are getting a bit of refreshment, as are the fielders. And we've had nearly an hour in this session, so this isn't the official drinks break, I don't think, or maybe no, they won't be because the umpires haven't been brought out to drink. So all these things just take time out of the game, don't they? They've still got 59 overs left to bowl in the day. It is going to be extended. We will play until 6 o'clock this evening, so the final session will be 2 hours and 40 minutes. This middle session of the day, just the 2 hours 10 minutes as per normal. So the session will go to tea at 3 o'clock, and they have got a new ball, or a replacement ball, on that bag of tricks that's been bought out, and we'll be resuming play as soon as is possible. Umpire Philip Foster just handing the ball to Buren Hendricks, who's giving it a very good inspection, seeing what he can do to work on the ball. A bit of sweat off the brow and just rubbing it on there. Going to give it a good old shine now, what he can get on that. Let's see if there is going to be any difference with this replacement ball.
Maybe it's going to hoop around corners.
You never know. You never know what might be able to happen. Just one of those idiosyncrasies of cricket, isn't it? That you get replacement ball, and suddenly maybe just the weight on the one side is different, the shine is different, it does something different. And it's played very nicely with that one that is full and wide outside the off stump, and it's well fielded in the deep. There they are going to come through for 3, but the tag team of James and Whitehead just managing to cut that one off, and they go through for 3. So it was not a great end to the over from Buren Hendricks. 8 off that over with the 4 byes and the 4 runs off the bat. It's 144 for 1 after 37. Yeah, still working on the ball there, the captain. Senekwani is going to be on strike for the first ball of the Onka and Yaku over. I'm surprised we haven't seen spin yet. It's nearly an hour after the luncheon interval.
Yep. 1 hour, no wickets,
Yeah.
and pretty much plain sailing.
Oh, it's in the air for a little while. It's to the right of the man at point. Just probably maybe reaching for that a little bit. Senakwani. Just stay wide of the man at point. Just go through for the single.
They were quite, there to, a chance, but, when things aren't going away, any ball that goes slightly in the air, you as a fielding team get quite excited.
Yeah.
But nothing untoward there, really.
That has been put in short from Nyaku, trying to tempt the batter, which he manages to get Dikale playing that short ball, but it's no danger for the batter. Doesn't go anywhere near reaching T Nabe at long leg. And the two fielders are both about 15 to 20 metres in off the boundary. 15 metres in off the boundary. It's a long boundary on the leg side. That's beautifully played and well fielded there by the man at mid-on. That's Carl Simmons diving across to his left. Stops that would have been a certain boundary if it had gone past him. Too full again from Onko Nyaku this time. There's just no consistency yet in this over.
There's that heavy hard length we spoke about, just very comfortable for the for the batters to play. Yes, it can be dot ball, but as we saw Senakwane play a shadow shot afterwards, was looking to that length. The more you get in, looking to be able to pull it over mid wicket.
Yeah.
So bowlers got to be careful, but it is very, very easy paced and comfortable to play, off the back foot.
One a little bit fuller. It's by no means a half volley. Played it on the up, straight into extra cover. Moore does the fielding. I don't see Carl Simmons warming up either yet. No. Western Province are going to have to try and also push the over rate up a little bit. 58 overs still left in the day. Plays that one on the up again. It wasn't quite there, but no danger. From that point of view, it's the end of the Nyaku over 2 off that one. It's 146 for 1 after 38. And we may well just wait to see what the umpires are going to do after this over, if we are going to have the drinks break. Normally have the drinks break after an hour and 5 minutes of the session. And just a reminder that at the moment South Africa are playing the second test match in the series against Sri Lanka, and there is a full format, 3-format tour coming up against Pakistan, starting with the first T20 international in 2 days' time at Kingsmead on the 10th. We'll carry through with those fixtures after this delivery. And just left alone outside the off stump by Dikale, and then the second T20 international on the 13th of December at Centurion. That's on Friday the 13th, and unlucky for some, that one. And the 14th then at the Wanderers, the next day at the Wanderers in Johannesburg. You can get your tickets at www.cricket.co.za, and then move to the 3-match one-day international series, the 17th, Tuesday the 17th in Paarl, Thursday the 19th here in Cape Town, and 22nd the Sunday at the Wanderers. It's the pink day. That's a good delivery from Hendricks. Just getting the batter to play. He did play a bit away from his body there, but there's not much movement on offer.
It's very, very minimal. Not sure, probably thinking now, why do we change that ball?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not doing anything better than the other one that we had. It's, Yeah, very difficult for them at the moment, and the pitch does look an absolute belter for batting on. Oh, he gets the edge and it goes to the right of Daniel Smith, and I think that did carry. And he gets, I think he gets a hand to that and doesn't manage to hold on, and that was the wicket. It was the chance they were looking for. Judging by the response, it definitely did get a hand to that.
The line we spoke about, slightly wider, which creates not much less of an angle, which makes it easier for the ball to tail away from the, go across away from the right hander, and he's pushed at it, and Smith has half-heartedly gone at that.
Yeah.
He, wasn't quite there, wasn't making a full effort to dive or go with two hands. I'm sure we'll see a replay of it shortly.
Yeah, we hope so. That's very well fielded by Jean James at extra cover. Yeah, I don't know if we are going to get a replay of that, but it was exactly what you were talking about, Neil. Exactly the channel that he wanted to be bowling, maybe just the slightest bit of movement away, and Dikhale was hanging his bat out there. It just was to the right of the wicket-keeper. He went with one hand, he said, and it just didn't stick. It would certainly carry to him. It was very low. It did carry.
There again, coming too straight, and the ball just carries on with the line. Quite comfortable to play that.
Yeah, you've got to take every single chance that comes your way, particularly when you have a situation like this that it's so difficult for the bowling team to make the breakthroughs.
The problem what Hendricks has here is that because his back foot cuts right in, is that he has to come that wide of the crease.
Yeah.
There are times when you want to come slightly closer to narrow the angle down. You don't want it angling too much in, so you can possibly come tighter to the batter. He's bowling right because his back foot kicks in. His front foot lands very close to the to the edge of the crease, and you just got to the straighter the more you go towards the stump, the bigger the angle is, the less chance of actually being able to straighten.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that is the end of the over. It will be a drinks break, and it is 1:46 for 1 after 39. It was made an over there from Hendricks. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Yeah, unlucky. welcome back, and as you see there on your screen, the women's one-day internationals taking place, the end of that series as well against England today. The South African women playing against the England women at Haludbets Kingsmead. That match in progress there. England, latest score we have 83-3 in pursuit of 136 to win that second one-day international. South Africa 1-0 up in the series. The third match takes place on Wednesday at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, and then the test match at the Mangaung Oval from the 15th to the 18th of December. And Yaku continues from the Kelvin Grove end. So yes, just a bit more about that test match. So 15th to the 18th of December, the test match for South African women against the England women at Mangaung Oval, and before then that one match to take place still in that one-day series between the two teams, and that will probably be the looks of things that decide it in that series. Again, good bowling, good line and length outside the off stump, and Yaku. And it's all part of a wonderful summer of cricket here in South Africa, with a lot of international cricket that we will be having up until the final day of the New Year's Test match here at World Sports Betting Newlands from the 3rd to the 7th of January, and then after that we go into the SA20. It's beautifully played on the up through the covers by Senekwani. It's going to beat Moore to the boundary, and another boundary for the opening batter from the Knights, and that takes them to 150. Their 150, their first batting bonus point, and it's come off 39.3 overs, and really has been some really good batting. 81 the partnership between Dikale and Senekwani. Dikale was dropped in the previous over off Bjorn Hendricks by the wicketkeeper. Just a bit straighter this time from Onkun Yaku. Dikale on 29 now, Senekwani on 58. And it is looking a little bit ominous here if you're a World Sports Betting Western Province fan. 202 they got in their first innings after electing to bat first. And they've been unable to make any kind of inroads into this Knights batting lineup. Sejo Senekwani is carrying on from where he's left off in the previous match and this season as well, with being the highest run scorer coming into this match, and now just adding to that. So well over 500 runs for him in the CSA 4-day series. That's just two straight this time, and it's Bongi Mfanelwa who's on the field at long leg. He comes in quickly to feel they only take the single. It's the end of the over. 5 off that. It's 151 for 1 after 40 overs. It's going to be Bjorn Hendricks to continue, and he'll be bowling to the Sejo Senekwani.
Yeah, surprising that after drinks break there wasn't possibly just change things up. Does look like that Carl Simmons there at first slip.
Yeah, it is. He's warming up. Yeah.
I think probably just gave Nyak one more over just to see. Not much happening. See bowling coach Justin Kemp walking around the boundary.
Yeah. Doing his wicket walk. Yeah.
Yeah. See, also looks like I think there's going to be wide outside the off stump there by Hendricks. Looks like it's going to be a double change.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Lawrence down at fine leg there. He's doing a few warm-ups. I think he might possibly come bowl here from the Weinberg end, with Simmons continuing at the Kelvin Grove end.
Yeah, Carl Simmons bowling sort of into the breeze, what breeze there is that comes around here from around this grandstand, around from the railway stand, and across the field. So Lawrence bowling then with the wind as is Bjorn Hendricks at the moment. And that one goes through Senekwani. Didn't really play at it at all. It was not quite sure what he was trying to do there.
Looked like he was just trying to dab it, run it down kind of thing, like Joe Root style, but
Yeah.
he kind of left it, I think, too late and almost just ended up edging it through to the keeper. But that's
Yeah.
more the line there, just
Yeah.
slightly further outside all stump from Hendricks. One holds his line, one carries on. Bit of doubt in...
I mean, you have to say that he's probably been the bowler in this spell that's looked the most like taking a wicket as well. He's charging away from us now. Oh, and that is he's early on the shot, plays it up into the offside, one bounce to the man at that shortish extra cover region. So making a couple of things happen here, Bjorn Hendricks. So that drop catch in the previous over, got one through Senekwani here. Senekwani just looking a little bit loose at the moment after the drinks break.
Yeah, I'm not sure if what Ploy was spoken about,
Yeah.
but whether he rolled his fingers across that
Mm.
or whether the drinks break is just Senekwani's lost a bit of concentration. That's the channel there. That's the area where you're going to catch the edge, just slightly wider, good length, and batsman plays that, there's a good chance of nicking that through.
Yeah, very much so. He's certainly in the previous over, thought his length and his lines and lengths were very good. He's followed that up in this over. It has been a much better over. He's looking the most likely at the moment of the bowlers to take a wicket. Probably going to be his last over though from the Weinberg end.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
It's good from Hendricks. Got his line right now around the wicket. Testing Senekwani.
He did incredibly well in the last season for World Sports Betting Western Province. Got his reward with a call up to the national squad and did play, I think, in a couple of the T20 internationals last season, Bjorn Hendricks. So whilst he's probably, as you say, into getting towards the end of his career potentially, he's still such an important player, captain of this side, and really important cog in the wheel here for Western Province. And that is well stopped down the leg side by Daniel Smith as it just comes off the pad of Senekwani. At the end of a maiden over from Bjorn Hendricks. It's 151 for 1 after 41 overs. And it is going to be Carl Simmons, going to be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. Certainly haven't seen any really too much or any turn on offer, so just be trying to use his changes of pace, changes of flight maybe, just to see how he can induce the error here perhaps from the batters. Did get with his first delivery of his first spell the wicket of Jacques Snyman. Caught behind by Daniel Smith. He's got a packed offside field as you would expect. It does have a man deep on the cover boundary, now a point boundary. It's played straight back to the bowler.
Going to put in a spell, 1 hour spell here. I think
Yeah.
he'll bowl all the way up until tea. Unless they really go after him, but I can't see that.
No.
He's a skillful bowler, and just rotate the seamers from the Weinberg end.
He just rocked back there, Sitor and Dikhale, to play that one out into the offside. And Flanella is on the field. So replacement for T Nabe. I think I don't see him T Nabe on the field. He's walking around the field at the moment. It's like you sort of expect that Carl Simmons should be able to dry the runs up potentially from this side. Say not going after him. I mean his numbers are pretty impressive. Runs per over, only 2.38 in the competition so far in the season. 21 wickets now. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. That one, don't know what happened there. On got played that one into the ground and it went over the keeper's head. Oohs and ahs out there, so certainly something happening. Just missing the stumps. That one just down the leg side. It's the end of a maiden over by Carl Simmons on his return. It's 151 for 1 after 42.
Looks like he's getting a little bit of purchase by going a good pace. So it's just holding up, just holding his line slightly. And I think he's trying to bowl slightly straighter those last couple, and the batters have tried to work it probably to the leg side, which against a slight turn, which has caused a few problems. And you can see the batter, you can see Digale, batters always, roll their fingers and say the ball's turning, and, realising that, got to play a bit straighter, don't go against the turn. So that might be his ploy, just to bowl slightly straighter. Hendricks to continue.
He's putting in a good shift here. It's the captain.
There we go.
And that's the line length he wants to be bowling. We've seen Senakwani just play it a couple of them outside the off stump. He did get one to go through him as well. And he's also got the one off the edge of Dikhale's bat that unfortunately Smith was unable to take behind. So it has been a good spell from the captain. He bowled his first 4 overs for 12 runs. He's into his 5th over of his second spell. He's just gone for 8 so far. Get Senakwani playing at that, playing it straight through into the extra cover region for Juwan James to field. Tiwakai now be back on the field now. He's busy shining the replacement ball. He's doing well here, Bjorn Hendricks. Once again, getting Senakwani to play away from his body that time. Is absolutely no movement for him though. That's the difficulty for him. Not getting anything to be able to maybe straighten on the right-hander.
It's a case of, if you bowl 60 balls there, you're probably hoping that, 4 or 5 might do something, 30 balls, 2 or 3. But got to keep bowling it there, and obviously you've got to be able to put in the yards and there again. Great lines and lengths now. Found his rhythm nicely.
Yeah.
The problem is he's coming up to the end of his spell.
Yeah.
So batters think got to just see it through. Pretty much this is either his last over or he's got one more. That's that's absolutely it. So
you're interesting to see who actually will replace him at the Weinberg end. And, you say Joey Lawrence looks like he's a bit of swaying backwards and forwards at long leg. Maybe he will be the one just to give him a couple of overs for burst. That one dies again on Daniel Smith. But again, it's in a good channel outside that line of the off stump. Senekwani's being watchful now against Hendricks. You would have seen that edge off the Dikale bat that was put down. Doesn't want to lose his wicket here. He wants to be in for another big innings here as Lesego Senekwani, selected for that SA Invitational 11 that's going to be playing against the England Lions, the England A team, here in Cape Town from Tuesday. Oh, and that is unlucky, you would sense, for the bowler there. Just beats him, gets the inside edge, misses everything and goes down to the very fine leg boundary for 4. It's a moral victory maybe for the bowler, but he just does... looks up to the heavens, does Bjorn Hendricks. It was very close to that off stump.
Saw on a replay there, gained channel outside, coming back in, didn't hold his line, kept on going, and Senekwani, thick inside edge for another boundary. When it's going your way, that's 4.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, you know, if he wasn't top run scorer and you're struggling a little bit for form, that's going to hit the top of your stumps, and
Exactly.
you know, off you are back to off you go back to pavilion.
Yeah, and it's Simmons to continue to Dikale. Started off his second spell with a maiden, and certainly has been a little bit more pressure created on the batters more recently. After the drinks break, Hendricks been bowling particularly well. And Simmons will want to back that up. He has got the edge of Dikale's bat a couple of times. Very quick, that one through the air from Simmons.
Interesting to see how he goes this over. If he looks to, you know, attack that middle, you know, middle leg, middle off stump, just to try and force Dikale to play on the leg side and get that leading edge.
It's all defence is Dikale. You just wonder how long though he's going to be defending for. Like you say, see, got the long off in place. There's a mid on there. It's not going to go across the line, you'd think.
Ooh,
That is big appeal for LBW from everybody in front and behind the wicket. Perhaps not as much from the bowler, but he's getting these lines and lengths right here, Carl Simmons. Dikale not looking that comfortable at the moment against him. Plays that down to the man in the front of the Oaks, Mhlali Mpongwana. They go through for a single. They did well in that over so far to sort of start setting him up, and then it was just the one that was too short that he was able to rock back and play to that cover sweeper. And yeah, Justin Kemp is finishing his wicket walk here in front of us. Senekwani's just quietly forward and defending that one as well.
Captain Hendricks has moved himself to leg slip there, so I think Simmons is going to look to bowl a bit straighter. Saying that gives him a bit of width, but not quite there to cut. Ends 44th over. So 52 overs left. You know, they go at the current rate of 4 and over, you're looking at another 200 runs.
Yeah.
So, you know, close of play tonight, possibly looking at a lead of, you know, around 150.
Yeah.
But, you know, it might be a question of upping the ante in the last, say, hour of play and, you know, maybe trying to get the lead up to 200. Bat for an hour tomorrow, get the lead over 300. You know, obviously, everything goes well. And then, you know, have a crack at Western Province tomorrow.
And it's going to be Jody Lawrence, as we predicted, to take over from Bjorn Hendricks. Yes, Neil, I think that will be what they'll be looking at one day. We'll be looking to get as many runs as they possibly can, give themselves maybe, 2.5 sessions if they can, to bowl at Western Province and see if they can't get into what is a very inexperienced top order. And news from Port Elizabeth is that Sri Lanka now 47 for 2. They just lost their second wicket. Patam Nisanka has just been caught behind off Dane Patterson. And just starts with a full toss outside the off stump. Jody Lawrence.
It's a bit of a loosener, that, but stiff from his first spell. Has been a while since his first spell, but
Yes.
he's got a bit of a breeze behind him now, so I think he look to loosen up, get into it, and possibly Deep Square is back, obviously. Well,
Yes.
probably one of your quicker bowlers in the side, so I'll see if he can possibly mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good line and length from him. He's going to want to try and hopefully crank his pace up a little bit here.
Does look, those first two deliveries did look like very much your warm-up deliveries.
Yeah, they did, yeah, definitely. Just to try and get him into the spell. He needs to get that run up going.
34 years young, it does
Yeah.
take you a bit longer than...
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And,
Yeah. He's almost, I wouldn't say he's almost stutters before he gets into the gather and bound, but interesting. He doesn't seem to be running in as perhaps as smoothly as we saw him from the other end, but it is maybe just a bit early for him at the moment. As you say, it's
Possibly, worried about those footholds, just
Maybe.
to give them a test out first over.
That looked a lot smoother from him that time, just defended by Kale. He has been pretty much on the money except for that first delivery.
Good areas. I think we'll give him this over just to, just to really get into it. But full credit that he has actually hit some good areas. But I think possibly Skipper will be looking for a little bit more energy and pace, second over onwards.
Yeah, I would think so. He certainly has the ability to crank up the pace of it. Oh no, and once again, we mentioned in the last over, and with Hendricks hitting some good areas, and this time Lawrence just lets that one stray down the leg side, and it's too wide for Smith to get his hand on it, and it goes through for 4 byes. So once again, that's pretty harsh on the wicket keeper, probably, as that will be his first maiden of his spell. But it is now 8 byes. Those in both of the last 2 overs, the ball's going down the leg side and ending up at the boundary. Not what they would have been looking for.
Just need the seamers to back up Simmons here. Just ball a bit of pressure, get through the overs a bit quicker. It's 45 minutes left till tea time. That's another, say, 10 overs, maybe 12 overs.
Yeah.
So you're going to be left with close to 40 overs in that
Yeah.
last session,
Yeah.
and that's when it becomes long and tough.
It's going to be difficult for them, isn't it, in that last session? That just Sinequani playing back to that one from Simmons. You won't mind him doing that. It's a dangerous ploy against Carl Simmons.
Oh.
Sweeps that one, and it'll be fielded here by Nabe. Come back for 2. And, looked looked a little bit slow coming back for that second one, Senekwani, and Daniel Smith taking the bells. A good throw from Ntibukai Nabe. He's safely home.
I will say, we'll see these batters, they slide their bat and they run 5-10 metres past the crease. There's no need to. You're only going to get across the line.
Yeah, he plays that one down to long off for a single.
I'm surprised they've got long off out, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't see them. I don't see them advancing. If he is going to advance down the track and try and take you on over mid off, well, good luck to him.
Yeah, and you want that. You want that as a
absolutely.
bowler. Yeah,
You
give
do
you
want that.
opportunity. Otherwise, now it just seems like,
Yeah, it just makes it too easy.
especially, I
And-
mean, he's bowling well as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if Middlefor's up there and he's done that, he's stopping the single.
Yeah.
But maybe I understand from, Senekwani, who's been in, and obviously maybe Dikhali bring up, but they've kept him back for both.
Yeah, and he just has to beat that man who's just picked it up now at shortish extra cover, and it's a very easy single. I mean, if he does play it with soft hands, you'd sense as well to the fielder at mid-on, there's also an opportunity for a single, but nothing's really gone in that region. Another
Or just,
weasel over.
or just pretty comfortable,
Yeah,
to be honest, for
absolutely.
these
Yeah.
two. Still ticking away at just under, or 3.5 and over,
Mm.
without, really playing any shots in anger. It's not as if, it's not as if Snowman is still there and, smashing the ball to all parts of the ground, which is what he does. These two are just kind of ticking away, not being helped possibly by, the best bowling at times,
No.
consistency rather,
No.
because it's just letting the team down possibly with probably only one ball, maybe 2 balls and over.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the one that's been tucked away, maybe taking a couple of runs or the boundaries. And we've had in the last 2 overs from this end, we've had the 2 that have gone down the leg side for 4 byes as well, which doesn't help the effort from World Sports Betting Western Province. So the Knights are batting very well on what looks like a really benign surface. These two put on 94 for the second wicket. It's been a good partnership after the 69 for the first wicket. That's a good channel from Lawrence. He's got to maintain that for his entire over. That's what he needs to be doing.
Definitely running a little bit better here. I think it's also the inexperienced.
Yeah.
He is 34 years old, but very inexperienced at this level.
Yeah.
And you don't want to charge in your first over and break down and possibly let the team down. All of that. That all runs through your mind.
Yeah, that is a good delivery straight this time to Senekwani. Just attacking the stumps on that occasion. Not too much on the legs, which was good delivery. Let's see what he can do here. This over, just looking, desperately searching for a breakthrough here. World Sports Betting Western Province. Knights, they just want to keep doing what they have been doing. Just let it keep that scoring ticking over. It's played into extra cover once again. Sean James does the fielding. So 2 balls left in the over and he's got to finish it well now. Another one just angling in to off stump. It's a good delivery from Jody Lawrence, just maybe a little bit over pitched, but no danger. It's played down to mid off. John O'Bird does the fielding. Now he has to finish the over well in this last ball. He's bowled a maiden over so far. does finish the over well, so that's better from Jody Lawrence getting into his work now. It's a maiden over from him, and the second over of this spell. In fact, he bowled a maiden in the first over as well, because it went for 4 byes, that last one in delivery, last delivery of the over. So he's bowled these 2 overs now, and he's now got 5 overs, 0 for 27. Simmons will continue. He's probably looked, apart from Hendricks, Hendricks and Carl Simmons probably looked the 2 bowlers most likely to take a wicket for World Sports Betting Western Province. And Isaac Dikhali probably not as comfortable against the left arm spinner as Senekwani.
Still got long off and long off out.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I don't really understand that necessarily. I think it, don't give away any runs that you can try and stop. I mean, if he plays it past you there at mid off, well, good luck to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he's going to want to try and take him on. Not using his feet. He's just defending. Going forward from the crease. If he sees it slightly short, I mean, not a tall man, Dikhali, he's going back and trying to force it through the offside. And he wasn't sure then whether to come forward or go back. Just a little bit of hesitation before he came forward.
Very consistent. As a spinner, you want to get into your, into your rhythm, and Simmons is, what she has done the whole season. He's got very good rhythm. So, I'd back him to have mid off up, and if that's he's bowled 1 or 2 there and cut out to Mpongwa enough just for the single, but he's got protection out there.
Yes.
Your long off is it's always more risk there, because you got to looking to drive a ball or come down and meet a ball that possibly can turn past your bat. The shorter ones that you cut, you can obviously watch it off the pitch. So it's 2 different, 2 different aspects. Ooh, and there again, back consistent, good areas. So yeah, I mean, listen, they haven't conceded a single out there this over.
No, they haven't.
And short extra cover there is, coming across and getting tight. So that's trying to stop that. Yeah.
And now they do concede the single out there. It was a lot fuller from Carl Simmons, and it's the end of the over 2 off that one. It's 165 for the loss of 1 after 48. So some good batting here from these 2. Their partnership now 96. So looking like they are going to, unless something extraordinary happens here, they are going to get to that 100 partnership. And yes, 25 minutes left before we take the tea break at 3 p.m. Jody Lawrence is going to continue the attack from the Weinberg end. And his position where he was stationed at fine leg when the other bowlers were bowling, he's been taken over by the push-ups man, Eddie Moore. Batters just having a bit of a drink. It is warm out there today, but a bit of a breeze just helping to cool it down slightly. Expected the weather to stay fair throughout today and tomorrow. So the Knights are definitely in a better position. I mean, they are in a very good position here to try and force something through and see if they can get a result out of this game. A win for them, as you said, Neil, we were chatting earlier on, would be absolutely fantastic. Would really solidify their position towards the top of the 4-day table. They are already in 3rd position after 4 games, and this would push them up. If they were to win this particular match, would push them up into 2nd position ahead of the Dragons, but still behind the DP World Lions. So would put them into a very good position to maintain in and around the middle or upper tier of that table, and very important for them in terms of the promotion relegation aspect after they didn't have as good a showing perhaps as they would have liked in the T20 competition.
Yeah, certainly other teams around the country keeping an eye on this game.
Yeah.
You know, with all due respect to the Knights, they're probably, you know, beginning of a season, teams are probably looking at them possibly, you know, not to stay up again, but they're holding their own in the 4-day comps.
They are indeed. It's just too straight this time from Lawrence, and they'll come back for an easy 2. That's Moore who does the fielding from long leg.
That is the, you know, the frustration from, you know, Western Province side, is that a lot of the 1s are turning into 2s, so there's no real urgency needed from a Knights perspective, that your 1s or 2s become 2s, and then, you know, easy 1 there, easy 1 there, suddenly, you know, you're still going at 4s and over.
Yeah, that's a better delivery this time, just on that line of off stump or just outside off stump. Senequani is easily able to come forward. Their partnership now 98 between these two, 167 for 1, just a deficit of 35. So you would sense that just after tea, they will be starting to add to the positives in terms of their lead, the Knights. Oh, and that's a no ball from Jody Lawrence. First one that he's bowled in this innings. He'll be looking to make sure he gets behind that line. It's a reasonable delivery. Wouldn't have counted had anything untoward gone wrong there from the batter's point of view. So the third no ball has been bowled by Western Province. It's another delivery just left alone outside the off stump. Well left by Senequani there, under absolutely no pressure really at all. Yeah, the only pressure perhaps being created a little bit from the spin of Carl Simmons.
It's just sitting on the bowlers here, you know, waiting for a short and wide one, which they've put away quite comfortably during the day, whether either 4 or 1 or 2. And then anything that goes too straight, just working it off, and, you know, we've seen the last few times getting 2s quite often on that side, on the leg side, so very comfortable.
On that one, that just squares him up a little bit, takes the outside half of the bat on edge, thick edge, down past Nyaku in the gully. Oh, it is, he does get a hand to it. Cleaned up by Whitehead, there's no run. Just a little bit of encouragement for the bowler there. That ball just taking a thick edge outside, but isn't really any kind of movement on offer for Lawrence, doesn't look like. Doesn't have to play at that one, outside the off stump.
Good length again. At length, that channel outside off, that's your teasing length. The problem is they've just dragged a few too short, where they've been able to sit back and, you know, capitalise and punch off the back foot.
Yeah, a lot of, not really any chatter out there, is there? There's no, it's pretty flat from a World Sports Betting Western Province point of view. The Knights just need to keep doing what they've been doing. Partnership 99, that's just defended into the gully. Neither really forward nor back, just defended down into the gully. It's the end of another Jody Lawrence over. 3 off that one, and 6 overs, 0 for 30 now. It's 168 for the loss of 1 after 49. Simmons to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. And some news from Durban is that the England women have won the second one-day international between themselves and South African women's team by 6 wickets. Them knocking off that 136 that they required in 24 overs there to level that series at 1-1. And again, a little bit short from Simmons rocks back, does Dikale, and that is the 100 partnership between Dikale and Senekwani, and that 100 partnership coming up after 49.1 overs, and really has been very good from these two. Batted for 34 overs for that 100 partnership, so batting at about 3 and over. It's been very good from these two after the wicket of Jacques Snyman went down with a score on 69. And 32 to Dikale and 57 to Senekwani in that partnership. That's played. Goes off the outside half of the bat, bounces once before it gets to Whitehead at backward point. I don't think he was either forward or back really there. Senekwani. Bit of a false stroke out into the backward point region. Let's that one go.
Wisely so. You always see that batters play a loose shot and then follow up. Next ball's not going to hit the stumps. Just good leave or good defence.
Yeah.
Just like realise, okay, yes, I made a mistake, but I'm still there.
Absolutely right. It's going to be here for longer, and that is played beautifully forward of square on the leg side. Just swept that one forward of square for 4 down to the railway stand, and swept that on length. It was very well done by Senekwani. He moves into the 70s with that shot, eyeing his 8th first-class 100, no doubt, on what looks like a really good pitch to bat on. Just a little bit probably from a length point of view there. Carl Simmons got to just drag it back slightly. Drags it back perhaps a little bit too much in this instance. Played out to Mpongwana on the cover boundary for a single, and it was a good over there from the Knights once again. Simmons just straying there and going for that boundary. So 6 off the over, 174 for 1 after 50 overs. So batting at just under that 5 runs to the over, and just over 15 minutes before we have the tea break here at World Sports Betting Newlands. It is a beautiful day here in the Cape. A little bit of a breeze blowing, a bit of a southeaster, and it just helps to cool it down slightly on the field. It would be a hot day otherwise out there.
15 more minutes, like you say. They get another 15, 20 runs.
Yeah.
They're going to be almost on par. Almost scores almost going to be level at tea, maybe a little bit behind. But engines to be a fly on the wall in the Knights change room at tea time, just to know what the talk and plan is of the the last session. Can we up the ante? They're not going to lose the game from here. That's a dead cert. So, and worst case scenario, you've got 100. Your bonus points back go for 110 overs. So if you get bowled out, really going for it.
Yeah.
You've got all up to 400 runs to be able to get bonus points. I think it is.
Yes.
So and with this promotion relegation, every point counts. So you sacrifice a few wickets for for a few extra runs, which the more runs you actually get, the less you have to you would possibly have to in this case probably not chase. But it just gives you more runs you get. The quicker you get them, it gives you more time just to try and bowl Promise out in the final session of the 2 sessions of the game. So I certainly would be one for if you're going to scores will be level and you've got 9 wickets in hand,
up the ante.
You've on this wicket and what we've seen, there's no reason why you possibly can't score at 6 and over. If you do that for the last 20 overs, that 120 runs in that last, you're going to obviously lose a few wickets, but so be it.
Does take him on, it's in the air, and the catch is taken on the square leg boundary, and Lesego Senekwani been given a short ball from Jody Lawrence, and he takes it on, and he's played that one straight out to Kyle Simmons on the deep square leg boundary. And that is the breakthrough that we didn't think was actually coming for Western Province. And it's a good catch from Simmons out there in the deep.
Just got a little bit too much inside that, did Senokwane, coming from bottom to top, lifting it up, and obviously not getting, possibly looking to, clear the ropes for 6, because it is a short boundary, but he's just helps it on its way straight to Simmons, and a much needed breakthrough here for Western Province.
Very good innings there once again from Sejo Senokwane. 74 for him off 141 balls with 11 fours, and it is 174 now for the loss of 2. Very good partnership of 105 between himself and Isaac Dikale, and it is going to be Patrick Botha coming out to join Isaac Dikale in the middle. And yeah, interesting. I don't think that will change the way that they are going to approach this. I mean, necessarily from the Knights' point of view, maybe he was obviously trying to clear the boundary there on the leg side, with it being the short boundary. But it will be interesting to see, as you said, Neil, what are they going to decide to do? Because you would sense there's only 2 results that are really likely in this match, and that is either a Knights win or a draw. It's Patrick Botha, we look at his numbers in his 130th match, 198 innings, 7,230 runs, the highest score of 212 not out for the Knights versus Limpopo last season, and an average of 43.6, 1700s, 38 50s, and is going to be looking here on this pitch. I'm sure that he's going to want to play very good innings here for his team. And 50 overs gone, and so still another 50 overs for the bonus points. 45 overs left in the day after this. We won't probably get them all in. The left-handed Botha now at the crease as a left-hand right-hand combination. Lawrence will be buoyed by that success. No doubt that'll add a couple of extra kilometres an hour onto his pace. Say just perhaps hurried. Senokwane not in the right position to be able to play that shot effectively.
Surprised they haven't put someone back straight up and possibly give him give him a bounce or a short ball early on. You never know. That was, we spoke about it, and the deep square was out there from the start of Lawrence's spell. It was the first shortish ball, short ball he actually bowled, and he got a wicket from it. So I don't see, especially your confidence is up. You're going to bowl 5Ks now, quicker now, because there's a new batter. Just pop him one and see how he goes. It might not bounce, but not full and way going down leg is not probably the way to go.
No, you're right. I mean, the short ball worked, and he did get that wicket of Senokwane in that over. I think that's just his 4th wicket in first-class cricket, Lawrence, and he'll be happy with that. And the bowling change has into his 3rd over of this spell has worked for the captain. In fact, it's into his 4th over in this spell, and that was a wicket maiden for Jody Lawrence, and just the 1 leg by from Patrick Botha towards the end of that over. It's going to be Carl Simmons to continue the attack, this time to the left-hander, and he's got the short boundary out to the leg side, so interesting to see how he's going to approach this against the left arm spinner.
Patrick Botha, a very good play of spin and a healthy average, as you say. Very experienced, so he'll know the situation very well. Look to just rotate around, and then bat deep into the day and take it from there.
Yeah, that's.
And he hits a long ball as well.
So if they could, like you were saying, I mean, 40 overs left in the day. Let's say realistically they will get probably 40 overs in if Carl Simmons is doing a lot of bowling. Just play that one straight back to the bowler that that they get another 150 or so on top of this. I mean, give them a lead of about 125, 130 at the close of play. If they do really go for it, say the wickets are not necessarily the issue, and it's unlikely that even if they do start to lose a number of wickets, they are still going to be in the pound seats from a result point of view. It's going to be interesting to see their approach after the tea break. Sure, Patrick Burt at the moment just wants to get himself in.
Yeah, just eyeing up his options. I see they have dropped long on now back. So just from the intent, there we go. Intent that he played those few shots in the middle of the over. And because he's certainly one that will go over the top if opportunity arises, because he's an extremely clean hit of the ball.
Yeah, bringing the long off is not sure quite where the long off is at the moment. He's sort of halfway between mid off and long off.
Yeah.
It's rather used to bring him in or leave him out, one of the two, because he's giving away a single there as well. It's a single anyway out to the man on the cover boundary, Maflali Mpongwana. So 2 off the Simmons over. It's 177 for 2 after 52 overs. See, 43 overs left in the day, and we'll have a session 2 hours and 40 minutes at after the tea break. So 15 overs, an hour, maybe going to get close-ish to 40 overs in. I don't think we're going to get all these overs in if they're going to be bowling, unless they're going to be bowling spin.
The whole
a few
way
overs
through,
from both ends, but I'm not sure if Sean James will be used. Maybe will be used if with the left-handed Botha at the crease, and that's down the leg side and gets, I think, some bat on that, does he? Or is it going to be single leg by? Leg by it is. So he didn't get bat on it. Just down to long leg for the single.
You've also got the second new ball due in 28 overs, so that's 15 overs left today with the second new ball. So that's an hour in itself, actually more, hour and 15. So so you're probably going to get through maybe
35 overs, maybe.
35.
Because with the second new ball, definitely Bjorn Hendricks will be taking that, and maybe together with Onku and Yaku. We'll see. Maybe Lawrence into his 5th over of his second spell. He has success in his previous over. That's a good line to the left-hander outside the off stump. Well left by Patrick Botha. Just warning him for running on the crease, or running on the pitch, should I say. I think that's an official warning. He's just giving him a bit of a mentioning to him that he's in the danger area.
Yeah, I think Philip Foster's there saying that he can't actually see anything, that he's, after his bowl he can't see anything running right across him. So apart from running on the
crease, you
can't actually see, for LBW shouts or nick behind. I've had instances of that before where, look, plumb LBW, but umpire just turned out and said, sorry, I couldn't see.
If you're running in front of the umpire, it's going to make it very difficult for him to be able to judge on those decisions. Certainly don't have a situation where it's going to be TV umpire to director situation here. Don't have that. So
not at all.
He leaves that very well as Botha. Just left it more on length than anything else, and just ducks underneath, gets the gloves well out of the way.
dropping the hands, dropping the bats, well behind him. So prepared to take it on the body if a ball does come back. So certainly no danger of getting an edge or glove behind.
No, I think your point about trying to throw in the short delivery, I think, is a very good idea. I mean, it worked with Senequani. Once again, just that line length across the left-hander.
Especially just before tee as well.
Yeah.
You know, are you going to really play an expensive shot? The ball doesn't get up, bottom edge it onto the stumps. You know, he's half tried to duck the previous one, which wasn't actually that short.
No.
So, you know, early on, definitely worth a go. Drop the, even, you know, drop the man back and don't bowl it, you know, just to
give him a bit of a think that you are going to do that. Perhaps then try and bowl the fuller one. I haven't seen him bowl a Yorker at all. And that's just
pretty
good
comfortable
line
there.
length.
For
Yeah, it does look very
Buerta.
comfortable for Buerta, didn't it? There with that one, just getting in behind it. The end of another. Actually, it's another maiden over for Lawrence, just the leg by off that over. So his last 3 overs have all been maidens, and his 8 overs now 1 for 30 after he bowled his first 3 for 27. So this spell, despite a few extras off his bowling, has he's bowled 5 overs and taken 1 for 3 in this spell. So very good from the pacer there. Just drafted into the team for that match against the Lions. There's see somebody going off the field. Looks like Sean James is going off the field. I think he's taking off the pads maybe. Bongi Mfunoa, who's come onto the field in his place. He's going to be fielding at extra cover. And the mid-off is actually a little bit closer now than he was at the end of the previous over. Yeah, just a bit too straight there from Carl Simmons. This probably will be the last over before tea. Tea at 3 o'clock. Short and wide, and it's cut out to Mpongwana in the deep. We've had this fly that's been bothering us the whole day here.
Sure has.
Don't, yeah, it's
Not sure if the umpires are going on the scoreboard clock or the actual time. I make it a minute. Scoreboard clock a minute fast.
Yeah, it is a little bit fast. Yeah,
but
I agree.
Obviously with the change of field now and
Yeah, it's not going to be. There isn't going to be another over here. It's 14:59 on the scoreboard clock. So another 4 balls left in the over. Jono Bird comes in to that short leg position for Patrick Buerta. And it's just played forward of square to mid wicket. Bjorn Hendricks does the fielding. There's no run. Just defends that nicely into the mid wicket region once again. Just be an opportunity here at tea time for Western Province as well to just regroup, decide on their action plans for the last session. They want to try and keep the Knights from not scoring, try and keep them as try and bowl as economically as they possibly can in that last session. They must realise that this is their game to potentially draw and make sure they don't lose it, as that is going to be tea on day 3 here at World Sports Betting Newlands, and score is 179 for the loss of 2. At the wicket is Isaac Bikali on 34, Patrick Buerta on 1, and It's a session that has belonged to the Knights once again. 79 runs in that session, the loss of 1 wicket, and a 100 partnership between Dikali and Senekwani. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. From us, for the moment, it's goodbye. Right, 179 for 2.
Cool. Yeah, it's 41 left, just in the middle.
No, they're not going to get all of those in. But the scoring rate has actually gone down.
It has,
quite a bit.
yeah, it's gone
Yeah.
from 4 down to 3.3.
Yeah.
I know, there's 1 or 2 of them. There's one very much a pestering one.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, this one's a land because
Yeah.
I've learned now, clap your hands, they say, what do you say, clap your hands, 10 centimetres above the fly, so
Yes.
it always flies up.
Okay.
I do listen in low felt, there's a lot of those, so I get a lot of practice
Yeah,
there.
that's good.
Yes, it's
Maybe the Cape flies. got a quick wicket after. That's brilliant. So welcome back to World Sports Betting Newlands, where it is the final session of day 3, an elongated session which will be going up until 6 p.m. here. So 2 hours and 40 minutes the session here. 41 overs left to be bowled in the day. It's unlikely we'll get all of those overs, but hoping to get as many in as possible. And it is Mihlali Mpongwana to continue after the tea break. You're here with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and here with me is Neil Carter. Neil, going to be an interesting session here. Tough one for the Western Province bowlers. They've toiled already through 1.5 sessions, and they're going to need to keep toiling this afternoon.
Thanks, James. Yes, you know, they're going to have a few overs tonight with a second new ball, so it's going to be key that they try and keep things under control until then, as Mpongwe comes in.
Sure, kept a bit low that one,
Very
outside the off stump.
Very much a loosener there by Mpongwane.
Yeah, he does look a bit stiff, doesn't he? As he takes over from Jody Lawrence. Lawrence had a 5-over spell, his second spell, and took 1 for 3 in that 5-over spell. Did have some extras off his bowling though, but he did get the wicket of Lesejo Senekwani. Just getting into the middle order now of the Knights. Patrick Buerta has come in, and just the 1 run for him prior to the luncheon, prior to the tea break, and Dikale on strike to Mpongwana. Has he got the golden arm for Western Province? Just shortish outside the off stump, and Buerta coming down, thinking there might have been a run there. It was quick work from Oliver Whitehead at backward point.
Second loosener there by Mpongwane. Very much, you know, you can see marking his run up now.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, you kind of, and you spoke earlier about bowling no balls and that, but it's, you know, it's a tricky situation because your legs and your body don't feel the same all the way through. You run in quicker when you're fresh and all of that. So you can understand better from Mpongwane. Slightly looked a bit more rhythmical there. But yeah, I mean, I remember that, you know, late in the day, your strides were never going to be as, you know, as big as what they were early on.
Yes.
And, you know, you had to kind of adjust your run up and, you know, work it out so that find your rhythm, you know, at 2 different times of the day. And so, you know, in a case it might even be in 2 different times in the same spell. You know, you get loose again and you know, you crank it up.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit looser now, isn't he, as well, coming in and bowling his 4th delivery. But no, point well taken. It's and what you don't, as a bowler, what you don't want to be doing is to be compensating for it so much that you're bowling the ball, you're landing your front foot sort of halfway in between the, you know, in the crease. You want to try and get that, maximise that opportunity for yourself to be able to, you know, test the front line, or at least have your foot close to that front line. And so yeah, just overstretching in terms of trying, you know, maybe just, you're saying, just not quite getting it right. So it isn't as easy as it looks necessarily.
But yeah, much better from Mpongwana last few balls. Yeah, also get, you know, like you say, when you realise that you're not going to get there, that, you know, you kind of possibly start to stutter a bit so that you can try and get an extra full, you know, a whole stride in, so that you do land close to the front line, like you say. Otherwise, you end up realising, well, I'm not going to get to that line, and, you know, you're going to end up bowling from 22 yards, and you're going to lose your length and all of that. So that's when, you know, you kind of the differences in the run up and watching the players run in come.
And rhythm does, it's very well played. I think it is going to be cut off. It is indeed. It's Moore on the boundary there at long leg. He comes through, and they go through for 2. just straying onto the pads that time. But yeah, and coming back into the spell, I mean, he's only bowled the one spell so far. Mpongwana, he bowled 6 overs, 0 for 9, and just now back into a spell. So just to get back into it, they've just also been off for tea, so he hasn't been out on the field and might have got himself a bit loosened up. But as you say, just again, getting yourself loose and back into your rhythm again is very important. And
Pongwana, looking at those footholds again, looks like it's been a problem with all the right-arm bowlers. Well, all the bowlers, should I say, from over the wicket for a right-armer. Because even when, Björn Hendricks came around, I know he does jump a bit wider, but I did see him looking at that as well. So possibly from a captain's perspective. But, and that can be very much a frustration as well from a bowler. And, you're focusing more on that than your actual, where you're actually bowling the ball, and plays in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want to be worrying about is something else that you have to worry about. You're trying to focus on getting your delivery in the right areas. You're focusing on what your plan is against the batter. So the last thing you want is to be disrupted with that from that point of view.
Especially when your back's against a wall.
Yes.
And not much at all is happening. So as we see an Egyptian goose,
yes,
just flying low and coming to land at a short third man.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that was a little bit shorter, but not necessarily playing it that comfortably. And into the mid-wicket region, as we've got the pigeons that are very fine mid-on, to the left-hander. And yeah, Egyptian goose, it's very nicely played by worked it down to long on for a single. This might be the same Egyptian goose actually that was in the last game we had here. He'd actually planted himself. Was quite a. The Warriors were busy trying to save the game, so it wasn't particularly riveting cricket from a point of view of any runs being scored. But they did manage to save the game. But he had planted himself somewhere on the square and was just sitting there while the game was going on. Good delivery this time to the right-handed Dikhale. They've still got the 2 slips in play for him. Earlier on today did get a bit of an edge, a thick edge that went past first slip.
Slightly quicker. Probably going to look to bowl Simmons all the way through to that second new ball.
Yeah.
Get through the overs as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they might give Juan James a couple of overs as well, the off spinner. Interesting to see if they do.
I think if wickets are hard to come by and you get to the 70th over, 75th over, you just want to literally race through those last few overs as quickly as possible, and then give yourself a bit more time with that second new ball this evening.
Yeah, and that is going to be very important for them. You feel the run rate here for the Knights has started to drop a little bit, just considering that at the luncheon interval they were 100 for 1 after 25 overs. So in the 31 overs since then, just the 82 runs. So been batting at probably about 2.6 and over in that time. So the plan has worked from a Western Province point of view to try and slow the run rate, and the loss of the wicket of Senekwani probably will also slow it down a little bit more. See what Buerta's going to do here against Mpongwana. Nicely played, and that will be a single to John O'Bird at mid-off.
Yeah, you've also got the case of the ball, getting slightly, softer, and doesn't come off the bat as easy. So, your what was your 2s or 4s now become 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So your run rate, it naturally slows down that way as well. So, and as we spoke about this morning, is that your second new ball can bring more runs, but in the case this morning, it obviously brought 3 wickets and 4 balls.
Yeah, it was very effective for the Knights this morning. And they got that first wicket with the new ball of Bjorn Hendricks, then wrapped up the tail very quickly. And that is nicely played by Dikali. It's a bit short from Pongwana, and the tag team works again there. John O'Bird, and just trying to see who that is with him. Looks like Jean James, maybe. I don't think so, the way he's running. That's it's Jody Lawrence there in the covers, going to collect that one. So it was very nicely played by Khale off the back foot.
Punched out to where the Egyptian goose
That's
was.
right, yeah.
And I got chased a bit and it's flown off to greener pastures for the time being.
Yeah, it was. We had a very interesting incident here with when we had the England team were playing an inter squad match, and they were playing here at Newlands, and we were doing commentary for them on that. And there was a ball was played down towards Tom Curran at fine leg. I'll talk about that now. And it actually, there was a pigeon in front of him, and as the ball came towards him, and it hit the pigeon and diverted off. The pigeon had diverted off to the side. He did manage to field it. It would have been very funny if it had actually gone for 4, but he did manage to field it. So he was saying that the pigeon sort of feathered an edge through to Tom Curran. But yeah, so it's an occupational hazard if you're a pigeon or even an Egyptian goose here on the outfield. Yeah, it's good running from Buata. It's played back to Pongwani. Can't quite field it on his follow through. And keeping the strike turning over, very important. Yeah, we haven't seen Harry the Hodidar hasn't been around too much. He's also he has his own X account, I believe, as well. So he does. But I haven't seen him this season yet. So maybe the Egyptian goose has chased him away. You never know. That's better from Mpongwana.
Deficit down to 15.
Yeah.
So it's it's always nice betting, and knowing that you've taken a lead and with so many wickets still in hand, just momentum certainly really is with you once you pass your opposition score.
Yeah, now I'll be seeing that on the scoreboard as well. Exactly how many runs they have in credit, and that Western Province will have to score to even make them bat again. So as we were saying, you just sense with the score as it is at the moment, 187 for 2, that they should be able to get themselves into a position where they can't lose the game here, the Knights. And really that's on the back of 2 very good partnerships. The first one of 69 for the first wicket, and then 105 for the second wicket. And the first one between Senakwani and Snyman, and the second one between Senakwani and Dikali. And the men out in this innings, Snyman, who was caught by Smith, caught behind by Smith off Simmons. First ball of Simmons' first spell for 56 or 54 deliveries, and then it was Simmons who took the catch off Jody Lawrence, and Senakwani was hooking, caught at deep square. As Wood just plays it down to long on for a single, and that was Senakwani 74, continuing his excellent season so far of 141 deliveries at 74, and that takes him over 550 runs for the season so far in this his 5th game. So very good from the night's opener. It's quicker from Simmons again.
I think he's more comfortable bowling to a right-hander, obviously with ball turning away, so he just doesn't want to free up anything.
No, definitely he is. He feels a lot more comfortable, definitely bowling to the right-handers. He can get, if the bounce is on offer there, he can get the bounce. He does vary his speed quite a bit. Flight as well. That one flighted a bit more. Once again smothered by Dikhale. Back to the bowler. He's into his 14th over, and it is likely he's going to be, as you say, Neil, going to be bowling from that end until the new ball, likely. Yeah, just goes back, does Dikhale. It seemed to be that short, that one.
Yeah, it's giving him no room whatsoever. I think he's just attacking those stumps. One does, kind of skin on or gives the opportunity of an LB or bowled. First,
and that is, could you call that a chance? It went in between first and second slip, and Hendricks didn't even react. It was Onkanyaku who just saw it going past him, and that, my goodness, another false shot from either Dikhale against the spinner, and he probably counted himself unlucky that didn't go to hand, but he did played it very hard, just in the air between the two slips.
Wasn't quite the width to play that shot,
No.
and obviously with the pace. It's one of those where you just wish that goes straight into the midriff and it actually sticks.
Yeah.
But it was bisected those two perfectly, where it was just too quick for either of them to get a hand on it.
Yeah.
Fortunate by Dikhale.
He was very fortunate to get away with that, and South Africa, as you were saying early on before we came back onto air, Neil, have taken the third wicket, and Dane Patterson getting that third wicket. So Sri Lanka 81 for 3 now, chasing 348 to win the Test match. Mpongwana in again to Botha, just straight, he just plays it into the leg side.
News from the first ODI between Bangladesh and West Indies. Bangladesh have won the toss and have elected to bat.
So that going to be interesting to see how that plays out, and very good wins for the Bangladeshi team there. That's a very confident appeal, probably a bit too high. There, it's just angling into the left-hander from around the wicket. Mpongwana. It's a big appeal, but as you're saying, probably just a little bit too high. Might have even been hitting him outside the line potentially.
Saw Mpongwana, ask Philip Fossler about that, and did look like umpire Fossler said that it might have got a little scratch on it.
Interesting. He's just losing his start to his run up there. Mpongwana been very economical so far. Into his 9th over, 0 for 16. Again, a good area to the left-hander.
So, we probably don't get as many pitches in South Africa as good as this. But saying this season, there has been some high scores and some good decks, and I think this is where you as a fast bowler, you learn your trade. You have to be able to learn to bowl on pitches like this.
And that's just slightly short, and Patrick Botha does take full toll, and it did just hit the boundary rope signalled there by Oliver Whitehead, and it goes down there for 4. It almost plugged in the surface when it stopped. It was hit quite high. Didn't really get everything on that, but he got more than enough to get it just to the boundary. Just slightly short from Mpongwana. He rocked back and played it over the infield. Wasn't that short though, was it?
No, not at all. Possibly the first sign of slight aggression, you know, in mind of looking to try and get a lead and, you know, taking it as far away as possible.
He hung that one outside the off stump for him to have a go at that one, and decided not to take up the invitation. Just 6 runs now behind the Western Province first innings score, 196 for 2. And you were saying before the break, in the discussion in the dressing room, they will want to try and push this run rate up a bit more than they had been achieving in that session between lunch and tea. The wicket of Snyman just slowing them down a little bit. He does pitch that one again up and outside the off stump, and it's nicely played straight to Eddie Moore at point. Would have been a little bit to either side of him. That would have raced to the boundary for 4. It's the end of the Mpongwana over.
Looks like that could be the end of Mpongwana, with Nabi warming up here. I think Mpongwana moving quite gingerly.
Yeah, he's he doesn't look. He does look like he's walking quite slowly, doesn't he? It's Simmons to continue. It's the right-handed Dikhali, fortunate to survive in the last over. The one that he was a bit too full for him to cut. He cut, and it went through between first and second slip.
21 overs. Probably looking at the next hour and a half. Well, hour 15. You know, for the Knights to possibly really stamp their authority on first innings lead.
Yeah, wait up until that time, as you said, the new ball is due, and probably somewhere around sort of 5:15 maybe this afternoon. So give them a chance to bowl maybe 10 overs with the new ball, and just try and again pick up a couple of wickets, get some bonus points. World Sports Betting Western Province, and he goes through the defences there of Dikhali, and it's fielded by Nabe. He comes around from his short backward square position, finds again a false shot from Dikhali. So Carl Simmons is causing him some trouble here, just not getting the wicket at this stage.
It's about the fourth or fifth Chinese cut we've seen today.
Yeah.
There's no luck for Western Province by the ball going onto the stumps, and one of the few we saw this morning, Nabi. His first ball, chopped it on.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, he played that forceful shot outside the off stump, and it just so happened, as you said, that it clattered into the middle. Into the middle and leg stumps of Nabe. When it's going your way, isn't it? It's all cricketing gods seem to be against you if you're World Sports Betting Western Province at the moment. You have to say, just looking at the decision to bat first, I mean, it was a decision which certainly paid off in that game against the Warriors, even though they were 33 for 5 at one stage there as well. This time he's trying to sweep that one. I don't think it was quite the right length for him to be able to do that. It's beaten, but I think it hits him outside the line of off stump. He gets a long way across, does Patrick Buerta there.
He's just trying to get inside it and get it fine and behind deep square.
Ooh. That one squeezes out past the solitary slip. Long chase for Nabe. And They may come back for 3. They do. Khale wants the 3rd, and he's going to get it easily.
Good running, good intent there by Khale. I think Botha was happy for 2, but then got called back for 3 and raced back to the danger end.
And that is the 200 up for the Knights. That's a 200 coming off 60 overs exactly. And that second 200, second 100, scoring that off 35 overs and 1 ball. So that has been a lot slower. And the second 100, 29 fours in the innings so far. And so Western Province have done a good job in slowing down the scoring rate there. Say 35 overs for the second 200, under 3 to the over. They've kept that scoring rate now at 3.3. So the deficit now just 2. And as you said, Neil, it's going to be Tiwakaya Nabe to take up the attack from the Weinberg end, replacing Mhlali Mpongwana. And no success for the right arm paceman from World Sports Betting Western Province yet. He'll be looking to try and get it into the right areas here. Nicely behind that, Patrick Botha. So we just saw a little bit of intent, perhaps in that previous over from Mpongwana, from Botha, but it's still not. Let's just look at the since T, 6 overs and 21 runs, so about 3.5 to the over. It's pretty much where they have been batting. Oh, it has a full go at that, so, and it is not there really, not short enough to play that shot. He did pick the one up from Mpongwana in the previous over, that one not bouncing anywhere near as much from Nabe.
See, there's your variable bounce. You know, we haven't seen too many plays and misses at all today, but you know, cross batter shots sort of play and a miss, and that's where your drag-ons can come on, or your thin edge through to the keeper.
Oh, he gets that one, and it is short enough for him to play the shot, and he plays it beautifully forward a square into the boundary on the leg side. It's a long boundary that fairly raced across the outfield. And Tiwakaya Nabe, the previous one was just not quite short enough, and then he goes and bowls in one that is short enough for him to be able to hit into the leg side. Excellent shot from Patrick Botha.
Field changes, deep square, heads back. Actually, I would have, you know, I'm surprised after that previous delivery didn't put him back.
Yeah.
But, you know, for that previous ball, I went for 4. Just the fact is that it, you know, slightly variable bounce.
And just this time, a better delivery. Fuller on the line of off stump, defended down to mid off. So Patrick Botha, just as you were saying, showing signs of trying to up the ante here for the Knights.
That deficit on the scoreboard now becomes a lead.
Yeah.
And you know, we're watching that grow over the next 2 and a bit hours.
It will indeed. It's just sense, I mean, it's going to take something from the batters to play the shots, to perhaps get themselves out here. Just got to keep bowling it in the right areas, Western Province, and that has been difficult for them, the consistency. Outside the off stump, and goes through quite low to wicket-keeper Daniel Smith, the end of the over. 61 gone, 204 for the loss of 2. So leading by 2, and 34 overs left in the day's play. And it looks like it's just going to be Mpongwane who's just going to go off the field for a short time. Wangi Umfonelwa is coming on to the field to replace him. It's going to be Oliver Whitehead taking over from Carl Simmons at the Kelvin Grove end. It's an interesting change. I thought Simmons was quite effective against Dikale. So let's see what Whitehead's going to be able to do here. There's nothing happening with the ball at all. So interesting to see.
See what fields they're going to have.
Yeah.
They're going to have a couple of sweepers.
Nobody out on the cover boundary as yet. He's going to come back into slip. The captain, Hendricks, he's going to have a fielder, looks like quite deep out on the leg side. Simmons at square leg. He's got the long leg. He's got a man at backward square. So I wonder if he's going to try. He doesn't have anybody forward of square on the leg side. He's just got that man slightly forward of square, deeper. He's going to bring Fonelwa into mid wicket now. So I was wondering whether there was going to be somebody in there. So it's 5-4 offside leg side field. So he's got a ring field on the offside. He's got the man deep on the leg side. Maybe he'll have a couple of shorter deliveries as well. And that was really well bowled from Oliver Whitehead. A bit of zip in that one. First up, and surprised Ikali with the bounce.
No loosener there for Whitehead.
No.
So I think he's looks like he's going to possibly send a barrage of shorter balls.
Yeah.
Definitely, with especially the big boundary out there as well. And your top edge is a lot of hang time.
Yeah, it is a long boundary on that leg side. See if Dikali will take him on if he does bowl one of these short ones. That's another very good delivery. Angled into the right-hander. He started off well as Oliver Whitehead.
Straight into his rhythm. See
Yeah.
Captain Hendricks ordering some instructions, possibly chatting to Eddie Moore to have a word with him about thoughts of where about it. I still reckon he's going to try a short one this over.
Yeah, I think so too.
There we go.
Right on cue. Exactly. Yeah.
I don't
just bail out well. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen enough of that today,
No,
to be honest.
I agree with you. I don't think we have. Something different needs to happen, and I think that's the right thing to do. He's now making that change and bringing it to the field as well, which is exactly what you would want him to be doing. He's putting the man who was in at mid-wicket, and Fonelwa's gone to its backward square leg position. Got the deep backward square on the boundary, the long leg. He's taken the mid-on out, and I think he's bringing in a short leg, yeah. Yeah, Sean James got the helmet. So he's going to be bowling to a 6-3 offside leg side field. Sorry, leg side offside field. 6 on the. No, he's just changed that around now. He's taking the man out of mid on. So he's not going to be bowling anything too full here. That's for sure. And that was well over the head of Isaac Dikale, signalled wide by umpire Abdullah Steenkamp. One for the over as well. Is it 1 or 2? I think it is 1 for the over. The previous one he didn't signal as the 1 for the over. And he does bowl it full, and he is driven down through the vacant mid-on area, and that's going to go for 4, and that certainly wasn't in the plan, I don't think, from Oliver Whitehead. And that's a very good shot from Dikale. Just into that gap. It's been left wide open for him to play that shot. Just too full.
Tough on a debutant to
Yes.
run in and execute this ploy.
Yeah.
Obviously you only allowed one above the, 2 above the shoulder.
Yeah.
But obviously if you go above the head, it comes a wide.
Mm.
So, it's a skill of getting the length right, and obviously the bounce, and it's slightly variable bounce, slow. So you got to dig it in a little bit shorter, but then you think, okay, well, you've really got to dig it in, and you dig it in too short, and a tennis ball you bounce over the head, and so, and then obviously your follow up becomes too full.
Oh, that was just to the right of the man at short leg. It was in the air for some time, but that was going at some pace. I think if Jean James had been able to hold on to that, it would have been a miracle catch. Just no reaction time at all.
Good piece of fielding
Yeah.
at backward square leg there, stop the single, keep him on strike, for the last ball.
Wants to, because...
So-
Oh! That was so close to the gully, and he just tucked him up, and he was trying to play it, and there's Onku and Yaku diving to his right, just couldn't quite get his hand onto that, and that 2 runs there takes either Dikale to his 50, and a very good 50 from Dikale. He hasn't looked that comfortable. Just look at this one again. It's a really good delivery, and he has to. Does play at it, has to play at it, and just goes to the right of gully. On another day, that might have gone straight into the hands of that gully. So it's 50 for Dikale off 111 balls. He's hit 6 4s, and really has, along with his other top order batters, the third of the 3 top orders, both 1, 2, and 3 now for the Knights, getting past that half-century mark. But that could so easily have gone to hand as well.
Good ploy by the Western Province skipper Hendricks to bring Whitehead on to, execute some short stuff. Like we discussed, I think it's possibly 10 overs, maybe 15 overs too late.
A bit late, yes. But Nabe now to Buerta, just in that channel outside the line of off stump. And it's Carl Simmons again trying to make something happen, just passing the ball on very swiftly to John O'Bird. So we were remember a few years ago when they were playing against the Titans. The Titans had got something like 640 odd, and they were getting one of the highest scores in the first innings here at Newlands. Nicely played out to Simmons, and makes life hard again for Daniel Smith throwing that one in. And it had got to the stage where Carl Simmons was when he was going to his mark to start bowling. I mean, he was playing floppy hat frisbee with the guys. So, what do you do when things are just? There was absolutely nothing in the pitch for them that day. 647 for 7, I think it was. The Titans scored. Dean Elgar getting a big innings, and Tebogo Grant Mokoena getting a double 100. Yeah. So.
There we go. You got one up over the shoulder there.
Oh, there we go.
Bobby. And man back. Oh, it's not a bad ploy. I think
No, it's
what
not a
they
bad
got to
ploy.
do is try and utilise 2 balls and over.
Yeah.
Try and get it right. And if one goes a little bit too high and is a wide, well, so be it.
Yeah.
But
Played forcibly into the offside, and it's fielded at extra cover once again by Carl Simmons. Yeah, we need to try and keep that attack going and as best as they possibly can. All Sports Betting Western Province. Now they're away from us again here at the Weinberg end. That's played once again to extra cover, and there is no run. 211 for 2. One ball left in the 63rd over. Lead is now 9. And with just the 4 sessions left to play here, the rest of this session and 3 sessions tomorrow. Certainly the Knights are going to want to try and get a good lead here. And that one is short again, but not bothering Bourtry. Does bunt it down into the leg side, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. And it's 211 for the loss of 2. What are we going to see now? And Oliver Whitehead's going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. It'll be the second over of this spell. First over went for 7 in this second spell. 4 overs was 0 for 19, and now 5 overs 0 for 26. And they're going to continue with this line of attack, definitely to De Cale. It all looks like it's happening a bit in slow motion here at the moment. And it's trying to get the field set.
I suppose the Western Province are in no rush to get through these overs. They're the ones that we're required to try and save the game tomorrow. Good delivery from Whitehead.
It was a very nice short delivery from him. Got the batter swaying out of the way. And it's 1 for the over.
Surprised I thought it went past his chest.
Yeah, it did look a bit like it went past his chest, didn't it? Yeah. It had him swaying out of the way.
Similar length. That was a similar length, and he played that, and don't call that. So
it did look like very much like it was a similar length. Yeah. So he got on top of that one, which is not what he did with the last ball of the previous over, which just evaded the gully fielder, going off to his right hand side, and that's a very good, another good short ball. That one isn't signalled as another one for the over, but underneath that one. And just to give you some news from St George's Park, and it is Sri Lanka just lost their 4th wicket. Angelo Matthews bowled by Keshav Maharaj for 32, and it is Kamindu Mendes at the crease, and I think he'll probably be joined by his captain Dhananjaya De Silva. So South Africa there, 6 wickets away from the winning that Test series against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka needing another 231 runs to win the Test match. Yeah, it's
and with that will eliminate Sri Lanka from the race to play in the World Test Championship final.
And it still gives South Africa a very strong chance if they are able to win this one and get over the line in. They do win both of the Test matches against Pakistan on Boxing Day and the New Year Test match. They will be in the World Test Championship final. Could still be in the final if they win one of those.
I think it's beating Sri Lanka 2-0,
Yeah.
which looks like it's going to be the case, eliminate Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Then by only drawing against Pakistan will guarantee us an entry, because it's only between India and Australia.
Yeah.
And you know, they both can't win all their test
No, they
matches
can't.
because they're playing each other.
Yes.
So I think we, so
It's a good possibility that
Yeah.
we could be there, and that's a good over from the young man Oliver Whitehead. That was a maiden over bowled there to Isaac Dikhali, and he's taken up the call from his captain. He's executing it very well in those 2 overs. That over as well, bowling around the wicket. Captain's gone to have a chat with him, got his arm around his shoulder. It's nice to see that, and chatting to his young bowler. He's been energetic in coming in to bowl, doing what his captain wants him to do. And as you say, it's a tough ask for a youngster in his first class match, asking him to do a job, and he certainly performed that very well. He could well have had the wicket of Dikhali in his first over of this spell, and he wasn't able to play it particularly well. The one just bouncing into him from outside the off stump. Nabe away from us now. It's a good delivery into Bush. He plays it well into the leg side. So not allowing the Knights batters to get away from them here at the moment. Western Province, it's been now 45 minutes since the tea break, and had 32 runs scored in that time of 10 overs, so it's just on that 3 runs per over, 3.2 runs to the over, so the acceleration hasn't come from the Knights as yet.
start to the over from Nabe. Question of maintaining that. Again, still got the 2 bounces left in the over. Possibly utilise it. But you've got to make sure you get them short enough and get them up.
Oh, it's
Bit
very
of
well
width.
played, yeah.
And slapped through the offside by Buerta.
Yeah, and that can't be bowling there if you're wanting to try and keep it tight. It just is the width that's on offer there. It's the length is not the issue, just too wide, and he throws his hands at it, goes through the cover field for 4. It's a short boundary on that side.
Follow up with a short, quick one.
And again, it's fully pitched, and John O'Bird does very well to cut that one off. Just seemed to maybe deviate a little bit off the edge of the square. Gets away with that one, does Nabe. Oh, he has a full go at that one. I don't know if it was quite short enough to play that shot, and misses it completely, comes off the body and just bobbles down onto the offside. He's,
Certainly more uncertainty with the ball that's a bit shorter.
yeah, definitely. And so you'd want them to continue with that line of attack. Any width outside the off stump when it's a little bit fuller, or even on a length, is able to play it comfortably. And again, that's a very good short ball from Ntiwakaya Nabe. Patrick Buerta not able to get hold of that. Again, he plays the shot. So 2 balls in a row there that the shorter delivery has worked well for the World Sports Betting Western Province team. That's the end of the over. 65 gone, 215 for the loss of 2. 13 the lead, 30 overs left in the day. They're batting at... so let's say we're going to get 25 of those in. So the lead, the way they're going at the moment, Neil, the lead may not even be 100 by the time they get to the close, which I think they would be disappointed in. From a Knights' point of view, it means they're going to have to bat through at least an entire session, if not more, tomorrow, before they can put Western Province in at bat. And it doesn't look like the pitch. I mean, if you consider that we lost the whole first day, tomorrow will be like a third day pitch or 2.5 day pitch. Still going to be in reasonably good nick as it's whited around the wicket to Khale again. Short and played into the gap between the man at long leg and at deep backward square, and that is 4 runs to Dikhali. That one not venomous enough, just on a nice height for him to pull down to the leg side.
Not short enough. Got to get
No.
above the shoulders.
Yeah.
Comfortable in the midriff, just above the chest height, and worked around the corner, in the gap, and races off for 4. That is the one downside to a slow pitch, is that you really do try to get in, only gets up that height, and you end up being hit. Well, where on a normal normal pace pitch, possibly it does climb a bit higher, but that's the skill of the bowler to be able to get it the right height.
Yeah. He's
Knowing the pitch, yeah.
trying really hard here, isn't he? That one just into a bit fuller into Dikhali, and just plays it defensively into the leg side. Now, I think it's really good to see the young man. He's taken up the challenge here from his captain. He's going to be putting in just this little burst of a few overs to see if they can get something right. Worked with Senekwani. That one just directed too much down the leg side. The height was good from that one.
A rib tickler, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. All those good things, like, a bit of chin music, playing a bit of chin music, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Always good to hear. He's going to change his line now. He's going to come back over the wicket. Once again, probably the length right there, just the line again, not really bothering Dikhali. He wants that one to be really angling in towards him, so he has to be able to, has to play at it, or feels that he has to play at it, or just get out of the way completely.
Still got 2 balls left and over. I don't think one above the shoulders has been caught yet, so I'm expecting another short.
Oh, that one as well goes down past the man at short leg, just into almost where you would have had a short leg gully. It would have had to have been a very short leg gully to have taken that catch, but he's certainly keeping Dikhali honest in this over, just after that first ball. The first ball just not getting up enough, and he was able to roll his wrists over and play it very nicely down to the boundary. They've plugged that gap now with John O'Bird at backward square. And that, just trying a bit too hard there. Oliver Whitehead just overstretching and overstepping. It really has been a good effort put in here by the young man. Gets on top of the bounce there and cuts that one down to backward point, no run. And the end of the over, 220 for the loss of 2 after 66 overs. And Whitehead takes his very bright, shining new blue cap from umpire Abdullah Steenkamp, and always must be a great moment when you first get your cap, the first time you're capped for your province or your representative team, and a real milestone in his career, in his career development. Just 19 years of age, Oliver Whitehead. And it's going to be Tiwakaya Nabe to continue from the Weinberg end.
Possibly the last over before drinks. I'm guessing that drinks after this, where Province can regroup.
Yeah, it has been a toil again in this post-tea session. No wickets down in the session so far, and 41 runs scored since tea by the Knights. They lead by 18 now. And I think when you're out on the field here, it just seems an interminably long session, doesn't it? 2 hours 40 minutes. And, again, good line from Nabe. Bringing the wickets into play if Botha does try and play that one maybe across the line too much. He did play that one into the leg side, but it was easy enough to do that. Saw Carl Simmons yesterday, and was undone when he tried to turn a straight one from Malusi Sabota into the leg side, just closed the face, missed the delivery, and was bowled on his leg, got his off stump pegged back. Once again, same line from Nabe, same result.
Taking those stumps.
Yeah.
Hoping that Botha either possibly falls over and flicks it to Pongwana Guane at mid-wicket there, or misses it and, from his pads onto his stumps.
Yeah, it's been the line of attack in this over. He's been pitching it up a little bit more, hasn't he? He was in the previous over, just one or two short deliveries. The one short one that was hit by Botha into the leg side for 4. Oh, and that he's got it 2 straight, just tickled down the leg side. That's an excellent shot. Was there, he came across his stumps and made the angle for himself, and that is the 50 partnership now between these two. So 50 partnership, the third partnership that's gone beyond 50, and this off 98 balls with 7 4s, and contributions 22 from Dikali, 24 from Botha with 4 extras. So it hasn't been that quick, batting at about 3 and over. It's well bowled again by Nabe, this time back on the money with that off stump line. Nabe seems to be walking back to his mark even slower now than he would normally. Can't blame him for that.
Tactical.
Yes, I think so, definitely. Gets the ball from John O'Byrne. He's back in at Patrick Botha. Defended into the offside, and it goes to Moore at backward point. And it's the end of the over. 224 for 2, the 4 off that over, down to that fine leg position. You're right, Neil. It is time for them to take a drink, and we'll be doing the same here as well. Just a time to wet the whistle, as they say, and just have a chance to have a break for a couple of minutes. We'll be back with you after this. Right, cool. Right.
first drinks break of the final session. Still 28 overs left in the day. Whether we'll get those, we're not quite sure. Straight change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. John James coming into attack for the first time. Off spinner. And the ploy of short pitch bowling worked to an extent. Obviously not to pick up any wickets. But I think possibly now going to try a bit spin, and interesting to see if Carl Simmons comes on from the other end, or they just rotate the seamers from the Weinberg end. Possibly give John James a go, and then we'll probably look, if that doesn't quite work, then Carl Simmons to follow him.
Yeah. Just the 2 wickets so far in his first class career, but I think this is only his 7th or 8th match that he's playing. He hasn't bowled that much. But why not give the young man an opportunity here? He's captain of that SA under-19 team that played in the World Cup earlier this year, and the captain the SA schools team in the I think it was the end of 2022. Captain the SA schools team, first captain from Weinberg Boys High, funnily enough, and it was the year in which Weinberg Boys High had the captain of the SA schools rugby team and the SA schools cricket team. He's towards us now.
Slightly short.
Yeah.
The guy just plays it off the back foot back to him. Like is not flighting it, pushing it through.
Yeah, well, he certainly did push that one through quite quickly. Carly's been reasonably defensive to the spinner.
But more flight there, and late in the day for the captain Hendricks to get down. Can't get down, and a comfortable single out to John O'Bird at long on.
Yeah, he didn't put the dive in there. Bjorn Hendricks on the square as well. Can be pretty hard when you dive on the square. So perhaps not that surprising. And now going to be bowling to the left-hander.
See what field they have here. Field is fairly spread. Sweep on the offside, long off, and forward deep square on the leg side, with a slip and a short catching in play.
Oh,
It's full, and Botha beats wide, long, mid-on rather,
yeah.
and times it sweetly past him to down to long on boundary for 4.
I think that man's going to stay there now. He does indeed.
Absolutely.
Just the one delivery that it took for him to just that slightly over-pitched, and he played it beautifully down the ground to the right-hand side of straight.
Botha just pushes the next one to that man out in the boundary. More like a very defensive one-day field now, with the part-timer John James bowling. This is 13 overs to the second new ball.
Yeah.
Back on a good length.
Yeah, it was better from him there. Carly, you just sense him. Botha probably is going to be a bit more of the aggressor, although he has only been batting at it. He's got a strike at about 50, so you want to push that one up. And that is McLean Pongwana putting his body on the line there.
End of John James's first over. 6 off. 68 overs gone. 230 for 2. Interesting to see who bowls from this end with 12 overs to go to the second new ball.
Doesn't look like it's going to be Carl Simmons. Going to be presumably, it won't be on Tiwakaya Nabi either, I don't think.
So looking like
See,
John O'Bird. No.
Not sure, no. He was coming there, wasn't he?
He was,
But,
yeah.
Is it going to be the captain? No, I don't think so.
Is it? Ah,
Looks
it's
like
Jody Lawrence.
It is Jody Lawrence, yes. Maybe he's going to be asking Jody Lawrence to also just bend his back a bit and throw in a couple of short deliveries here. Be
Yeah.
interesting to see.
John O'Bird going down the fine leg, deep squares out. Don't see anyone under the helmet. No, one slip gully. I think it's definitely an option.
Yeah.
But again, it's Lawrence's third spell. Third spell in his second first-class game. You know, age isn't on his side, so
no, it's not. No.
it's going to be interesting to see. Floaty, full
Wasn't it?
loosener. Almost actually got under Boita's bat there.
He did. It was nearly got through Buerta there, which was quite a surprise. He did, like you said, it was a real floaty, wasn't it? Going up to Germany, tried to drive, wasn't successful.
Jody Lawrence learning rather quickly what the joys of first-class cricket is all about, as being a fast bowler. He's come in, dug that, lucky to get away with that. Boita
Yeah, he
throws his head back, knows that he's missed out on that.
Yeah, his eyes must have lit up when he saw that one coming in short and wide outside the off stump, and he just didn't get hold of it at all.
I think Boita, you know, after seeing those two, I think he'll look to punish anything that's offline or too full like that, but driven straight to Nabi at mid-off.
So he's got away with 3 already this over.
He has, you're
Jody
right.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
so let's see what he can do.
They are quite tight. All the fielders in there, you know, close by. It's a case of, you know, if it gets through, it's going to go.
Yeah. It'll move quickly to the boundary on that side. The outfield here very quick. I must say I haven't seen the outfield at Newlands looking this good for a few years. It really is looking outstanding.
There we go. Back on the money. Taking him 3 balls. Back on the money.
Yeah, it's where he wants to be. He got away with the first 3, so hopefully he can be looking to see if he can't add to that wickets tally that he's got in first-class cricket. Likely that he won't be playing too many games. Somebody just walks in front of the sight screen.
Four career wickets. I'm sure he'll love to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely, you would do.
Ooh. Great length. Looked like it's that angle coming around. It's just held his line and gone slightly away from Boita. He's managed to kind of pull the bat away at the last minute and let it go through to keeper Smith. You
He didn't. It was quite a long way away from the bat in the end. Just did play at it slightly. As you say, so after those first three deliveries, he's been a lot better at the next two. Oh.
There we go. Just fuller than a good length, and Boita's just leaned on that and just stroked it through the covers for a classic cover drive for 4. End of Lawrence's first over back. 69 overs bowled, 234 for 2 as we watch a replay here. Any young left-hander watching, leaning into that full face of the blade and caress through the covers. Fantastic.
Yeah, glorious. And he had his head right over where he hit that ball. Head over the bat, sort of right onto the bat, and a nice foot movement down the wicket. Just played through the line of the delivery. Really, really, really good. Sean James to continue. And for 6 in his first over. Just a bit of an acceleration. The last 2 overs they've scored 10 now.
So if you go at 5 and over now till close of play, you got an hour and a half. You know, if you get 25 overs, no, probably not as many,
No,
20 overs, 22 overs. Yeah, another 100. Take the lead to possibly 120, 130.
I think they'll still have to probably bat one session tomorrow.
Worked off his legs through the vacant square leg for 1. Brings Buerta back on strike.
And field now spreading a bit wider for Buerta.
Push down to long on for an easy single. Full from James. Buerta's very strong with that pushing that bottom hand and the ball going down to wide, well, straight long on.
Yeah.
Slightly slower from James.
He's played the off spinner very well so far. I mean, he's only into his second over, but doesn't look in any trouble at all. Isaac Dikhali's had his moments in this innings, but he's still there. 56 not out.
Comfortable single to the left of mid-off. Brings Buerta back on strike, looking around. Pretty sure he knows his options of where he can find the gaps.
It's looking very much like a middle overs of a one-day international right now, or one-day international, a list day, a one-day game right now, where the fielders are positioned.
Yeah, between overs 10 and 44 out.
That's right.
Happy with singles here and there.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to get through the overs here, Western Province.
One thing he does do, John James, he does get through his overs quickly.
It's,
ready to go. Exuberance of youth, you like.
yeah, absolutely right. You can mainly just throw the ball to the youngsters in the team and get them to come in. He's got a 34-year-old youngster here. He's going to be steaming in from the Weinberg end, Jody Lawrence.
Certainly not what Lawrence wants at this stage.
No,
In his third spell, getting 3-minute break between each over as opposed to 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think it's
Worst nightmare that for a fast bowler is
right.
spinner racing through his over on the other end.
That's right. You get like a 1.5 minute to 2 minute break. Yeah, not what you want. Down the leg side. So who would have been the spinners you would have been playing with it in Warwickshire? And
I do remember my first came out. Warwickshire came out to Cape Town for pre-season when I met all the players the first time in 2000, and Neil Smith, son of MJK Smith.
Okay, yes.
We played a warm-up game against Gloucestershire, and it was a 2 or 3 day game, and they were in a bit of trouble, and they were just trying to bat out till tea or close of play.
Yeah.
And in the end, he bowled his over in under a minute.
Oh my word!
Literally bowled it for defence, short. Pick it up, back ball. And I can remember, I'll never forget that. I was like, geez, this is how quickly you bowled in cricket. A little bit of width, Buerta leans into it again, strokes it past cover for another boundary.
Yeah, and you know that it's the graveyard session when the scoreboard people start putting up shot fella on the on the scoreboard there, that they're obviously looking for something else to do. But yeah, so you say going through an over in about a minute and a half. That's yeah, it's a nightmare, isn't it, for the fast bowler on the other end.
Slightly straighter from Lawrence this time, no wood to Buerta. He's just worked it to Mpongwane at mid-wicket. You can just hear the ball pinging off the middle of Buerta's bat.
Yeah.
Starting to look ominous on 39 or 69.
Yeah, he's increased that strike rate a little bit over the last little while.
Better length, just pull that length back a bit. But possibly looking to hit the sweeper now that's out there. Just pushing at it slightly and well cut off, resulting in no run. It's going to be a tough 10 overs for Western Province here. It's, like you say, late in the day, old ball, soft ball, only 2 down. Well bowled, good areas again. But looking to possibly steal a single, but another good fielding in the covers there by John James.
Yeah, it's good work by the youngster there, out in an extra cover. Certainly him and his other youngster, Oliver White, have been throwing themselves around, chasing down the balls to the boundary.
Short ball, but it just sways out the way. End of the 71st over. Jody Lawrence finishes his 10th over for the day. Knights lead by 40, 242 for 2.
Yeah, it's certainly been a little bit of an acceleration in the last few overs from Patrick Buerta in particular. Say 39, he must be eyeing a 50 here, definitely. First 3 batters have all got into and past that 50 mark. Kylie's still there. It has been a bit slow from him, 57 off 132 deliveries. But the most important thing for the Knights is that he is still there. So far denying Western Province any bowling bonus points. They only get the first bowling bonus point at 3 wickets, so they won't want to give away too much here.
Slightly slow, that one from James. Khali just leaning into it, defending. Mixing up his pace here, John James. Running good lines to a right-hander. Slightly fuller, probably looked to have possibly missed out there.
Yeah, he just Holly looks pretty good square of the wicket. Haven't seen too much down the ground necessarily in the V from him. Does seem to favour playing the spinners off more forcibly off the back foot. Yeah.
But fuller from James, punched down to long on just for the single. Bringing Buerta on strike for the last ball. Leans into it, strokes it to wide, long off to retain the strike. End of the 72nd over. 2 runs off John James's 3rd over. 244 for 2. As Lawrence makes his way back across the length of the pitch to hand his cap and glasses to umpire Philip Fossler to continue his spell. Probably thinks that he just gets back to his fielding spot and then the over's over, he's got to come back again.
Yeah, and he has to make that long trip, doesn't he, from all the way from Long Leg, where he's also Long Leg from,
Long on, yeah.
and down back to his mark here. Going to just change the angle this time. Be bowling over the wicket to the left-hander.
Short, but quickly onto it. Pulls it out to backward square leg, where Whitehead out there
got a
runs
good
around.
arm on him, hasn't he?
Yes.
The youngster, good arm. That's a long boundary out there.
Quickly across to keep it down to 1, which I think Lawrence will be happier bowling to Dikhali at this stage as a right-hander, and look to possibly keep him on strike.
Yeah, they've got the man out deep on the square leg boundary as well.
Back of a length, solid behind it, back to bowler.
Let's see, what's he into now? He's third over of this spell. Yes.
Nipping back, tucking up, Khali.
Yeah, he certainly did get that one to nip back a bit, didn't he? And it was good bowling. He's not. He definitely won't be taking the new ball when it's due at 80 overs. Lawrence probably see. I think you'll probably see Hendricks and Yaku taking the new ball again. I think Yaku judged probably to be the one that's going to get the most movement out of the ball.
Pushed too straight, pushed it down the leg side. Good take by Smith. Not too impressed of having to dive down the leg side.
No, he's had a couple of those, a couple that he hasn't been able to get across to. That one he was able to take it quite cleanly down the leg side. But, the young man, he's very tall.
Back of a length, that one came back again.
Yeah, it did actually. It's seeing a little bit of movement, maybe off the pitch here for Jody Lawrence, or so much. I don't know if it's so much in the air, but he's getting the ball to nip back a bit into Dikhali. So it's the first. We haven't seen too much of this so far today from the fast bowlers.
Short again. Oh, great
Yeah.
fielding by Whitehead.
Yeah, if that had hit, I think he was gone. Actually, a really good fielding. He set off for the single straight away, but he was sent back wisely by Patrick Buerta and just missed the stumps. Whitehead, end of the Lawrence over.
Lawrence takes his cap, makes his way, excuse me, all the way back down to long on again. Three more overs left to bowl possibly for him. Is this a change in bowling? Is this
Just like Simmons coming
Yeah.
down again. Yeah. you can tell it's getting a bit later in the day here. 73 overs they've bowled Western Province, and they're looking like they've bowled 73 overs, definitely. So,
shadow of the pylon, pretty much about to head over the pitch, which can be slightly disruptive from a batting perspective.
yeah, it can be a bit off-putting, can't it? Especially if it's halfway across the pitch.
Someone starts with a flatter one to Butter, who's just defends it back to him.
It's interesting he has got that movement that he always moves across to the offside. I mean, almost as the ball is bowled to, he's trying to negate the leg before wicket maybe. That time he doesn't do that, he just prods forward. But, interesting.
Very strong down the ground on the onside, so getting across to it and
Yeah.
getting down the ground, it's saying that we saw how strong he was outside the off stump, but
Yeah.
avoided driving through the covers. I think it's a case of this scenario of playing with the spin.
Yeah.
Good by Simmons, holding that line, that length. Knows that Buerta wants to get it down to long on, deep mid wicket, not giving him the length to do so. 4 good deliveries.
Yeah, I'd say doing a good holding job in this over is Carl Simmons. Will no doubt be bowling up until the second new ball. They still have got an hour and 10 minutes in the day's play.
Maiden over. Good comeback by Simmons. First over after change of spinners from John James to himself. Lawrence jogging all the way from long on to get back and hand his cap and glasses to umpire Fossler. You kind of get into a rhythm now that
Yeah.
yes, you are tired, but now that you're into
Yes.
your spell, that you
Yeah.
probably want to carry on now as
Yeah.
opposed to actually stopping.
Yeah.
Stopping now and trying to come back is not going to work. So you're into it now, and you know you've only got to bowl 3 more overs. So you'll happily continue as opposed to take a break and then come back again. That's going to be hard.
Yeah, rather just
So,
get through and finish this
yeah.
spell now.
Lose his run up there.
Yeah, he did lose his run up, didn't he? He could see that.
Bangs it in, Khali pulls around the corner. Quite fine, but Carl Simmons makes good ground to pick it up and return for 1. Yeah, it's, you kind of can see Lawrence is moving quite quickly now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably just lost his run up in the previous delivery.
It did look like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
He was sort of stuttering as he got
Yeah.
towards the end of the run up. Probably see it better this time. Yeah, that's much better. But, the ball isn't though.
Back of a length, hands on hips from Lawrence, not that short, and Buerta dispatches it through mid wicket for 4 comprehensively, taking his score on to 45. It's from a bowling perspective, it's quite disheartening that it wasn't the worst delivery, wasn't the shortest delivery, and pulling back of a length, players that pull back of a length delivery can be quite disheartening. And where do you go next? Is he going to overcompensate now and go full and get driven through the covers,
Yeah.
or so you quite indecisive where you actually got to bowl now. So interesting to see where the inexperienced young man.
Yeah, absolutely. Not experienced at this level. What
Yeah.
he is going to do with that how would he react to it?
Does rather go fuller, but
Yeah.
manages to get it full enough that it's not a full-blooded drive. Bit of a hand on it, and resulting in one more for Botha. He's played a very stylish and innings so far. He'll be looking to probably get to 50 and even accelerate a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. It's been very good. I mean, that last 50 coming in just 14 overs, so accelerated up to about 3.5 and over in the last 50 runs. Oh,
Overstep by Lawrence. Takes the lead for the Knights up to 50. As you look on the scoreboard there, it's a 5th no ball. Look on the scoreboard.
yeah.
The rate achieves back up to 3.4. Did go down to 3.2. And I'm pretty sure that will increase as the day and definitely tomorrow morning carries on.
Definitely will be wanting to push that along, get a bigger lead.
Strong drive by Dechali up to mid-on.
Yeah, he looked very good. He was playing that drive. It was just on a length, really. It wasn't too over pitched, but straight to Nabe. He's trying to work on this, the replacement ball. I think they've been bowling with about 40 overs with this replacement ball now.
To straight, worked on the leg side to deep square. Anymore picks up returns. 5 overs left after this for the second new ball.
Yeah, and these two looking really set, and particularly Patrick Botha, you sense maybe with the attack flagging a little bit here that second new ball might travel a bit faster across the outfield. Botha's looking very good so far for his 46.
Fuller angled across, left alone by Botha. Brings an end to the 75th over. Knights 253 for 2. Just watching the players. You always peripheral and pan out and just watch the fielders and how gingerly they're moving between. But you know, with no finding system and no deduction of points, indirectly you don't mind actually. As a fielding unit, the situation you want to slow the game down.
Yeah.
You don't want to get through race through your overs, because the more overs you bowl, the more you have to face in your second innings.
Absolutely, there is no incentive for them to be able to push on and get through these 20 overs. There were a couple of sort of delays, or a couple of instances there where they with the change of the ball, for example, a few minutes that they lost there, but overall there hasn't really been any disruptions to play other than that.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. With that change of ball, that they might add those few minutes on till after 6 p.m. or can't you play after 6 p.m.?
No, they won't. Yesterday they played actually until 6:30, but that was because they had indicated that they'd lost the entire first session yesterday.
Yes, they've just pushed everything
so
back.
they wanted to try and push everything through. So they played until 6:30 yesterday, but today we're only going to play until 6. And there's a spectators catch there for Carl Simmons. But you're right, I mean, they're not going to want to rush through these overs. They will be happy to get the new ball, I'm sure. And if only to try and see if they can get a breakthrough here with that new ball. It certainly wasn't happening for them when they opened up earlier on this morning. Nothing really happening with the new ball. It's the quick arm ball from Carl Simmons. He does that from time to time.
Wide sling from around the wicket, angling in.
Exactly, yeah. So you should be able to pick that one quite quickly, you know, as a batter. You know that it's going to be doing, and I think it looks like the work from Lawrence might be complete. Interesting. It's going to be Bjorn Hendricks got the ball in his hand. He's going to be bowling by the looks of things. Still, would have 2 overs until he would until he can get the new ball after this.
Yeah, possibly, you know, wants to give himself 2 overs just to get loose.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
When that new ball is due, he's ready to hit his mark, hit his straps straight away. Not a bad ploy. He's
No.
happy to bowl with the older ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he'll just want to get himself into his spell, as you say, until that new ball is due. 9 overs, 3 maiden naught for 24.
And on that note, I spot a Hardidar at wide third man down there.
Excellent. Yes, that could well be Harry. We'll have to just have to take a check and see.
Straight from Hendricks, Butter leans into it, works it between mid-wicket and mid-on for a comfortable single.
He doesn't have an H tattooed on his neck, so it can't be Harry. Yeah.
Change of angle to the right-hander, coming around the wicket. Possibly see if there's going to be any tail from the channel outside off. First slip and fourth slip waiting there. There definitely is a little bit of tail there.
There is, yeah.
So yeah, probably just going to dangle the carrot there for the next 2 overs.
Yeah, why not? Just try and see. I did see that Lawrence managed to get a couple to actually tail into the right-hander in his last overs, but yeah, Hendricks will, if he can get into his work, like you say, get himself loose for when he gets the new ball. A couple of overs to just get into that work again.
Yeah, he's just going to throw it out there, up on a good length, and a couple of catches waiting. And it's definitely is tail across, especially with the southeaster blowing. It's just going to possibly blow that angler slightly further away. So
get it angled in and then straighten on him, which is what he wants to do.
That last little bit straightening away. Good areas.
Yeah, he's just kept that getting closer and closer to the batter here outside that off stump. So we'll have 2 overs of spin until the new ball, and another 1 over and 2 balls potentially from Bjorn Hendricks before they're going to take that. They no doubt that they will take the new ball, I'm sure.
Straight onto the pads, worked onto the leg side. No run, straight to mid-wicket. No Captain Hendricks, and no rush to get back to his mark.
No, not at all. And they know they've still got a lot of work to do this evening, and tomorrow morning they'll come back, and no doubt there'll be plenty of work for them to do tomorrow, both with the ball and the bat.
There's a wider one, straightening through to Smith, left alone by Dikhale, and that is the end of the 77th over.
Yeah, probably didn't make him play as often as he probably would have liked in that over. But hopefully he'll get back into his rhythm now, and then he'll take the new ball in those just these 3 overs left before they can take the second new ball. 18 overs left in the day, and we'll have another drinks break at some stage, probably within the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. Short and fairly wide from Simmons. Botha steps back, cuts it fortuitously past first slip for 4, and that brings up a well played 50. Another first class 50 for Patrick Botha.
Yeah, his 39th first class 50. To go with 1700s, average of 43.5 before this match, so a good average for top order batter in first class cricket.
Very good. Coming from 85 balls with 9 fours. Taking the lead up to 56. Pushed down the ground by Botha. And turn, and off he goes. Gosh, that was never 2.
No, it should never have been 2.
Dikhale touched and went, and obviously extremely quick between the wickets, as is Patrick Botha.
Yeah.
So comfortable 2 in the end.
Yeah, just rubs salt into the wound for the bowler, who's gone for 4. He's now gone for another 2, which is
straight. Simmons pushing it slightly down the leg side, flicking Botha's pad, and gone through for leg by. Throws his head back, realises he's just missed out, and a little tickle down the leg side, which would have gone for a comfortable 4.
Yeah, Tiwakai Nabe not exactly racing in to get to that one either.
Dikhale plays ball back to Simmons off the back foot.
Yeah, not rushing to get through his over either here, Carl Simmons.
Pushed out into the offside by Botha, just trying to squeeze into the gap, but didn't succeed. Resulting in a dot ball, end of over number 78. 2 to go to the new ball, and 1 will be bowled by Hendricks, and then presumably Simmons for the last.
Yeah.
Not racing between the overs here are the Western Province side.
Not at all. And 17 overs left in the day. We've got 53 minutes. I think we're probably going to see, if we see 12 overs maybe, it'll be a lot with the new ball being due.
fuller length driven by Dechali to John O'Bird at mid-off. It's all
Yeah,
fairly just, you can sense that it's a close of play.
yeah, you
It's
can.
looming. It's been a long day.
They're going through the motions very much here. Their team, they're really on the back foot here, was betting Western Province, and not been able to make any breakthroughs really into this night's lineup.
Goodbye Hendricks, nice and tight. Solidly behind that is Dechale. Plays it out to mid-on for another dot.
And he has been defending very resolutely here, Isaac Dechale as well. 61 of 161 deliveries, so certainly in this partnership the aggressor has been Patrick Boerter. 53 of the 88 runs from him, of what 88 deliveries that he's faced so far, so it is been very good from Boerter.
Slightly wider and fuller, trying to entice a drive is Hendricks, but Dechale happy to just let it sail through to Smith. So this obviously 108 overs and 106 overs in the day. So if this was a test match, this would be the last over.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
16 overs more each, well, on a day is a decent chunk.
It is, yes. No.
Again, thrown out there, slightly fuller. Dechale happy to let it just sail through. There's no rush, no risk. There is a bit of tail away from the right-hander with Hendricks coming around the wicket. I think they're just content to see it through until the second new ball.
Yeah, it looks like it's interesting. You would think that if there were, well, maybe this over, there haven't necessarily been too many scoring opportunities for Dechale, but second new ball, maybe the approach will be to try and play that one, try and get some more quick runs. Just sense Boerter is the person that's going to be, or the batter that's going to be doing that. Dechale seems to be very content on defending and just nudging it around, unless it's in his areas. It's been another good over from Hendricks.
5 dots.
Yeah. Love the way he's just tossing the ball from hand to hand there. He's thinking about what he's going to do.
Maiden over for the 79th over. My guess is that's interesting. I thought they might have bowled that one last over of spin and then had a break with for the second new ball.
Yeah, I also thought maybe that would be what they would do. So the break now. We're just going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. And,
Something that he
Yeah.
could have possibly done during the drinks break.
yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Maybe he gets the equipment from umpire Abdullah Steenkamp. He's sorted out now. So yeah, just these 5 balls left before the new ball is due, and they will no doubt take the new ball. It's nicely swept by Puerta, and Nabe will field, and he's coming back. No, he's not coming back for the second. That probably would have been quite dangerous. Throw though, not that accurate from Nabe. And that is not what they would want, the Knights. You wouldn't want to have a run out just before the new ball is due.
Yeah, I think Dikhale very rightly sent Puerta back. The
Yeah.
good thing about these two is that, you know, if they set off and they do go and get it wrong, they're that quick they can actually just get back,
Yes.
you know, get back in time.
Yeah.
It just happened there. I think Patrick Puerta was almost a third of the way down there.
It was, yeah. Got back very quickly, so around the wicket. This was another good delivery from him to Dikhale.
Fielded by a very stiff
Yeah.
looking Nabe at backward point.
He does, doesn't he? He does look very stiff, doesn't he, towards the end of the day. I've noticed that in a few of the other games as well. Just play straight back to the bowler. But he can also make looking stiff be stylish as well. Team Nabe. Wonderful character as well. He's also been around quite some time here in Western Province, played for the Cobras as well.
Yeah, I spent a bit of time coaching him pre-season when Ashwell Prince was coach of the Cobras.
Right, yeah.
And they trained at Bishops in the off-season and did a bit of work with the bowlers,
Yeah.
and he was one of them.
That's great, yeah. He's just defended by Dikhale, and that is the end of the 80th over. And so with 40 minutes left in the day's play, and let's see if Bjorn Hendricks, you feel, will be taking the new ball. Is that going to be pulled out of the pocket there from, no signal from the umpire. Surely we should be getting that signal now. Reaching into his pocket, is he, for the new ball? He is indeed. Tosses the old ball back to the third umpire and signals to us that he's they are taking the new ball, and it will be, I'm sure, the captain that will be taking the new ball. He's still got his cap on. Just well caught the cap there by umpire Philip Vosloo. Will be Hendricks in the third over of his spell now to take the new ball.
Or taking very long. The
Yeah,
end
it
of
is,
the
isn't it?
Previous over was
yeah.
seemed ages away.
It did. This has taken a good minute or so, or more, a couple of minutes to actually get to the point where they actually have started the over. It's bringing the man up from that deep backward point boundary. Got one slip and a fourth slip, 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. That's driven to wide of mid-off. There's no run. Bird does the fielding, so gave him that one was a little bit full outside the off-stump, trying to see maybe if it had a little bit of movement, maybe, but not sure if anything was on offer there. Closer look on this one. He's away from us now, Hendricks. Yeah, a little bit of movement probably there off the seam more than in the air, just away from the left-hander.
I think Hendricks will look to bowl that good length outside the off stump and hang it slightly out there, looking to catch the edge from Puerta, see if he you know, has a go, throws his hands at it, like he did with the older ball,
Yeah.
and then potentially looking to possibly, with that movement that we've just seen, possibly look to have a second slip in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He certainly was getting, that was quite pronounced movement away from the left-hander. And that is, oh dear, he just starts that one down the leg side and just goes on with the arm, almost, yeah, swings away from the keeper. There's absolutely no way that Daniel Smith's going to get anywhere near that, and the new ball goes down through the advertising hoardings, and it's picked up by Jody Lawrence down there. So it'll be 4 byes, and the byes turn go to 12. That's the third 4 that we've had. It's gone down through to the fine leg region.
Hendricks is losing his wrist there.
Yeah, just, yeah.
Pushing it down the leg side. No, it's new ball in hand, should be getting it away from the left-hander.
And that does move away from the left-hander, but he starts it very wide and goes even wider. At least this time Smith is sighted. He manages to take it pretty much in front of Carl Simmons, who's standing at almost a second slip position. And
Almost inevitable that, with that pushing down the leg side and then following up with a very wide one, overcompensation.
yeah, it's, didn't want to bowl it down the leg side again. Let's see if he can get this one to pitch perfectly this time. He's much better, and they do take a quick single. That's good running from Dikale and from Botha. I think he was called through there actually by Dikale for the run. Easily got through there. Joan James just coming in from extra cover to field. So to the right-hander, we've got a very similar field. 2 slips, the ring field on the offside, point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a man at long leg. Yeah, just trying to get that one to straighten probably into the right-hander at the end of the over from Hendricks. He probably won't be happy with that first over with the new ball. Certainly wasn't able to put any pressure on the batters at all, and not got it. They didn't get it in the right spot. But it is 81 overs that are bowled. It looks like Carl Simmons is going to continue with the new ball, and maybe just looking to get that extra bounce, potentially, and maybe a little bit of purchase off the surface with the harder ball. Seen them do this before with Carl Simmons.
Bowls, I mean, he does has opener bowling in one-day cricket with the new ball in the shorter format, so nothing new.
No, it is something that he's done before, especially when it comes to the second new ball. He has been given that new ball a number of times previously. It's played straight back to the bowler. And now looking like we're very lucky to get the way that it's been going in terms of the over rate here. We're not going to get anywhere near, may not even get another 7 or sort of 8 overs left in the day. 14 overs still left to be bowled.
Just over half an hour left. Yeah, it's not obviously not what you want as a spectator or viewer, but it's tactically slowing it down. But it is a case of spinner will speed things up with the second new ball.
Yeah.
So probably going to get an extra couple of overs than what you probably would have if the seamers won.
Yeah, which we were expecting actually. That they probably would bring Onka Nyaku on the Kelvin Grove end, but give Carl Simmons a chance with this harder new ball.
The spell, I think he's hardly gone for a run this spell.
Yeah, he hasn't gone for very many at all this spell, no. It's, and that one down the leg side, he tries to play that sort of almost a ramp shot down the leg side, not really a sweep. I don't think he makes contact, taken behind by Smith. That's an interesting shot. Maybe it would bounce there that wasn't able to play it. And yeah, finishes a very quick maiden over. Carl Simmons, 20 overs, 1 for 48. So he got the wicket earlier today with his first ball in the match of Jacques Snyman, after he scored a very good 56. It was earlier today Western Province bowled out for 202, adding just 27 to their overnight score of 175 for 7. And it has been all the nights from ball one pretty much of the day today. You have to say, from when they took the new ball and took those 3 wickets, all with a score on 202. The Knights have been ahead of the game. They lead by 66 and still play up until 6 o'clock this evening. And then tomorrow there will be again 106 overs in the day for the Knights to see if they can press through and get a result here against World Sports Betting Western Province. That's better from Hendricks, but it's just perhaps a little bit too straight as it straightens on the right-hander, and he would have wanted to bowl, I think, this whole over if he could have done to Dikhale, but he gets off strike. That's the right-hander, and he's going to be bowling now to Botha, who's been the more the aggressor in this partnership. 55 he scored, and the partnership now worth 95. 2 previous partnerships, 69 and 105 for the first and second wickets. Yeah, and that's a much better line from him in this over so far. But the batters don't look in any trouble at all, even with this second new ball.
We saw a couple of balls swing from Hendricks in his previous over, but so far to the right-hander and now back again to the left-hander. Not much on offer. Could be a case of, I think wise decision bowling Simmons from the Kelvin Grove end.
Yeah. So it's. Oh, he does have a full go at that, does Patrick Botha, and gets a top edge, flies over the man at gully and goes down to the North Pavilion, North Stand for 4. So, yeah, he's did have a full go at it though, which is what you need to do if it is out there, and it's retrieved there by Carl Simmons. So he's in no hurry to go and retrieve that ball either.
Bit of width on offer.
Yeah.
Like you say, you swing if you swing hard.
Yeah.
Ball flies. Second, brand new ball.
It went down very quickly to that to the boundary, down at third there, and there is nobody there. Just got the man at the backward point region. That's a better delivery this time from Hendricks, just left alone by Botha.
Tighter line, slight hint of shape away from the left-hander. That's where he's got to look to target pretty much every delivery.
Yeah, the lead now has progressed to 71. So with the number of overs left today, you'd think it would be close to 100, probably more than 100 by the time we get to the close of play. 2 balls left in this 83rd over. Oh, that's again too much down the leg side, and Buerta just off the pad down to the boundary at a very fine leg, and that is the 100 partnership, the second of the innings between between Dikali and Buerta. The first one was between Senokwani and Dikali, and as we see some of the crowd there having we have got here just doing a bit of a dance and singing for us, which is really good, trying to lift the spirits, no doubt, of this World Sports Betting Western Province team. And that partnership was 100 off 196 deliveries. And yeah, another more leg buyers this time down through the vacant fine leg area for 4. Going to want to try and straighten this one up outside the off stump. And it does, and it gets the edge, and it goes in between slip and the wicket keeper. No movement from either of them, and that would have gone straight to first slip. Maybe it would have been a bit short of him, but it was in the air for quite some time. That's what you wanted. That's what he was looking for, the edge of the bat. He got the edge of the bat, but there was nobody there to take the catch. I think that might have been Smith's catch, actually, potentially.
Yeah, I think he's just got it wrong-footed. It was angling, was slightly pushed it in, towards the leg side.
Yeah.
And I think his first initial movement was to his right, and then suddenly he had to, go to his left.
Yes.
But my concern is that the ball has now gone back.
It has. It's gone into that.
Where possibly there's a bit of moisture and
that's the last thing you want with the new ball. It's gone into that sort of canal or channel there. They're still trying to retrieve the ball from that area, but certainly did get the edge of Patrick Buerta's bat. Nobody was there to take the catch. So while they are looking for that ball, just to give you the news from Gqeberha, St George's Park, it is a very good partnership by Kusal Mendes and Dhananjaya De Silva of 83 runs has taken Sri Lanka to 205 for 5 at the close. So they need 143 runs to win that match, and South Africa need 5 wickets tomorrow, and there will be a result in that match either way. And so it's been a good partnership there between those two, with losing the 5th wicket at 122, and you just sense there for South Africa they can get one of those wickets early tomorrow, and they're then into the bowlers for Sri Lanka. But still, that's quite interestingly poised there in Port Elizabeth. Sorry, in Gqeberha. They're still looking for the ball by the looks of things.
Yeah, 143 runs is not too far away there. They get a good start in the morning.
Yeah.
South Africa under a bit of pressure, and they have done it before, Sri Lanka.
They have, yes.
They've not only in both Test matches the last time they were here, and so quite nervous night for the South African players tomorrow. But you would have thought if there's an early wicket tomorrow morning, then you would possibly think that they will be able to wrap it up sometime by lunch tomorrow.
Yes, South Africa certainly will be looking for that. These two as well, they've pushed that scoring rate along. The partnership's been going at 4.4 runs to the over, so South Africa not being able to stem the runs there. And it was 2 wickets to Maharaj, 2 wickets to Patterson, and 1 to Rabada, and that is 52 overs bowled as well. So they may well get to the second new ball, but it is still going to be a very interesting match tomorrow there at St George's Park. So we have got the ball,
and with that a bowling change, just the one over from Simmons, and Mpongwana will be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, and probably looking to slow things down.
Yeah, I think so. It's towards us now, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Dikali. was thinking about playing at it for a second, just left it alone. And yeah, it also will slow things down a little bit more. Just 22 minutes until the close, and we're going to get a lot less overs in than we actually thought we were going to get in here up until the close of play.
Probably, yeah, left around 8 overs probably.
Yeah, I think so.
7
It's
or
not
8 overs.
not going to be quick at all. Ponguana's towards us now. That's played into the covers, fielded by John O'Bird, and there is no run. Just over pitching there a little bit. Ponguana. He's making his way back slowly to his mark. So the way this is set up now, Neil, it would be that, I mean, the Knights certainly, well, they're going to bat through possibly as much of the first session as they can tomorrow to just increase this lead to over 200 and try and put the pressure on World Sport Betting Western Province as that strays onto the pads, and it's played down to Nabe at long leg, go through for the single.
Just returning bonus points carry on until 110 overs.
100 overs,
100
yeah.
overs.
Yeah. So they'll definitely want to do that, and then maybe look to, well, they'll want to try and accelerate, I would think, in the morning, if they can.
So you're probably going to look, there's going to be about 10 overs left for bonus points tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, you know, as a batting unit, you can't worry about your opposition, you know, about the bonus points they get. You know, it's going to be a case of, well, you know, they can still get bonus points all the way up to 400. So
Yes.
probably going to be 100 short. So you're looking at probably 10 runs and over, which is obviously they're not going to probably get there. But you know, you would have thought there'll be some good intent of trying to, you know, really up the ante from ball one tomorrow.
And that ball, it seemed like it had ricocheted off Mpunguana's hand onto the stumps, and the appeal for the run out at the bowler's end has gone down to the boundary for 4 as it's gone through the stumps. And they are, Western Province, looking a little bit bemused there. Yeah, and that is, very interesting, and you can understand why they're looking a little bit bemused when you look at that replay. And Dekale not appearing to have made his ground, but again, it's, umpire's decision is final. He stood for quite some time there, did Ponguana. Has a full go at that and actually plays. You play outside that one. It went. It seemed like it went in between bat and pad, through on the inside edge. A little bit of movement maybe back in towards the left-hander.
Expansive drive by Buerta.
Yeah.
I don't know. My first impression was that he beat him on the outside, but
Yeah,
then
it may well have done.
it swung back in after the bat.
Yeah.
And you know, Smith moved slightly to his right to take it. Late swing from you know, after passing the batter.
So a couple of interesting deliveries there. First, the ball that went through the stumps off the hand of Ponguana. And then the shot outside the off stump, which we didn't manage to see a replay of. It's the end of an eventful over from Ponguana. It's 286 for 2 after 84 overs. And it's like, Carl Simmons is going to be getting somebody to come and take the helmet off the field, it looks like. Just, there's some drinks and that coming out for the batters on the field. It's all going to take a little bit of time as we see Onkunyaku is measuring out his mark. First time I think he's going to be bowling from the Weinberg end, and which we did see a couple of overs from him from this end earlier on. He's going to take over from Hendricks. Hendricks just 2 overs with the new ball from the Weinberg end, and 18 overs left. 18 minutes left in the day's play. 11 overs still to be bowled, and Patrick Botha has overtaken his partner, Dikhale. Dikhale 62 off 174, Botha 67 off 109. So his strike rate up in the 60s. Yaku away from us now, the Weinberg end. It just played nicely to James at mid-wicket, comes around, shies the ball in at the stumps. I think it hits the batter there as he came through.
Probably not a run to
Yeah.
most batters, but these two being so quick
Yeah.
between the wickets, they scampered.
Yeah, did well to get through there. He just takes his guard again, does Botha.
Quite disheartening for a for a bowler. That
Yeah.
decent ball in the ring, trying to save one, and still managed to get through for one.
Yeah.
Good to the batters.
That one's down the leg side and just loses that, and direction is well taken by Smith this time, diving to his right hand side. It could easily have been another one that went down to the boundary. He's very quickly across to that one. It is looking like a very tired and dejected World Sports Betting Western Province team out there. But Carl Simmons, I think, is trying to lift the spirits with what he normally does. It's outside the off stump wide, and he plays that one through the gully region, over the gully region, down to the boundary for 4. And it's all now looking like Western Province have, I wouldn't say they've given up, but it's not very good from their point of view. Leaking runs now towards the end of the day.
Not much on offer with the second new ball,
No.
so any width, Botha's going to have a go, still hard, so the
Yeah.
ball is going to fly. Very little movement, like I said, so
Yeah.
been in there for 111 deliveries, back yourself to capitalise on width
Yeah.
on offer with this second new ball.
Yeah, definitely are going to do that. It's a very healthy looking scorecard. Just plays that one nicely down to Nabe at mid-off. Healthy looking scorecard there for the Knights. Snyman 56, Senekwani 74, the two men that are out. And Dikhale, they're still there on 63 and Botha on 71. So certainly is looking very good for them. 291, a lead of 89. And World Sports Betting Western Province yesterday electing to bat, slumped to 33 for 5. That's played down the ground. They're going to take a single as it's Hendricks comes around, gets down and fields back past the bowler it was, and through for the single. And just looking at that decision yesterday to bat first on a pitch that had been covered for quite some time with the rain, and you just sense that had they been able to get through that first hour and a half with the top order still intact, it may well have been the opportunity for them to bat long on this wicket, but lost those 5 wickets very early in the piece. That's not bad from Nyaku outside the off stump at the end of the over. It's 85 gone, it's 292 for the loss of 2. The lead now up to 90. Partnership 118 for the 3rd wicket, the highest one of the match so far. And it's been Patrick Botha who's really been the aggressor, 72 that he's on. And he'll be facing up now to Mhlali Mpongwana. 13 minutes left in the day's play, so the way they've been bowling these overs, maybe 3 overs is all we're going to get in if they keep up with the rates that they have been going at.
Yeah, 3, possibly 4.
Yeah, possibly 4.
If you've got a minute, you can start the last over with
Yeah.
a minute to go.
You
so
can, yes. And
I
should-
just, I know, obviously.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, beautiful shot down the ground it was full from Bongwana, and Puerta is seeing the ball so well. He just played that on drive beautifully down the ground for 4, and they are, and he is, I must say, I mean, Khali not necessarily been the aggressor here, even with the new ball, but Patrick Puerta is taking full toll here of what is a tiring bowling attack here from World Sports Betting Western Province. And you have to say, that was really a glorious shot, wasn't it, down the ground? Love that on drive. It's one of the best shots in cricket.
Beautiful from Patrick Puerta, very strong there, full face to the bat. He's shown that full face all day, actually.
He has, indeed.
And goes again,
Yeah.
but well fielded by Bongwana.
Yeah, dropped that big hand down onto that one to stop it going past him. Otherwise, it could well have been another boundary. The man was coming around from mid-off, but again, well played by Puerta. He's looked really good out there today. He's been playing his shots and he's managed to really push that scoring rate along. Lead 94, just 4 runs short of that 300 mark now. And that is in the air, and it is going to fall safe over the head of John O'Bird. Just tried to play it, maybe to try and loft that one over the infield. It did go up in the air, perhaps a little bit of a leading edge, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah.
The way that he presented a full face, and he's just come down to have a look.
Yeah.
He's as bemused as what we are. That's obviously just popped
Yeah.
from a foolish length, and he's driven it, and it's obviously hit right high up in the bat,
Yeah.
and it's just looped over John O'Bird's head for 1.
Yeah, must have hit something, you say, because he was, just went
Yeah.
straight up in the air, and it is.
The length that the ball was and
Yeah.
the shot that he played was going to go aerial, but it was like one of those that would normally go 2-3 bounces over the
Yeah.
boundary.
Absolutely.
It's just
that was
still he's having a chat to the umpire about it. Still,
bizarre.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Didn't expect to see it going up into the air like that at all. And that's very nicely played by Khali. Square of the wicket. We know he's strong in that region. Just trots through for the single. That's Moore on the boundary out there in front of the Oaks. And
Paul Paulson's possibly going to try and hit that same length. You know,
Yeah.
looking on the screen here, I don't know where there's that little
I don't know
patch
where it is.
on
There's a
there.
bit
Yeah.
of a patch there. He's going to try and look for that patch again. So he's coming in.
Possibly the
Yeah.
follow through of all the right arm bowlers
Could-
over the wicket.
Could well be. That is driven again. But, not with any kind of venom that time out to extra cover. There's no run.
Similar length to that
Yeah.
previous delivery that Puerta faced, and he's a little bit more circumspect there than possibly throwing the kitchen sink at it,
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah, which you would understand, because that one has confounded everybody. I think there's been doesn't seem to have been any kind of variable bounce on this pitch so far. That's certainly not something that the Western Province batters will be wanting to see
No, not at all.
in their attempt tomorrow, no doubt, to try and save this match. And that's again good fielding there by Whitehead, coming around from his position at point, and
Just overstepping.
yeah, oh dear, and so have to bowl that one again. That's probably the last thing that he wants to do as well. Extra ball in the over, and this over has taken nearly 5 minutes to bowl so far. 299 for loss to 6 no balls now from the Western Province attack. It's flicked down to the man at deep backward square, and it's the 300 up for the Knights. 300 coming up after 86 overs, and is really been an outstanding effort from them at bat. They now lead by 98 in this partnership, 126, and 78 of those to Buerta. Khali is still there on 64, and it's been a day that has belonged to the Knights. They have been outstanding right from the beginning. They've followed up on what they did yesterday. In fact, right from the first hour yesterday, they've been in complete control of this game. There was a couple of partnerships down the order from Western Province, but not enough to build a total that would have challenged the Knights in their batting, and the pitch has played exceptionally well for the batters today. Yaku goes away from us now. Pulls that one and it just dribbles down to the man at fine leg for a single. Didn't get anything like what he wanted to get on that, I don't think. Buerta, but no danger.
Definitely second last over.
Yeah, I think so. Not going to be rushing through this over. 17:54 on the stadium clock. That's a no ball from Anka Nyaku. That was short and wide, and Khali will feel like he's missed out there. Another no ball bowled here from Western Province attack. Just having a look at where he's landing. That will take another 30 seconds. Yaku just making his way slowly back to his mark. That's into the pads and just off the pad down to a backward square position, signalled as leg byes by umpire Philip Fossler. 10th leg bye of the innings so far. It's been 30 extras now on the board. That's a lot of extras. The 12 byes, which also haven't helped, which have been wide-ish deliveries that have not been able to be retrieved by Daniel Smith behind the stumps. As the lead is above 100 now. 101 is the lead. Oh, and that one gets the inside edge of the bat of Buerta past the leg stump down to the man at fine leg, and hands on head from Anka Nyaku. Just absolutely nothing has been going Western Province's way today out in the field. Those marginal ones, the two chances, the one that went straight between the two slips. In fact, there was one that went to I think Khali was dropped by Daniel Smith, the wicketkeeper. Very difficult chance down to his right. And also it was the one that went between the two slips off the bowling of Carl Simmons, and in the over from, I think his last over from this, the Weinberg end, just the ball that went off the edge of Patrick Buerta's bat between the keeper and the fielder at second slip at a catchable height. So just has not gone their way, has it? It's been one of those days out there in the field.
Tough, hard slog.
Yeah.
Couple of half chances obviously not taken, and yeah, it times can be very demoralizing, but it's cricket for you, and
Yeah.
you know, you got to come back stronger tomorrow and hang in there. And you know, there's always it's not going for the team. There's always personal pride as well. You know, you as an individual obviously want to perform for the team, but you want to perform for yourself as well.
Yeah, absolutely
So,
right.
it's wholehearted performance needed, especially that first session tomorrow morning.
That's just played very nicely down to the man on the long leg boundary, and that's actually very good work done down there. I think that might be Lawrence, is it, on the boundary there? Some very good work to cut that one off. And looking at it to say whether it went for the boundary, no, they're taking just the two.
Happy with the two.
And we're going to have Carl Simmons who's going to bowl the last over of the day. So Maflali Mpongwana is done. He's and Onkenyaku certainly will be done for the day. Just 2 minutes left on the scoreboard clock. And that is a little bit fast, but they certainly will not be rushing through this over. And Simmons 20 overs, 1 for 48, took the first wicket to fall today. Second wicket was taken by Jody Lawrence, was Seko Senekwani trying to pull a short delivery and just top edge it up into the air. Simmons took the catch at deep square leg. And that is a faster delivery, and he's caught behind. Has he stumped him?
Chopped it on.
Chopped it on, sorry, my goodness. All those, he's actually chopped it on. I thought maybe it was that he'd played into the gloves, but he's chopped it on from outside the off stump. Let's have a look at this one again. It's a faster one, and he doesn't, just comes on with the arm, and he just chopped it on. It comes into him, perhaps a little bit of spin. It was a really fast one, and that is Patrick Botha, who is out with the last ball of the day, and it is going to be the close of play for tonight, and it is 306 for the loss of 3. A very good partnership between Botha and Dikale, and that partnership there between the two of them was 132 runs, and Patrick Botha has to go, and very good 80 that he scored. So 87.1 overs have been bowled in the innings, and we'll be back tomorrow to see the remainder of that over and the rest of the innings for the Knights. Excellent innings of 80 by Botha before he's been bowled by Simmons, chopping it on, and he's got the highest score of the innings so far. So quite something, 80 off 122 balls for Botha. And Neil, sort of summing up the day, that might make them feel a little bit better going into the pavilion, but getting the 1 bowling bonus point. It's been a tough day at the office for World Sports Betting Western Province.
It has. It is a good pitch, as we've seen. So nothing untoward to that, but they did hang in there, and I suppose got a little bit of luck at the end there, which definitely will boost the morale going in tomorrow morning. Bowling to a new batter.
Yeah.
So it's a question of damage limitation tomorrow to try and possibly in the 10 overs left. 12 and a bit overs left to pick up 3 or 6 wickets to claim another 1 or 2 bonus points.
Yeah.
And and then obviously there will be at some stage, there will possibly be a declaration, and then just having to go and bat on what is still will be still a good pitch, and for some batters top order batters to find some form, and finish with a draw leading into the break. But Knights will have other ideas of possibly trying to, get 10 wickets tomorrow afternoon. But it's going to be obviously extremely hard work as well on what we have, obviously know is a good pitch. So overall, it's very solid day of cricket from the Knights, and put themselves in a good position. They'll obviously be slightly frustrated. The fact is that they've lost, a day and a quarter or day and a third. Otherwise, they would have been in an extremely strong position to take, to go forward and win the game.
Yes, so thank you very much, Neil, for being here with us today. It's been a pleasure having you in the commentary box here with me, and we will be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:30 start. So if you are interested in watching it, thank you very much for being with us today, viewing here on this very important 4-day series match between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Knights. And from myself, James King, and from Neil Carter, it is a good evening, and goodbye from World Sports Betting Newlands.